India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumer. That's Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, with rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability. In Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security.
Hello. Test. Check. 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 Hello. Check.
India's energy story
Check. Hello.
begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves safely. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security.
Sound check. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. A fabulous morning right here as we go ahead and kick off the PMHBL Technology Conference 2026, Fueling the Future. Requesting all of you to please settle down. We're about to begin in few more minutes from now.
check. Hello.
To sound.
India's energy story begins at the source, where
Alright, ladies and
ONGC
gentlemen,
explores
a
and
very warm
produces.
welcome to all of you. Requesting all of you to kindly be seated.
But energy becomes
Sound check, 2 1. Requesting all of you to now be seated. Sound check, check 2 2 2 2 1 2 1. Sound check, check 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 2. Sound check 1 2. Sometime. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. Requesting all of you to now be seated for us to start on time, and this will only help us to embark on a journey on time. Requesting all of you to now be seated. And the ones who are sitting at the back, don't be backbenchers. Move yourself into the front row and please settle down at the front row. A very warm welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to go ahead and begin in about 60 seconds from now. So requesting all of you to now be seated. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome. Are we all ready to start the event? Do I hear a yes? I only hear the pretty lady saying yes. What about rest of the gentlemen in the house? Are we all ready? With that, a fabulous morning. Can we have a huge round of applause as we begin, ladies and gentlemen? A very warm welcome to all of you to We are here to go ahead and kickstart with the PMHBL Technology Conference 2026, fueling the future. But before we start off the event, safety is at most priority for all of us. So for which I have the hotel Royal Orchard Resorts to come forward and address all of us. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Namaste, good morning to all and delegates. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to serve you. So we are here to serve you, Royal Orchid Resort and Convention Center. So I am here to give a small safety briefing. In case of an emergency, we have two assembly points. One is at the parking area, you may use the rear door, and also towards my right there is a door, you may use that. And second assembly point is near the swimming pool, we have a convention lawn. These two areas you may use. Just outside the conference hall, we have placed a fire extinguisher for any emergency. And the nearest police station is 1.5 kilometers, which is at Yelahanka. Nearest fire station is 2 kilometers, that is Yelahanka Old Town. And for any emergency, you may save my number. My number is 9900 9902 000 107. May I repeat it? 9902 000 107. Thank you so much. Have a pleasant conference.
Thank you. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, namaskara. A very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Samaira Khan, and it's absolute privilege to have all of you here this morning. Can we have a huge round of applause as we begin? Well, it's my pleasure to go ahead and introduce and present to all of you this morning the theme of PMHBL Technology Conference 2026, New and Emerging Technology and Processes in the Downstream Industry, to emphasize on pipeline transportation, and the theme underscores the growing need to evaluate and embrace the achievement that enhances operational excellence and reinforces the safety standards and drive the technology towards and the industry to greater efficiency and sustainability. Today, we all come together to explore these innovations and collectively envision the path that will shape the future of our industry. Ladies and gentlemen, so with a great enthusiasm, let us all go ahead and commence with this conference and set the stage for the insightful discussions ahead. With that, I'd like to go ahead and take this immense honor to welcome on stage our Managing Director, Shri Sudhir Kumar sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Requesting sir to please come forward and address the gathering.
Good morning and thank you, Samaira. Good morning and warm welcome to all the delegates, dignitaries, academia. Please call Anu. To all the distinguished guests, partners, colleagues and esteemed members of the Energy Fraternity who are attending this first ever PMHBL Technology Conference. We thought it is a good idea to share what we have done, and we would like to know what you in different industries and academia and service providers are doing. So with that intent, we are having this technology conference, and the theme, as has been announced, is new and emerging technologies and processes in downstream industries with emphasis on pipeline transportation. A special heartfelt appreciation for Shri R. Ramesh, ED Pipelines, and who is the director on the board of PMHBL, who has been considerate enough to take time out for attending this PTC. Thank you, sir. And equivalently, I would also thank everyone who has taken some time out, be a part of this event, and honor us to have you here. Today's gathering comes at a pivotal time in India's oil and gas sector, a sector that is undergoing a lot of transformation, as all of us know. There is pressure of transition, there is pressure of performance, there is pressure of competition. So we have to be at our best to survive, sustain, and remain profitable. India is the world's largest source of oil demand growth, and we account for 1/3 of the global oil demand between now and 2030. This divergence underscores a simple truth. While global oil demand is flattening or reducing, India's oil demand continues to rise sharply because of the growing economy. We need all forms of energy, fossils included, oil and gas included, making our energy infrastructure not only critical but central to global market stability in general and India's economic growth in particular. This rapidly expanding demand places enormous responsibility in how we transport, store, and deliver energy. And this is why the importance of pipeline infrastructure becomes undeniable. India remains the world's third largest oil consumer and is expanding refining capacity and downstream investments aggressively to meet rising competition and consumption. As product movements surge, the imperative for safe and efficient reliable pipelines, both crude and petroleum products, has never been more compelling. Pipelines are not just conduits for energy, they are lifelines of a growing economy. Viksit Bharat 2047 demands a robust, efficient, and future-ready pipeline ecosystem. And I am sure that all the participants here are in some way part of that ecosystem for supporting industrial expansion, mobility, urbanization, and rising living standards. Whether it is crude, refined products, gases, or emerging fuels, such as hydrogen or biofuels, pipeline transportation will be the backbone of India's energy security in 2047 and beyond. It's a growing sector, and as a country, we have the density of pipelines is quite low. We expect that this density will grow, whether it is gas pipelines, petroleum product pipelines, crude pipelines, or biofuels, hydrogen. The sector is bound to grow if we have to sustain the level of economic growth that the country is seeing. Today's conference gives us a unique platform to discuss emerging technologies, digital pipelines, AI-enabled predictive maintenance, leak detection systems, renewable-powered pumping stations, and next-generation materials, some of which we will be discussing and having an outlook overview during the course of the day. That will define the future of safe, sustainable, and high-performance pipeline networks. The integration of intelligent technologies, IoT sensors, AI-driven predictive maintenance, real-time leak detection, digital twins, advanced SCADA, etc., go into a lot of value addition for the pipeline sector. At PMHBL, we believe this transition is not just an opportunity, it is a responsibility. Since FY 24-25, PMHBL has started this transition, some notable achievements which we will also see during the day have been that we have enhanced our capacity to 5.6 MMTPA to meet the growing demand of product placement in Karnataka, as well as improve the future of PMHBL. We have replaced our old utility DG sets with RE-powered BESS architecture, battery energy storage system, which is very unique, and we have a presentation lined up on that. I'll draw attention of all the audience to that presentation as well. We have installed energy-saving equipments like DRV in AC. State-of-art DRA system has recently been commissioned in our company. We are aiming, and we have already installed some top-of-line control systems. In the past year, we signed a master research agreement with IISc Bengaluru for developing smart pits and LDS, pipeline intrusion detection system and leak detection system. For the first time ever in pipeline sector in India and also maybe globally, we introduced a pipeline usage benefit scheme, which gives incentive to our customers based on the throughput that they offer to us. We have had a lot of interest in that scheme, starting from PNGRB to all the customers. Everyone has studied that scheme, and it is still in force. And I would request our customers, mainly the OMCs and MRPL, to avail the best benefit to have most cheapest, economic, and safe transport of petroleum products. We have also tied up for solar power to fuel all our requirements from ONGC as a group company. We are in the process of refurbishing our green belt. The buildings, the equipment, everything is undergoing renovation, refurbishment, and upgradation. Another what do you say, outstanding fact that we are working on is the autonomous SV stations. We have completed around 50% of our SV stations are now autonomous. Work on remote architecture. There is no need of having a physical presence out there. There is a presentation on that. So you may like to see how we have done it, though others also might have done it, but there might be some innovations that you would like to see. But no story of the future is complete without net zero transition. Recently our board has approved our net zero plan, and in future you will see PMHBL transitioning to more energy efficient systems, integrating renewable power across installations, and adopting technologies to reduce whatever little emissions we have, because we have very little emissions. That also we hope to reduce and achieve net zero between 2030 to 2035. 2035 is the end date. Based on the throughputs offered, we might achieve it much earlier. So in the next chapter of the story of PMHBL, a chapter where we embrace technology, expand our horizons, act responsibly, and prepare for a future where energy transportation becomes smarter, cleaner, and more connected than ever before. I extend a warm welcome to all of you and look forward to insightful discussions that will shape the next phase of India's energy infrastructure. Let us together set the foundation for a pipeline ecosystem capable of powering our nation's journey towards a developed, reliant, and energy secure Viksit Bharat by 2047. In closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants, technology partners and experts, academia, students who have joined us here. I would like to mention that we have participation from 25 entities in this conference, and we expect 100 plus participants who will be attending it. This event is being live telecast on webcast on YouTube, and there are people, audience across our promoter companies who are able to view it, and that link has been shared. So I believe that there must be scores of participants who are seeing us on YouTube. I encourage each one of you to actively engage, exchange ideas, challenge convention, and contribute your expertise. Together, let us outline a future where pipeline transportation is smarter, safer, greener, and more efficient. Thank you once again. I wish you all an enriching and inspiring conference ahead. Towards the closing, I would like to state that lighting the lamp symbolizes the dispelling of ignorance and illumination of knowledge. I would like to call on stage Shri Ramesh Ramaswamy ji, Shri Sudarshan ji, Shri Malinath ji, and Srimati Tinku Nishchal to assist in powering this conference to achieve higher levels of knowledge and wisdom by lighting the lamp.
Requesting sound check. Requesting the dignitaries to please join us on stage as we go ahead and light up the lamp and embark on a new journey. Ladies and gentlemen, seeking the blessings of Almighty, we request all of you to please join in as we light up the lamp. The beginning of PMHBL Technology Conference 2026. Where we begin a new and emerging technology and process in downstream industries with emphasis on the pipeline transportation. As we light up the lamp, I request all of you to please put your hands together. I request Mr. Anish Dev from KPMG to please join us on stage. Anish sir, request you to please join us on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A huge round of applause as we light up each diya and bring in newness into this hall. A huge round of applause as we have Mr. Anish Dev from KPMG. lighting up the lamp. Now, requesting all of you to please pose for one photograph before we let you go. All of you together, please pose for one photograph. Thank you. Yes, requesting the dignitaries to please be on stage because there's something very interesting that's going to come your way. Please join us on stage. Well, with the honor of having all our dignitaries on stage, ladies and gentlemen, I now take the privilege as we go ahead and unveil the Net Zero poster onto the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have the posters being handed over there and onto the screen as well? Keep the music coming in the background while we do so. On the count of one, I'll give you a count and I want all of you to unveil it together. On the count of one, in 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen, let us go ahead and unveil the Net Zero poster. Can we have a huge round of applause as we go ahead and do the unveiling of it? Please put your hands together as we go ahead and introduce you to Net Zero, the fabulous looking poster there. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now, I request our dignitaries to now be seated. Well, after that amazing launch of Net Zero, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go ahead and take this moment to go ahead and welcome our keynote address. Well, moving forward, I take the honor and privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I go ahead and welcome on stage Shri Ramesh Ramaswamy sir to please come forward. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ramesh sir, ladies and gentlemen, Director of PMHBL, to deliver the keynote address. With 33 years of experience, he brings deep expertise into pipeline projects, execution and operations across HPCLs, Vijayawada, Secunderabad, Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, Sholapur pipeline. And without any further ado, please put your hands together as I go ahead and welcome on stage Shri Ramesh Ramaswamy sir. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Namaskaram. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues from various industries and service providers, academicians. It gives me a great privilege to be part of this conference and delivering this keynote address for this Technological Conference 2026. There is a change. There's a change everywhere, and what we have seen yesterday is not there. What we see today is probably not there after a month. There's a continuous change in every sector, be it infrastructure, transportation, industry, And energy sector is also having this change, witnessing very, very fast, rapid, and no one is able to discern what is the kind of shape and type it will take. The new energy forms are continuously, making us to innovate, improve, and see how do we bridge the supply gap demand of the energy usage. We are in a very, very complex world as far as the economics are concerned. We call it as the UPA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. And similar thing exists in energy sector also. We call it as energy trilemma. How do we bridge this gap of, how do we sustain these energy forms and take it forward? And there is a substantial growth across the world actually. Everywhere the economies are changing, and while we all commit ourselves to bring new forms of energy and have some limits on decarbonization, bring down the pollution, everything. Somebody on the other side of the world says it's all enough and I'm going to do in the normal traditional way. I'm done with the energy transition and let me go ahead with my conventional fossil fuel. So that gives a lot of challenge to the world actually. How do we package this and then take it forward? There's going to be a continuous increase in demand of petroleum products up to at least 2050. This is what has been projected by many experts. And, it is also a case projected by Terry. Actually. In Terry report, if you see, in 2040 or 45, they say that you will see long haul trucks, fitted with hydrogen tanks and moving on the roads. So we have got another 20 years to go to see that, but then it's sufficient time for us to prepare for that. In the meantime, till we navigate this year 2050, there is going to be a continuous increase in the energy demand. The oil production is stated to go up from the present domestic production. We are having some 29 million metric ton to almost 100 actually. So by 2047, and also the gas production also internal is going to scale up from 36 BCM to 100 BCM. And the refining capacity, which a couple of years back people were telling that the refineries are done and dusted and there's no more any requirement for refinery. Now new refineries are getting put up in southern parts of India actually. So the refining capacity also is going to go up from 260 million metric ton the current level to almost 400 million metric ton. But what is very, very amplified, requirement is the demand of the petroleum product, which is right now around 240 million metric ton, which is going up to almost 410. And then the natural gas demand is going to be increasing threefold from 70 to almost 210 BCM. This is something which places the industry and the infrastructure to a strain, where there is a requirement to scale up continuously till the year 2050, and also parallelly work for the new energy forms. So there is a challenge, and the pipeline is not only essential, it has become an absolute necessity, because we are in the era of decarbonizing, and how do we reach the fuel to the furthest place without causing any damage to environment is something which is basically the worry of everybody, and pipeline plays a very vital role in that form. So the robust network is not only optional, but it is very foundational and essential at this point in time to ensure last mile connectivity, to ensure this efficiency and logistics of energy transportation. So you see a lot of initiatives have been taken by the government. There is a national pipeline infrastructure plan. Then the Urja Ganga project by Pradhan Mantri. Then PNHBL is now basically actively involved in trying to formulate policies which will promote this ecosystem and then bring in a lot of participation in terms of capital and joint ventures actually. And all this is towards developing the network to see that the demands are met, and at the same time, our quest for the new energy forms are also expanding. Now, in the current level, almost 20,000 kilometer of pipeline is owned by IOCL, and HPCL has got something close to 6,000 kilometers, including the toll lines and near Hampi of Rajasthan. And if you look at the gas line, the gas is also, natural gas lines are expanding. It's almost having some 35,000 kilometers, and some 10,000 kilometers is in addition. So every effort is being made to see that this infrastructure spans and takes care of the needs, the immediate as well as the future needs. So we have also been a partner of this growth, not only alone but also in joint ventures. So one such joint venture is Petronet, where we are doing excellent job in terms of what Mr. Sudhir was telling. There is a spurt of activities, and how do they improve the system, because till date they have been doing something till date in last 5 years. Now they are also into the groove of how to basically make it more efficient. How do we leverage on technology? How do we leverage on the new collaboration with industry? We said about the better user benefit scheme, all those things. So while on this one, we should not lose focus on something which is emerging. The emerging fuels are basically gas, which is supposed to replace the fossil fuel. The solar and wind, which is supposed to replace the gas, and ultimately the hydrogen, which is going to replace the diesel. So whatever is this high intensity, high capex, projects which we are doing for the transportation of energy in the current form, we should also be mindful of the fact that these forms are going to change. On how do we repurpose these pipelines? How do we bring in composite materials which will be suitable for the current form of energy as well as for future forms of energy? So that's a challenge that many of us face, both in industry and the consultants and also the clinicians. But a lot of research has been going on various different kind of composite material, and how do we transport this material, and whether hydrogen needs to be transported or it can be produced and consumed there. These are all something which basically are in the active discussions in the corridors of power. So when we, as I said, these are all capital intensive, and they are basically, while they give you a logistic efficiency and a lot of economic benefits for you and the last mile connectivity, they do come with some dangers. There is a safety risk which is involved. There is a loss of property, loss of life, and loss of business in case of any accidents and things. So, fortunately, many of the companies, including PMHBL, have been leveraging on digital space to improve their safety quotients. How do we enable this digital initiatives or digital framework to see that there is a improvement in the operational discipline, and also how do we maintain and do some predictive diagnostics. The PIDs, the PLC automation, and the leak detection system, they're all something which is there in existence for pipeline operations and convenience. And by using this digital levers, they are able to take it to the next level of ensuring safety and performance efficiency, and also trying to see that the downtime of this network is brought down to a considerable extent. So it's basically a privilege to be a part of this interaction and gathering here. And I think Sudhir mentioned that it is the first of its kind. I am very very happy that the exposure that is given to these people and also to the industry to say that look, we are doing something and there's something which you are doing. We just want to emulate that, or we want to give what we have done, our experiences. We wanted to share with you. So this forum is basically for that, for us to interact, to gain knowledge, to gather, and probably assimilate and then implement in our own sphere. So I request each one of you basically who have come here with some expectations. Please get it by your active interaction. And also I request all the speakers and the other delegates to see that whatever their experiences are there, whatever their success stories are shared, and also they share the failure stories also equally, because they are the next levels of us for us to take it forward and make it happen. So with this, I just end my with this, and I wish this conference a very huge success. And when we go back, and I hope, and then I'm sure that there is a lot of takeaway from this, which we can take it to our industries. And thanks a lot.
Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Ramesh sir requests you to please stay back on stage, and requesting Sri Siddhi sir to please come forward and honor. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? What a fantastic welcome address and a keynote address. Please put your hands together as we go ahead, and like to take this moment to go ahead and honor Sri Ramesh Ramaswamy sir for coming and gracing our event. Can we have a huge round of applause? Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let us now go ahead and begin with our very first session, how AI is redefining the energy sector. Today's world thrives on rapid technology achievements and advancements, and on that note, we move forward for our very first session. I would now like to go ahead and take this moment and invite on stage our session chair, Mr. Anish De. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Global Head for Energy, Natural Resources and Chemicals at KPMG International, to enlighten us with his session. Can we have a huge round of applause as he takes over the dais?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's a privilege and an opportunity to share my thoughts and input that I just realized that some of these sectors, like pipelines, are not just central to what we are going to do as a nation, like what rules are for the transport sector.
It's a pleasure to welcome all of you to this roundtable on AI and energy.
We're living in a time where using AI, now using generative AI, and over the last 6 months, using agentic AI, we can truly...
We are in the age of AI. There are new opportunities opening up to do things differently rather than the way we did. And I'm going to take this session as well as the next one and subsequent one which I'm going to moderate to tease out some of those opportunities which take place. Now, I have a thought before this, because this should not be just about my views, right? So what we did, and this is actually in collaboration with the industry, pick up the views of CEOs and senior execs to see that how do they see modern AI changing their operations, their lives, and we're going to present that, and then I'm going to follow through with a few slides where I'll make it a little more real to the context which we have. But just let me talk a little bit before that on my personal journey with modern AI. When ChatGPT came in November 2022, it was good fun. I was playing around with it. Many of us downloaded it, and it was producing actually very, very different results. So it was no longer a Google search. It was actually starting to converse with you in a very human-like manner. But it was also making lots of mistakes. Okay, so I thought that, okay, this is good for entertainment, this was good for homework. But the change which was happening was so quick that in 2 months we realized that this is not just a toy, it's actually going to make a big difference. So we got the industry together. We have an annual event called Enrich at KPMG, which I host. Some of you have been there, so we've been there for many years. We created something called Enrich Labs, which was kind of people getting together. We had one in Bangalore itself, where every quarter we would have the industry come together, 40, 50 of us, and tease out the opportunities and possibilities. I feel that some of these forums which you are now doing is a continuation of that process. So congratulations to you. As Mr. Ramesh mentioned, the role of the pipeline industry is huge, but also the opportunities, because there are safety possibilities, low carbon possibilities, and this net zero journey which you have taken up for yourself is actually so central to the net zero journey for the sector as a whole. We just need to kind of propagate the opportunities which exist. But anyway, we'll talk about those. Let's just bring the video on so that you hear from experts beyond me, and I'm attributing some expertise to me, but you'll see many more experts who are really masters at this game talking to you.
It's a pleasure to welcome all of you to this roundtable on AI and energy.
We're living in a time where using AI, now using generative AI, and over the last 6 months, using agentic AI, we can truly solve every problem on the planet.
A lot of time AI gets somewhat associated with the progression of technology. In my view, AI is the progression of humanity. If we continue to progress the way we are progressing, I think we'll run out of energy before we run out of intelligence. And good news is that it is the same AI which is consuming a lot of energy is also optimizing energy. Can we create the net zero AI?
How we can predict weather, that is weather forecasting in a nowcast scenario using AI, which can be more useful for renewables, particularly solar and wind.
There's this very interesting dialogue across Asia and outside of India too, where power grids are talking about load shifting. So is it possible for you to place data centers where there's a source of power rather than the other way around? How can we predict what threats are coming in from the kind of traffic analysis or inputs that we are receiving?
AI is helping revolutionize forecasting in various ways, where you're trying to get a large-scale weather forecast and then fine-tune it for various horizons. And rather than running a HPC simulation, you can run an AI simulation that is anywhere from 5,000 times to 10,000 times faster.
Right now, the focus primarily is to look at where we can implement AI across the patch, whether it is right from upstream production, solar and wind being one of our biggest assets.
And all applications actually has got only one particular thing in common, is looking into future.
I think in upstream, it's not a wish anymore, it is definitely a need.
The LNG available across the world is made available to the Indian consumer at most affordable price. And there the use of AI definitely can help.
I think as a company we are also looking at number plate and face recognition to be able to give that much, extra service, and I think it is the customer who is going to benefit.
I don't think in the context of our industry, trust is the problem. Because it is probabilistic, every training algorithm will have an inbuilt bias. It's actually very easy to work out what that inbuilt bias is in the context of our industry and overcome that with some of the decision-making tools and parameters that are available.
AI is a general purpose technology. It has got applications across multiple industry streams that each and every one of us, if we can have an agent, which is an AI agent, which is making us do our job better, I think we would have, crossed the biggest, first step in terms of adopting and making sure that we're getting the greatness of AI.
You can't do it the traditional way, and that's where agentic is playing a big role. I'll just quote one statistic. A turnaround time of a process because of agentic AI is coming down from 21 days to 18 minutes. And the level of customer satisfaction we are getting as a consequence of that is massive. How do you see agentic AI progressing? How do it change our lives?
We were chasing improvements in efficiency, particularly in back office processes first, of 5%, 10%. I think using agents, we're going to see back office efficiency processes increase on the order of 70, 80%.
One of the most significant inefficiency driver in today's decision-making process is waiting on human action. That agentic AI takes care of. The second thing is that unfortunately, the proliferation of AI or decision system in our life without agentic AI are going to create what I call the notification fatigue. So I think the agentic AI is just a movement from where you move from inside AI. And the good news is that once you implement inside AI, the inside AI will create enough notification fatigue for you to bring in agentic AI. And that is the true, what I call the nirvana of where we go.
I must end with one anecdotal thing. My daughter has an agent, ChatGPT agent, which is completely personalized. She converses with that. It's almost human. Okay, it's not just solving efficiency problems, which understands you, brings the knowledge of the world and the. She has a name for it also. She calls it Charuda. Even in the agentic world, your agents, I mean, you're looking at refinery processes, 20 agents where you call it chief of staff or a Charuda of yours, it is actually coming into play.
There actually, if you start looking at it, lots of concepts, lots of progression being talked about, risks and the solves also. For example, somebody said that you can solve the bias of AI with AI because we know that these are technologies which work with statistical data. The bias itself can be solved. Similarly, security problems which you have can be solved by AI because AI itself causes service security issue, but it can actually be the chairman of Grid India talked about it, how you can do the traffic analysis using AI to solve for some of those things. So it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game which is happening. I also want to contextualize it for the energy sector, which Mr. Ramesh also mentioned. The energy is growing in India in the next 20 years, honestly, none of us can see to reduce. So how we actually use some of these technologies in the growing sector mixed with the context of today's presentation, which I'm going to take about 15 odd minutes to kind of go through it. Yes, Sudhir, I'm very cognizant of the timeline you have laid out for me. So let's get started. The reason Sudhir and I keep raving each other is because we go back a very, very long time, maybe about a decade and a half now. Yes, I'm just trying to, yeah. So we saw this, the change between what was classical AI, which somebody said, it's called computational AI or whatever way you were doing it, because we were doing AI/ML for a very long time, since the 1950s. But it picked up when the data environment came together much better in the 2000s, and then suddenly in 2022, we saw generative AI come in, which is also Akhilesh Tuteja, my colleague, called it Insight AI, and then agentic AI, which that video was talking about all the time. Now, these are progressions of a same genre of technology, but doing very, very different things. And this is where I said that when we started in 2022, we thought it would be toys, but then this has actually now become entire enablement agents, and I'm going to show you how that enablement is coming across. So this is how, in some sense, it is allowing you to do, modern AI is allowing you to play. It is allowing you to sense much better. So
the data which is coming up, it is allowing you to sense much better. It is almost allowing you to comprehend in the way the humans comprehend, and then also allowing you, especially with agentic coming in, it's allowing you to act much better. So the sense, comprehension, and action, all of them coming together is making modern AI so powerful as a technology. And it's a self-learning process. I talked about Enrich. When we had first ChatGPT coming in, I asked ChatGPT about, okay, tell me about Enrich KPMG's annual event. It did say a lot of right things, but then it gave us a couple of awards which we had never won. Okay. So that was the thing. It was hallucinating at that point of time. It maybe picked up different contexts, put the data together, and started hallucinating, and gave us more than what we deserved. But as we move forward, two things have happened. If you see any of the answers, and I'm sure all of you use AI extensively in your personal lives, India is one of the biggest users of AI. That's what was being talked about in the AI summit in Delhi. But two things which are happening. It's getting better and better. It's starting to understand the data better. It's starting to understand you better. It's able to sense not just the data, but actually sense us as our preferences. It also tells you that it makes mistakes. So I think we are getting a lot more mature about using AI. We are making sure that it's not just about taking that thing blindly, but actually using our discretion as well. But we are getting a great agent, personal agent, or a process agent coming together. So what does AI do? It does various kinds of things. It can generate content, it can extract information, it can create digital assistants, it can create new language. In fact, we use the language quite extensively in the AI tools. Today we won't have time, otherwise I could have shown you some interesting demos and videos. But we use a language called Hinglish, okay, because that's what we use all the time. And that's what's become an AI language in the sense that you can ask in English, you can make a choice, and then it will start responding to you also in English. And then the biggest thing which has come is called code generation with Claude, Google Codex and Claude Opus 4.6 coming in last week, a week before last. It's just completely taken the whole thing by storm. And in fact, the IT services companies are now under pressure. But when you start putting all of these together, and not everything in the same instance, but many of these things coming together, it starts creating new possibilities altogether in our industrial applications. Now, when we were doing this, and this is, so you see a busy slide over there. I'll tell you the thing of the busy slide. When we start, context of the busy slide, when we started doing this whole AI labs and Enrich labs, we went across to the business leaders, and fortunately because of the tenure I have in the business, I have access to many of them, and showed them the use cases, and we expected them to be very, very happy, and they were happy. But then they said this doesn't work, and the same breath they said this doesn't work, and this was Mr. Singh at ONGC and another Mr. Singh in NTPC. Both said that it works and it doesn't work, and in their own language. And I said, why? They said that, we know by now as CEOs that whatever we touch, AI can make a difference. But if I do use case by use case and you come and tell me something, somebody else comes and tells me something, and every day as people are walking through our doors, how do I make sense of it? So they said, both of them said, and others as well, that take a full process, full end-to-end value chain view, rather than taking this and that. Tell us in those boxes in the value chain, what are the possibilities, and then we will choose. Okay, so that is where they said, because otherwise they didn't want a cottage industry of AI to come in. And this has been the experience of the world. Lots of use cases, lots of POCs, not a lot of them converting to actual industrial applications. So one thing we did, and this is just the top sheet, in each of these boxes, if you click, you have a range of use cases which come up, and that's become a part of our codified knowledge. So we actually use the inputs from the leaders to create that whole database of use cases mapped to the various parts of the value chain. And this is a little bit of this. So this is there for upstream, downstream, gas, pipelines. We've created that whole ability to look at use cases. And this is for downstream oil and gas, at a summary view of what kind of use cases we think
can work. Of course, you have to make your own choices. If you're looking at it for Petronet MHP or a pipeline operator, you have to make your own choices. But there's a whole range of choices which come applying this filter criteria. There's also something we subsequently developed when agentic AI came in. We had this use case library coming in, and this was possible even before agentic AI came in, because it was classical AI and generative AI, you could do that. Agentic AI allows us to now string various use cases to make it a process. And the idea is to make this process AI-enabled end-to-end. That doesn't mean that the human goes out, but we know what is the interaction of the human and the AI at various stages of the process. So for example, I gave the example of a refinery operations in that video, and it's possible for pipeline operations as well. You have many paths to the process. You have many handoff takeoff points, and you have people who are responsible for those handoff takeoff points. What you can enable each of them is to have a personal agent which will take off much of their drudgery. For a lot of this is actually routine paperwork. You don't really need to look at as a human to do it. It's just taking away productive time into doing unproductive things. And you ask any field officer, say for example, in fuel retail, you ask any field officers, they get completely tired of the paperwork which they have to do. 90% of the paperwork can be taken away by your personal agent. But then when you take the process view, one person does a handoff to another person, that person takes it on, then does something, hands it off. In the refineries, we have identified approximately 25 major steps in a digital transformation that we're doing. We're creating agents which are task agents, and then we are creating process agents which will allow those things to go through. Now in 90% of the cases, again, or maybe even more, you will not need human intervention because these are just routine activities. But the agents have the intelligence that wherever they see an exception, they call the human. Even a doubt, it might be still okay, but it's still an element of doubt, and that's how you code those things. Over a period of time, they start learning, and actually the level of human intervention into mundane routine things comes down further, and this becomes a much more efficient process. Now, because there are various kinds of roles involved, there's safety, there's quality, there's others, we're actually getting a lot more institutional specialization built into that. So when the person gets transferred, and often we know in the environment people get transferred, the knowledge doesn't go away. And I think that's one of the biggest benefits that we are seeing, that the agents retain the knowledge, understand your style, and make sure that that combination of institutional knowledge and the preference of the person comes together, not just for that individual task, but for the end-to-end process as well. Now, great to talk about all of that, but there are lots of foundational work which needs to be done. And I think if you have a bad process or a bad data supporting the process, then you'll have bad outcomes, and you won't be able to trust what is coming out. So here are 6 things which we talk about when we say that if you have to industrialize this and make sure that AI is really working for you. The first is having a proper reference architecture. And again, each of these are discussions for another day, but I'm leaving the thought processes with you on what you need to think about. You need to think about the technology reference architecture. So if you are doing agentic in Petronet MHP, don't use just use cases. Of course, you can do use cases individually to just understand how the technology works. But if you have to really industrialize it, you have to have a reference architecture. You have to have the technology elements and make choices over there, whether you want to go into your own data center, whether you want to go to a public cloud, what kind of environment you want to be. There are regulations now which you have to understand. This talks about AI and HPC as 2 different blocks. HPC is high performance computing. There are actually alternatives to that. In fact, Dr. Kalyan Raman, who was there for the ANRF CEO, he was mentioning about an AI doing 10,000 times faster than high-performance computing. High-performance computing is using a lot of GPUs and brute force to actually solve a problem. AI is a probabilistic solution of the problem and actually uses a lot less computing power. So what's your approach to technology is important. Data architecture and storage, and I've had horror stories where you have best digital lighthouses, okay, which have been awarded by the World Economic Forum,
When we start peeling under, we see that there is nothing underneath in terms of organized data. It's a mess in terms of data. Fortunately, in your organization, given that there is a very regimented process, there is going to be possibility of good data, but I'm not sure. Sometimes maybe the records are manual, they need to be digitized. So there's a fair amount of rigor and hard work on getting the data, governing the data, storing the data right. If you want to use external data, for example, satellite data, then that, whether you store it, how do you manage it? I think there are questions to be answered. You're talking about the innovation ecosystem and startups coming in. I think they're a part of this process as well. Getting them in is very, very important. And in the past, public sector or large organizations, I call out public sector, they haven't been good at this one. Because while you are mandating startups, it was almost like a funding, giving some money, let them do what they want to do. Maybe sometimes we can take them in. But in the AI world, actually inducting them de novo into your thinking process is important. There's a digital proficiency in skilling in the organization which is important. To change the way of working. There's a bit of skilling, proficiency, change management which will be involved. Not very hard, but it's still a deliberate effort. And then there is the governance aspects. Making sure that AI is doing what you want it to do rather than just automating it, and then you have a disaster over there, especially on terms of security, safety. How do you manage the value of that? I think there are big impediments of governance. We are seeing surprises, a lot of surprises, that the cost of doing AI has gone haywire, not because the AI itself was expensive, but when you took that thing, a digital key or a cloud key, actually it was just misused and it wasn't governed right. So what should have been in lakhs in cost has become crores, and it shouldn't have been there. But we are seeing practical instances, including in our organization, where you just need better governance in some of these. There is an architecture to build. I talked about the architecture. I don't want to, this is impressive that there is a lot which goes into it for another day, but you need to build it layer by layer. And the AI layer comes right at the top of it. So you have the legacy systems, you have the storage, you have the data management, you have the integration coming in. There are lots of external third-party business applications which you use. On top of that, you have the AI layers coming in, generative AI, agentic AI, the various kinds of agents which you talk about. But finally, you have to remember that this is all about making it easy for the user. And if all of this is becoming technically complex, then nobody will use it. And this was the problem with classical AI. It was meant for PhDs. Okay, they would do in the labs and do whatever. It was not for every day. Modern AI is for everyone. So there is an opportunity. So that's how, even in our applications, if you're doing it for safety or you're looking at pipeline maintenance, you have to see how it becomes absolutely easy for the user to use. And I talked about English. That is one aspect of it. But it is possible to do it. That's how effective this technology is. Last part over there is, the governance, the security and governance part of it, which is super, super important. So that's why it runs through and through. You have to think about it. It was not to give you a lot of detail, but to tell you about how we need to think about AI to make it work for us. I'm going to, there's always a question. I'm going to use the last couple of minutes, 3 minutes to conclude this. There's a lot of money going in AI, and people are asking, is there money going to come out of it? That's why you see hefty valuations, NVIDIA, TSMC, everything going through the roof, or AI, Meta, Google going through the roof, but just one little revenue coming out. And the answer to that is that we don't know, because there is going to be chanciness. But this, the analog to this is the railway revolution which happened across the world, and in Britain, I'm sorry, this seems to be stuck. So in 1840s, when railways came in, okay, there was a massive railway boom across UK, Britain, which was the pioneer in this. And everybody, it was private money, it wasn't government money. Everybody was putting in railway companies. Almost all of them lost money. Okay. Except that the system, the net benefit, of course, was that the system got transformed. It is the way the nation moved and worked, changed. Long distances became closed. everybody could get on a train and go from place A to place B, which wasn't possible earlier. The AI is something similar, that we don't know who will make money. I'm sure somebody will. Lots of people will lose money, but you and I as users can actually use it smartly. Just like the passenger, rather than trying to be the railroad operator, we can be the passenger and actually go places, which wasn't possible earlier. So many things we can do. We can imagine very differently with AI. You can solve very differently with AI. If you do it right, you can trust with AI. You can care with AI. There's safety is a care instance. And you can do a lot of future things which would not be possible without AI with AI. Now, one thing, just to bring an example to that, is that we think that the data centers are going to be a massive problem because they're going to consume a lot of energy and they're going to put pressure on the grid because of the AI boom which is driving the data center boom. But flip it, and we are seeing the other side of it as well. So that AI is actually helping create the net zero economy which you are working towards. So while it consumes energy for every kind of application in our industry, it is allowing you to get towards your net zero journey which you have embarked on. So that's where we are. I think that's my last. Yes, it is indeed. It is a great opportunity to completely transform the way we work, what we do. You are given the centrality of networks and pipelines, just like the railroads we talked about. There's a great opportunity for us to use AI to create a transformational revolution in our segment. And I compliment you for holding this, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you so much. Anish sir, request you to please stay back on stage, and I request Ms. Sai Siddhamai to please come forward and honor Anish sir for such a brilliant insight. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we do that? Thank you so much. And now, before we move on to the next bit, ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you to stand up. Come on, come on, a little bit of hard work. Come on, come on, stand up, stand up. Okay, I see how everybody's standing up. Put your mobile phones down and everything down. Show me if your hands are empty. Show me if your hands are empty, 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 empty. And now, I want you to put your hands out exactly like the way I am putting. So the other hand should be able to touch. So somebody else's hand should be able to touch. Put your hands out, both your hands, both your hands, both your hands out, both your hands out, both your hands out. Are you able to find a hand next to you? Yes, no, maybe. Yes, 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 no, maybe. Gentlemen, you can move a little this side, a little this side, a little this side, a little this side. Come out. Sir, not like this, like this. Come on. Everybody has a hand. Just try and hold that hand together. Try and hold that hand together. Try and hold that hand together. A little, a little, sir, a little more. Okay. On the count of one, before I let all of you go, we are an industry coming together. I want you to hold the hands, and on the count of one, I want all of you to put the hands up and make the loudest noise, okay? Wait, that's not a trial, wait. Okay? Hold hands, hold hands. Everybody has a hand? Everybody has a hand to hold? All right? On the count of one, put your hands out and make the loudest noise possible. All right? On the count of one, in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it one more. I know you guys are hungry now. I'll send you for tea, coffee after this. 3. Let this be the loudest. Hold the hands tighter. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Thank you so much. Give yourself a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I made all of you stand not to do this, but to send you on a break. Let's all quickly go on a high tea break and come back in 10 minutes from now. Thank you. I'll see all of you right back in 10 minutes from now. Energize yourself for tea and coffee, and please come back in 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonti terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor.
Check one, check. Mic test, check one, check.
Stream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security.
sound check. Requesting all of you to now settle down so that we can begin on time. Requesting all of you now be seated. We are already running about 8 minutes late on the schedule. So requesting all of you to please bring yourself inside and be seated.
India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru.
Requesting all of you to please bring yourself inside.
To move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation logistics with the first
All right, so one last time requesting all of you to please be seated. Well, I hope all of you are energized after that nice cup of coffee and tea. And now, let me go ahead and take this honor to begin our session number 2. From here, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go ahead and inform all of you that every session is going to have a quick, small Q&A round, where we're going to take about 2 to 3 questions, so requesting the presenters to please be ready. Now, with all the honor, I'd like to go ahead and introduce you to the topic of session 2, corporate digitalization, a strategic imperatives. Ladies and gentlemen, as the organization navigates an increasingly digital and interconnected world, corporate digitalization has shifted from being an advantage to becoming the strategic segment. It reshapes how business operates, enhance the decision making, strengthen efficiency, and build resilience of the future. The energy and the pipeline sectors too are witnessing this transformation where building projects digitally are redefined operational intelligence, safety, and overall performance. With this perspective, I now go ahead and take this honor to invite our next session. Please put your hands together. It's my privilege to invite on stage Mr. Rahul. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Head of Digital Projects, ONGC, to lead the importance and looking forward to this session.
All right, I can still say good morning. Good morning, everyone, respected dignitaries, director, sir, and everyone, my colleagues from industry leaders, a warm welcome. So I'd like to quickly introduce myself for maybe 15 seconds. So I'm Rahul Kargaria. I am the head digital for ONGC. I have around 2 decades of industry experience in digital transformation overall across the globe, predominantly in North America and Europe. I've worked. And by the way, I joined ONGC last year. It's been hardly 8 months to me. So I'm a little nervous when I see people who are into the industry for so long and talking about pipelines. And I'm still learning. I'm still learning. So I like about the pipelines, about gas, oil and gas. So I'm trying my best, and I will try to see how I can do some justice to it. So I think the previous session that we had, I think I would like to thank Mr. Anis. You have made my life a little easy with the whole AI conversation that you had with everyone. So I'd like to, I have just hardly 6 to 7 slides together, and I will try to be very quick. I know we have to be restricted to time as well, but what I want to do is, like, after 15 minutes or 20 minutes of the session, I want everyone in this room to take away something out of it. I know AI is going on. It's a huge buzzword at this moment. And I think this conference cannot come in a better time when we have this AI summit going on. I was there in Delhi in the summit, and then we have AWS Symposium was there, and today I'm here. So I think this cannot be a better time to talk about AI, talk about transformations and stuff, right? So I'll just quickly move on. So the topic that goes is corporate digitalization and a strategic imperative, right? So first I'd like to cover, like, what is corporate digitalization we talk about, and then maybe we'll talk about why it is so strategic imperative at this moment. Then we'll see why digitalization typically fail at this moment. I mean, when I say fail, it's a big word, but then we are not there yet. So we're trying to see how we can do better, and we have certain things to cover up. And then we'll see how we can do better eventually, right? So if you see, the corporate digitalization is no more a buzzword, right? So what we are observing is in the industry right now is, like, if you do not go with digitalization at this moment, being in any industry, I will definitely come to energy sector as well. That's the core of it. But that is inevitable. As sir has also mentioned, the change, right? The change is inevitable. We have to go with this change, and if we don't do it, someone else will, right? So we have to ensure that we are moving from doing digital to being digital, right? And then embedding the technology at the core strategy, culture, and operations. I will dip down, I will double click on them a little bit eventually, but I'm also trying to see what is the corporate digitalization eventually means is, like, automating and optimizing the business processes. Now we have so many processes that we have in place. And if I talk typically about the energy sector, if you talk about PMHBL or talk about ONGC, where I'm working right now, it's like that the processes are there, which is going on. It's a physical company, right? You talk about HPCL, you talk about IOCL, you talk about ONGC. There is physical company. So that means even I don't put AI into my pipeline, even I don't put AI to my rigs, the oil will still try to come, it still be coming up, right? So there's no second thought that there is the physical company. But if we do the digitalization on these processes, automate it, and try to get a better efficient workforce, then we can definitely be more efficient, and the efficacy of the entire process will go far, right? Now, using data as a strategic asset, not just reports. Now, I think I've seen, Anis was talking in one of the terms about the data, in one of the area where we are seeing the data. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the data part of it. The data is the heart of any of the things that we're doing in digital transformation or in the AI sector, right? If we have garbage in, we have garbage out. We have heard it everywhere. Now, that's where in ONGC at this moment, what we're trying to do, we're trying to set up an enterprise data platform, which is basically trying to get the data across all the siloed systems, the assets, the basins from onshore, the offshore, and we're trying to see how we can get it to a common data platform with the ecosystem, so that anything that we want to do in terms of analytics, in terms of AI use cases that we want to build on top of it, we can do it. So that's the layer that we talked about. I think we have seen there are certain layers that we need to work on. So that's the data layer that we want to talk about. Building seamless user-centric experiences. I think that's, again, I would like to cover, as I said in the previous session you have heard, if you're creating certain tool and the user is not very convenient or trying to, it's getting a lag into it, then you will not be able to make use of it in the organization. So you have to make it more easy for the user to get it worked through, right? So I will double down on them also. Now, let's just move on. Now, why it is imperative at this moment? Why it is imperative at this moment is, like, the change expectations. So if you'll see, I've mentioned digital lag and lost loyalty. So let me give an example of it, right? So we are into today's time. We talked about Flipkarts, Blinkits, Zeptos of the world. We are into a civilization right now where we do not have patience Even if we order something for within 10 minutes, we still keep on scrolling our phone and see whether the item has been delivered or not. That's kind of impatient that we are talking in here. Now, you are giving a certain tool or a application to a user in our industry, talking about energy industry, and it is not really readily usable, and people are getting some lags. You are just losing the loyalty. An example here, but the traditional, non-traditional competition is something. Earlier we have this like our industry is there for 60, 70 years or like 6, 7 decades, right? Now, we cannot say that a company who started 6 months before as a startup is not efficient than us. That is a disruption that we're talking. So somebody who is like having Anthropic, having 2,100 employees, is going to build much more revenue overall as compared to many big industries. So that's the kind of competition we're looking at in the disruption area, right? And the data-driven decisions, so that's what I have also mentioned earlier, right? If the data is not quality data, if they're not in good structured format, if the architecture that we are trying to work on it is not great, then the decisions which we are going to work out is not going to work out well. Like we are doing a lot of analysis with the data right now in terms of exploration, in terms of pipeline, in terms of renewables, which we are working on. But if the data that we are going to analyze on is not quality data, then it's going to be a challenge. Operational resilience, yes. The disruption faster than legacy setups that I already covered. Enhance efficiency. So automation and AI cut manual effort. Cost and error rates dramatically. So I will take it with a pinch of salt, where I will say the moment we are talking about AI, it's definitely a buzzword, but we have to ensure the kind of output that we are getting using an AI on any of the use case, how are we going to validate it? And what is the compliance to it? Because we are working in this sector where the data is very, crucial. It's like the compliance is very important. So how are we going to ensure that we have certain, compliance in place? Now, digital monitoring and predictive tools. Digital monitoring and predictive tools reduce incidents and downtime for pipelines and sites. For example, they're very crucial. Like along with the efficiency, we also have to ensure that how we can be more safe, how we can be more safer in work. Like we want to ensure that whether the people who are working on it are well equipped, whether they are using the proper kits. So everything and anything can be measured through AI use cases in today's world. Now, these are the common challenges and barriers. So before we want to solve any problem in digital transformation area or anything that we want to look up to, we have to ensure that there are common challenges, that legacy systems and data silos. Typically so I have worked mostly in the industry, which is non-oil and gas, but then what I have observed in last 1 year with oil and gas, that you have grown exponentially in multiple directions. So data is in the different data centers that we have right now. So what we're trying to see, like how we can, break those data silos and get them all together to make sure there's a seamless integration that we can have, right? Cultural resistance to change, that's exactly where the change management comes into play. I know this is a very generic word that people, all of us use, like change management is important, but then how the people and process inertia can outlast. That's going to be the key. That's exactly where the leadership has to make sure that we are in a position where the cultural change can be accepted in a staggered manner, right? Skill gaps and talent shortage. Now, that's a key aspect. Now there are a lot of things going around, like what about the jobs? I think people sitting in this room might not have to worry. I can get it. But in the IT sector, in the private sector, there's a lot of buzz, like what will happen to the jobs? The people who are doing the work for months and months, they're getting done in few minutes. I think we have heard some of the statistics also, like so many months of work can be done in 18 minutes, 20 minutes, and that's actually the reality. So jobs are not going to go. That's what I believe. Jobs are not going to go. There will be different kind of jobs that will be generated, right? There's a speculation, and the statistics say that globally, in next couple of years, 90 million jobs will go away. However, there's also a prediction that 130 million jobs will be created. So that means you have to make sure you are equipped with AI. You understand how the models are being created, and people who are making models know better, right? And data quality governance, I talked about highly, and cybersecurity also I don't want to cover again. Now, what are the major challenges? I think a lot of leaders are sitting out here. So I'd like to see like what are the innovation gap that comes into, right? So no time to assess. Now, somebody's coming to a leader for any organization where they're saying, so we have to transform. These are the use cases that we want to do. I think I'd like to reiterate what you have heard in the previous session also, that we cannot go use case by use case into this time. We have to understand that there is a layout, blueprint, and the architecture being laid for every industry. And based on the architecture, we call it Mendelian architecture, where we have our different layers of data. So we need to ensure that we do the right thing, and the leaders have to take the lead on it to ensure that we are not talking only on the use case level. If you have to transform digitally the entire sources, right? So we all know that there are so many technologies, but we have to ensure that we take the right step. Now, overwhelmed with choice, like today, how many models we're talking about? How many tools we have in the market? You just go to market, I was using Claude. I was like astonished by the way Claude is responding in last couple of weeks, I would say, right? So my team in ONGC are becoming the serious coder just with the Claude, right? Who have absolutely no knowledge about coding or programming, but they are now developing applications in hours, in days, right? But yes, we have to take it with a pinch of salt, as I always say. There need to be proper testing. The traditional way of doing in terms of how we do the requirement gathering, how we do the development, how we do testing, how we do UAT, how we get it deployed. So that thing still has to follow, but the only thing that can get help is that make it very faster, right? No specific data, so lacking business case evidence makes hard to justify transformation, that's fine. No hands-on strategy. So as of now, what I observe, like many organizations who are trying to make a transformation do not have the in-hand strategy. So they are trying to go all over places, like, okay, somebody has said this tool is good, somebody has said that can work better, so we go all over places. But then we have to take a step back and see what works for me. There are multiple choices, but then what works better for me, and what is the hands-on strategy that we need to have with our team members to proceed further, right? And ignoring people, yes. So there are a lot of layoffs and stuff that's happening, globally. But then technology deployment fails without addressing adoption, training, and culture. So you need to make sure that you equip your people, train your people to certain desirable way that they can work through AI and make their life easy and organization's life easy, right? Now these are the core pillars of corporate digitalization, right? So it will be a little technical into it. So we talk about technology modernization. So now everybody talks about cloud, right? We have the big hyperscalers, and then how we are doing that. If anybody will talk today, they will say, I will get an API and get the data in. So that's when you say it's very easy. But then how you work through it, it's not still a piece of cake in here. Now cybersecurity is there, automation, AI, ML. We talked about it, but these are definitely going to help us to work on the transformation. So we need to understand them first, how it works, because there's also a statistics that has come up. People who are talking about AI, 70% of them does not even know what AI does. I think all of you can ask yourself also. We are talking about AIs, but 70% of the people do not know what AI does and how it can be done. Yes, we know AI, right? When you go to the boardrooms, when you sit in there, then we talk, then we boil down to use case, right? So we have to be a little bit, we have to keep a check on that. Now, process transformation. So we talked about, I know I was involved with Sudhir sir and the team on a program, which I don't want to steal the thunder. I know there's something coming up really big. So I've been some sort of consulting work that I've been doing with Petronet, and they're coming really great. And in ONGC, we are working on a project called Digitalization of Organization Transformation. So which is basically trying to have that organized enterprise level transformation, which talks about logistics, rings, and reservoir management. So everything we are trying to do it as a part of this particular team, right? People and culture, so it will be more of a iterative. So digital skills and agile mindset is important, and continuous learning, which I've already talked earlier. Data governance, again, it's going to be the single source of truth, quality, and compliance. So that's why I was talking, like, if you have the data, quality data in one place, and that can be used by each and every use case in your industry so that they don't work on silos, that's where the work is going to happen. And that's why it's going to give some ROI or the value to the company, right? Now the user experience. So we talked about frictionless, omni-channel, personalized journey. It's about you have to go get along with your team, along with your digital workforce to work through it, so that there's a seamless integration between the people, the culture, and also the technology. Right? So I think I don't want to cover too much into detail into it. You can see the slide from here. So we are talking about digital vision, where pipeline, exploration, production enables, we have mentioned. Now integrated operations, real-time monitoring, predictive maintenance, and data-driven discovery. These are very much aligned to the energy sector, where we are trying to see like you can predict some failures that can come up in future. That is definitely going to be a huge use case for pipeline and energy sector. And then real-time monitoring is definitely the key, where we are trying to get the data immediately. And then data-driven discovery, yes. So if you have the correct data, you can definitely predict the maintenance much early. And I think this is the last slide that I have, which is about the digital future. So I think whatever I predominantly covered is typically going to be part of it. It's just that you can have a look at the slide where it's talked about operational excellence, sustainability, future-ready PSU, and energy security. We are talking about it all over places, but it's all about how we are going to implement it. Because talking on a presentation, on a board, is much easier, but when you come to execution, the implementation, that is where we need to ground it on. And that's all I would say. So the future outlook is very clear. We are talking about clean energy that we are going to have. And we are going to be sustaining to long. I think we have the vision of 2047 for India. So I think we all are driving towards that, but at the same time, we have to ensure that the sovereignty of data, the governance, the people, the process, the technology, everything plays a huge role in the transformation journey. Yep, thank you. That's my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rahul. Give him a huge round of applause, everyone. While I have you on stage, I quickly open the forum for 2 questions. Any questions from the audience? Please put your hand up. I will walk there with the mic. Any questions? All right, looks like nobody has any questions. All right, one here.
Sir has a question.
You have any clue about how your competitors, ONGC's competitors, are leveraging digitalization in their own spheres? For example, let us say Reliance.
Sorry, could you come again? So only from India you are talking?
Maybe from India or across the ecosystem.
Yes.
Elsewhere.
Yes. So we have been talking to all the leaders, in this sector. So, if you talk to global leaders, we talked to Shell, Chevron, ADNOC. And also we are talking to BP and other companies in India, where they're trying to see how they are leveraging it. But I think it's like I would answer in 2 different ways. One is, one way we are saying that we are early bird within the national geography, where we are trying to adopt certain things very fast. But at the same time, I will also say that if you talk globally, we are still the laggers. So we are still trying to catch up on that and trying to see how fast we can adopt it. But the best part is now, if we started off, we can exponentially grow with the existing technology and the tools that are available right now. It's not like 10 years back when we had. It would take a traditional way of development, but now it is going to be very fast because of the tools and technologies available. Yes. 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 Yes, so that's definitely a challenge. So again, as I said, I have worked outside before when this is, so I'll keep that perspective first. There, the change is pretty fast. And in our industry currently, what I observed is like it is definitely a little slow. So we are trying to educate people. We are having regular conferences and regular connects with the team, because until they are used to what they're going to get, they will not be able to adapt it. So for example, if you say SAP, like 20 years back when SAP was getting, so there are a lot of resistance into it, right, in the energy sector. But then when there's a top-down approach and see that tomorrow onwards, you have to work on SAP. And I mean, these are a little bit harsh realities that we have to do. Now tomorrow, if I have an application in place which has to be enrolled and that is launched, we have to ensure from top down, which is typically in our energy sector that works, that from next week onwards, we are going to use our asset development board process through this application only. And then we have to make sure that we are training them well in advance. So now we are having regular connects with the entire teams who are going to get involved, the stakeholders. And while doing the implementation also, there's a lot of implementation happening right now in-house, we are ensuring the stakeholders are part of it, so that they don't get surprises at the last minute that, oh, this is something that I won't be able to work on it. Because I've been working on a system for the last 20 years and that works good for me. Now talking about techno-economics. It's a very complicated system in ONGC. So, but we are trying to come up with a digital transformation with an application where it can be done faster, and we are taking them along with the journey, explaining them how it is going to benefit you. So that's all.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Mr. Rahul. Mr. Rahul, please stay back on stage. I request Shri Alunjyoti sir to please come forward and go ahead and honor Mr. Rahul. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for coming and gracing our event today. It is indeed an honor to have you here with us. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after such an insightful session, it's time for us to go ahead and continue exploring the transformative shift towards the digital excellence. Now, we are all set to go ahead and begin with our session 3, curtain raiser of PMHBL Corporate Digitalization Program and Key Features. This will provide the first glimpse into the vision, structure and key features of CDP, highlighting how it is all set to transform workflow, strengthen monitoring, enhance safety, and elevate the overall excellence. To lead this important session, please put your hands together as I go ahead and invite on stage Shri Alunjyoti. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, CISO at PMHBL, and Shri Shubhajit Acharji. Can we have a huge round of applause for both of them as they take over, Business Development Manager at Ms. Lumbini Elite Solutions.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for providing us this opportunity to showcase one of the key important works that we have done this year. So we want to show you the first glimpse of our corporate digitalization portal that we have developed in-house, partnering with, where ONGC was our consultant who helped us in developing this portal, and ISC was also a part of it and partnered with Lumini Allied Solutions. And we have developed the solution where we have taken all the departments in our organizations, pulled it up together. We have taken all the IT and OT infrastructures like the SCADA, the PIDS, and we try to pull it all together and bring it into a common portal to showcase or make it easy for a control room officer to work from his control rooms. So with this, I would like to pass on my this to Mr. Shubhajit, who will be sharing you the key features of this portal that we have developed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shubhajit. I am representing Lumbini Allied Solutions and currently looking into the CDP project of PMHBL. So I just want to start with an honest question. Like, I have interacted with a lot of engineers here because that's what my job is, to understand the business process. So I just wanted to ask an honest question. How many of you at some point did something at work that you knew deep down could be done better? Maybe you filled in something by hand that should have been automatic. Maybe you called someone to find out something that should have been on a screen. Maybe you waited for an approval, for a status, or for a piece of information that should have reached you in seconds. Maybe a lot of engineers might have faced that issue while they were continuing their work, but not anymore. The screen behind me, which you are seeing currently, is going to be the nervous system of PMHBL. And it is a promise, and it is a promise we have made to build how the future of PMHBL is going to look like. So PMHBL operates a 362 kilometer of pipeline, every meter of it being watched constantly by sensors, by systems, by our people. SCADA reading every pressure point, LDS listening for every anomaly, PIDS watching every zone. But here is what we never had until today. A single place where all that comes together, where the physical world of our pipeline and the digital world of our decisions speak the same language. For the first time, our operational technology and information technology are going to get connected. A signal from the field reaches a dashboard in real time. An anomaly in the pipeline reaches the right line walker instantly. A status that used to require a phone call is now going to be on your screen. This is not integration for the sake of it. This is the nervous system of PMHBL. Next is intelligence built in. So now I want to talk about something that excites me personally, because connecting system is one thing, but making them think is something else entirely. The platform we are launching today doesn't just show you data, it learns from it. When an anomaly is detected, our system flags it, an engineer looks at it, validates it, and that validation, that human judgment, feeds back into the ML model. Over time, the model gets smarter, the false alarm reduces, the real alert gets sharper. Think about what that means. A system that learns from our own engineers, our own line workers, and then protects them. And it goes further. Search for any SOP, any incident report, any compliance document, a plain language, the way you would ask your colleague, not a keyword, not a file path, just a question, and you get an answer. All of this runs on our own infrastructure, so our data never leaves us. It is fully auditable. It is intelligence built in, not bolted on. Let me tell you about a 6 a.m. at one of our stations. Let us assume it's a Devangonti station. A shift engineer walks in. He has 8 hours of information to absorb. Fast, because his team is waiting. The pipeline doesn't pause for handovers. Today, that handover will take 2 minutes. Everything from the previous shift is structured, complete, signed. He reads it, he acknowledges it, he signs it digitally, and he gets to work with complete confidence that nothing was missed. No paper, no illegible entries, no, I think the previous shift mentioned something about this. And what he works, the status of the entire pipeline is with him. Live readings, active alerts, every system visible on one screen. If something changes, he knows before it becomes a problem. And when his shifts end, he hands over the same way, clean, complete, digital every time. Not anymore. So for 15 years, our shift in charge have started every morning picking up a paper logbook. Even when I started this particular project, when I saw the logbooks, even I was completely overwhelmed. So I want to step back from technology for a moment, because this slide, this is the one that matters most to me. Every workflow we are digitalizing, someone in the organization has been doing it the hard way, every single day. The finance team, we have Chandan sir, we have Ram Krishna sir. They are chasing invoices, purchase orders, statuses across email chains. The HR officer, we have Sachin sir, manually maintaining training records in spreadsheets. The safety officer who raised an incident on a Sunday and had to trust someone would act on it on Monday. The legal team tracking court hearing dates on a wall calendar. These people are not inefficient. They have simply never been given tools good enough for the work they do. Every department's finance, HR, safety, governance, legal, compliance gets their transformation through CDP. Not all at once, but all eventually. And when it arrives, each one of them will have that moment. The moment they sit down to do something they have done 100 times, and it just takes 30 seconds instead of 30 minutes. That moment multiplied across every person, every department, every station, every single day. That is the transformation we are building. So we started the journey with a simple belief that the people of PMHBL deserves tools as good as the work they do. Today, a few modules go live, real workflows, real people, our stations from Mangalore to Devangonti running digitally for the first time. And in the months that follow, one by one, department by department, all 35 modules come online until every workflow is digital, every decision is informed, every person has what they need when they need it. This is not a technology project. This is PMHBL deciding who it wants to be. And today, we begin with this. Thank you very much. We have a short video. We would just like to play it. Thank you very much.
I think this is the loudest cheer that I've heard today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, taking this time to go ahead and honor our speaker, I request Mr. Uday Pai to please come forward on stage to go ahead and honor. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Requesting our board speakers, Shri Alan Jyoti and Shri Shubhajit Acharji, to please come forward on stage. We'd love to honor you. Please put your hands together as we go ahead and honor them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to give us about 30 seconds as we set up the stage for our very first panel this afternoon. Lights off. Let us go ahead and begin the very first panel for the day, where we are all set to go ahead and get ready. Emerging technologies in pipeline transportation, innovation, automation, and future ready. Well, we all know we are all shaping the future. To ignite our thinking at this very theme, please put your hands together as I go ahead and welcome the chair for this session. Please put your hands together as I go ahead and welcome on stage Mr. Anish Day. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Global Head for Energy and Natural Resources and Chemical, KPMG International. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And now, introducing you to our esteemed panelists for this, I request Professor Ambedkar, IISc, to please join us. Can we have a huge round of applause as the professor walks in from there? Please put your hands together the loudest. And now moving forward and inviting on stage, Shri C.V. Malinath, sir, to please join us. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? CGM Digital Initiative, HPCL. And last but not the least, Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, co-founder and director of Lumbini, to please join us. Can we have a huge round of applause? Requesting our panelists to please sit exactly where your pictures are so that the audience could correlate. With that, we look forward to an insightful and thought-provoking discussions from our panel there. With that, over to our moderator.
Thank you, and thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. This was supposed to start in the forenoon, and we are in the afternoon. I can see that I have the time monitor right in front of me. So if you allow us 30 minutes, I'm going to assure that this is going to be a very, very engaging conversation because of a couple of reasons. One is that how to make this real, I think we have 3 people who have been working from their corners to make technology really work. So we'll get the practical perspectives. And most importantly, I think this is at such a crucial time that this words of wisdom can really help us individually to take forward in our own journeys. Mind you, we are all on our personal journeys along with the organizational journey when we are doing all of this. I have had the opportunity to know Mali, as we call him. Everybody calls him, not just me, for more than a decade now. It's been a very, very enriching association always. I'm very pleased that we have Professor Ambedkar and Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, whom I have had the opportunity to only meet today. But I'm totally in awe for various reasons. Professor Ambedkar, I'm here because I couldn't be what you do. That's the I hold people like you in absolute awe who make science happen. And then Rajiv Ranjan, he is a co-founder and at Lumbini Elite Group, whose work you heard about. And I'm always in awe of entrepreneurs who take the risk. And I was telling him over tea that it's a great thing that people take the entrepreneurial risks. It's very hard. The technology sometimes becomes easier than closing the order and delivering and then getting the money out, isn't it? So it's in some sense, it's about us getting the right value from technology at our own levels. I'm going to start with Mali, who has been actually the helm of technology implementation at HPCL in the marketing division. And my first question to you is that, how has this changed in the period where you have seen, and you've been in that role for about 4 years when you saw that change happening? How has it between when you took on that role on implementing digital transformation versus where it is today? How has approaches changed? How has the technology changed?
Thank you, Anish, and good morning to all of you. Good morning to my co-panelists. And I apologize for this bad throat that I have. Okay, in this last 2-3 years, Anish is kind enough to actually talk. After seeing this, first I want to congratulate PMHBL. Nice CDP they had.
Pull the mic up a little.
Yeah, nice CDP movie they have shown here, and congratulations for that initiative. And just as we saw in this initiative, technology has now changed. Earlier it was more about organizing data, getting a single source of truth. Then people said we want to predict. They said not predict, that we want to actually see any trends are there. Now AI has come, and whether it is alarms in pipeline that we talked, or in refinery, or anywhere, it is actually telling people what we need to do. That is the level of technology that is coming, which they are calling as agentic AIs that get deployed. And the bots need to talk to each other. I have not seen this phase of bots talking to each other. We used to talk with APIs. APIs used to exchange between different portals and applications data. Now is the time for bots to talk, and bots are exchanging. I have not seen that, but still agentic AIs are a reality. LLM models have given way. This is what I'm seeing in the transformation. So users want at the click of a button what heuristically they were looking, what they want to know at the tip of a button, they want to just have it on the screen. This is what is the expectation from the user. Technology says that we can provide the technology. Owners say that you can do all this, but there is a budget constraint. So they ask about ROI. So between these three players, the game is there, that there is an owner or a corporate which says, give me money, value for money. There is a person who says, give me UI, UX, and I want everything at the tip of a button. And technology people, providers who say that everything is possible. And so this is where we are.
Yeah, but it's been a progression, right?
It's been a wonderful progression. Oh. And the art of possible 4 years back that we talked is actually not art of possible, it is feasible. Yeah. It is from possibility we are actually experiencing it. It will take a while. It will take slightly more while where these algorithms will start perfecting themselves. And people who don't know computer science are actually looking at screens, asking Google and writing some codes. Codes are coming and they are doing it. You have other flip side of this is there, that you don't have organized library data, you have cyber security risks and other things. But the fun side of it and aggregation of things are happening. This is a good thing about technology.
Fantastic. So from you, I go to Professor Ambedkar. The question to you would be that, what's the most exciting part of things that is happening in the labs? Okay, now in our industry, how do we bring it to our industry, which is an asset-heavy industry? Lots of use cases, but it's not like the financial services industry. It's not a Zomato or a Blinkit. It's a very, very critical asset-heavy industry. How do we bring the innovation from the labs to our industry?
So when it comes to research in AI and machine learning, one of the things that we look at is that how do you handle the risk, right? So many people do not realize that, like any other technologies, AI has, the machine learning, the way we do, has intrinsic limitations. Not many people do not understand. And in research, we try to establish those things, okay? So I teach a large class of machine learning. I keep telling my students that, it is easy to appreciate a WhatsApp message that shows that how Princess Diana would have looked like in her old age, right? There's no risk involved. You just get an instant gratification and all those things. But the research problems and the challenges comes when you work in these critical technologies, right? Like where you cannot make, afford to make some mistakes, right? So that is where our research lies in. So we do theoretical work, like, we use extensive mathematics to establish that our algorithms are reasonably good. And like any engineering subjects, we want to quantify our risk, right? So that we wanted to bring in to the industry, like particularly when it comes to healthcare or, any critical field like aviation and this kind of technologies, right? So where you cannot make effort and you want to understand before you deploying, what we do. So at Indian Institute of Science, we have a very strong collaboration between the industry and the academia, right? Like where we have centers where we execute many projects, with the companies. And it's a two-way thing. Like while industry is, getting their problems solved, and they also give us new directions for us to work on, right? Like, that is the very great potential, for academic institutions and industry to,
Has the collaboration increased in recent times?
Yes, right. Like, we do many projects and we have different kinds of engagements and, but I was just checking with one of my colleagues who works in this industry, academia, this collaboration at IISc, just before I came here, unfortunately not with the old economy, like, this kind of ONGC and all this, they're slightly reducing now. So, but we have a lot of engagement with the new economy, but this is what is the situation.
I think somewhere in the new economy, the business models are built on AI, whereas in our case, it's an enabler. The old economy is an enabler, whereas in many of these new economy things, Blinkit being an example, the whole thing wouldn't have been possible if AI had not been there. So there is a distinction there. But I love the point which you make about quantifying risks.
because ours is a high-risk industry. In fact, pipelines are all, in some sense, in a figurative sense, bombs running under our this thing, right? If something goes wrong, there's a high risk. And if we are giving some things to technology and AI to run, then we need to, there's always a risk. Just like there's fewer risks with humans, but we need to quantify the risk, because it's just like flying a plane, that you're much more comfortable with a pilot, though he runs most of the times on autopilot, but you still want a pilot there. So ours is a similar thing, that because it is so risky, you want to quantify the risk, and I think it's a great point. This is a learning I'm taking away from today, because if we are able to quantify the risk, I think a lot of our people will become comfortable with decision making using technology. I'm going to come to you, Rajiv, there to talk about SAP and data. The reason I brought about, because the data has been mentioned in all the discussions, and while in the exuberance of AI, we sometimes forget those bedrock requirements. A lot of the data also comes from our enterprise systems, especially SAP. I don't know whether PMHBL is on SAP. They're on SAP, okay. And this is a public cloud or dedicated S4 installation?
Here we have the private cloud, I guess.
Private cloud environment, okay. So anyway, so the whole point is that's the bedrock.
Correct.
Okay. How does one leverage that bedrock, okay, to extend it to other applications?
Fine. So when, my experience last 25 years, I'm working in SAP. And last 10 plus years, I'm working in IoT and I can say operation world. IT and OT, these two worlds were always working separately, but I think there are convergence happening. IT world and OT world are merging, and a lot of places, see, when we talk about this pipeline industry, here, as you know, this is primarily an operational technology work, but when it comes to institutionalization of activities, here we have a lot of activities which are happening in the boardrooms. Here we are preparing the contracts. Here we have scenarios related to orders, order to cash, finance and controlling. We have inventory management. We have procurement. We have purchase. So see, if you see, a lot of activities are not only happening in the field, but also happening in the office. And there is very important that these two worlds work together. See, SAP is primarily an ERP, and all such activities related to, I will say, asset management, project systems. So we are in pipeline, we have multiple projects, the ongoing project maintenance or the new project commissioning. There also we have the project systems in place. We need to do the proper management of the inventory. We need to do the purchase of raw materials. So all such things cannot be done through operation technology. We need to have a full-fledged ERP systems, and these ERP systems make the whole thing simple. Because, if we all these different departments work separately, it will not make sense. They always need to have all work together. And that's the place where our ERP systems play a very vital role.
So just to stretch that, I think everybody will appreciate that the ERP system plays a very vital role. But in the world of AI, SAP doesn't want you to touch the core of the system. They want to keep the core clean.
Correct.
How does one go about bringing AI innovation with SAP at the core?
Absolutely. So see, most of the people see SAP just as a application or ERP system. But I see SAP not just ERP, but much beyond that. See, beneath S/4HANA, the ERP system, there is a very robust, very scalable platform called BTP. Today we call it BTP. Earlier it was called NetWeaver. I remember in 2003 when I was part of SAP Labs. At that point of time, this NetWeaver platform was proposed. At that time, it was relatively new to the industry. I was asking why we need a platform. But today when I see this is a very, very strategic decision to have a platform to make everything very simplified, very connected, and leverage the maximum of each and every aspect which is required for an enterprise. Take an example that we need to have integrations. Now, here only in case of Petronet, we have the SCADA systems, we have the IoT-based sensors, and we have different substations, we have the control rooms. Each of these systems are also providing the data and finally sending the data to a boardroom, for example. Now, this has to be integrated. So we need an ERP platform or integration platform. And so SAP has come up with an integration suite. Similarly, you take an analytics solution. Now, SAP has come up with a business data cloud. Or SAP has also come up with intelligent asset management solutions. So these systems helps in providing the more and more intelligence on top of the data. See, this data may be your data which is coming from your transactional applications or it coming from your operational system. But end of the day, we have the data. This data need to give some message to the boardroom, some help in making a decision making. And that's the place where we can play, I can leverage the platform of SAP. The BTP is the new platform, business technology platform. Here in this platform, we have the AI, we have the workflow, we have the automation, we have the robotic process automations. We have a tremendous, I can say, sub-areas on this platform which can make any corporate organization leverage this platform and do anything and everything which they need to do to automate their processes.
Yeah, and the reason I brought that up was that I think a lot of the organizations have become very comfortable with SAP as an infrastructure.
Correct.
But
Correct.
they are not yet using the BDC or the BTP as the accelerators. So I think there is a great opportunity to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
I'll give you an example. Like I remember one of the customer here in Bangalore only. They are in the automotive segment, and they had, of course, they have SAP, but they have dealers all across. Now, for those dealers, SAP had not made any product which can be straight away used there. So we, as a team, we went over there and said, we will build a complete dealer management system for you on SAP platform. So what happened? The SAP, the end of the day, we are paying for BTP. Knowingly or unknowingly, any customer who is using SAP, they are paying for BTP, but they are not using BTP to the maximum extent. And I see that you don't have to have really a dependency on that. You can always go and make n number of custom applications on this platform and even connect these custom applications with your standard applications, the standard applications related to what SAP is bringing on table.
Yeah, perfect. You know, that's what I wanted the audience to know, that there's more than a passing entry in a system of records which becomes SAP to actually bring innovation on SAP. I'm going to come to you, Maligan, and ask you about how comfortable you have been on IT-OT integration, especially from a security aspect. Because the reason why there was an air gap between OT systems and IT systems was because there's always the risk of exposure. And our OT systems are not secure in the sense that they're in isolation, they are fine, but the moment you expose them, they don't have really the defenses which our IT systems have. So your experiences on how you have been looking at it and how we can take it forward.
Automation and OT systems since more than 20 years, 2 decades we were doing. And there is a need for all these OT systems to have a central visibility layer. You take retail outlets, we had automation 2 decades back, 97 onwards we had. Terminals we have, pipeline we have. All these OT systems are siloed. They have access control at local level, they protect the data there, and they are more reactive in nature. They tell you what is happening. Today's world, like he's told about platform, today is all about platform business. BTP is one SAP product, but most organizations have visibility, then they do advanced analytics on top of the platform. So you need to get the OT data into the IT. So IT-OT convergence, according to me, happened not now. 2-3 years back onward, it started happening. What needs is to segregate both the layers, IT-OT, from security perspective. So you have access control. You can have, like in our company, we go through VPN and other places. So you need to have separate access. You need to have multi-factor authentications and other things so that you keep both the systems separately. Now the SIEM has come. One is SIM and one is SAM. AI on top of this platform and analytics is helping us to see event logs and whatever the occurrence is happening, if there is any pattern. For example, if in a particular bay example I will tell is, in OT system, I have a bay example to just make it instead of theoretical. In our terminals, we have about 8 or 9 bays. In bay number 9 or 11, always the meter reading is going excess, 10 liter, 20 liter, end of the day it is 100 liter per day. Now if that pattern is known, that pattern is coming through AI on advanced analytics. That OT system, that meter, either it should be recalibrated so that you don't get. Second is, either if it is not recalibrated, then something is wrong with the manual process. You need to correct the process. People, process, technology, culture. This is 4 is what is that. Now you come to another step. OT systems always gave us only alerts and alarms. People did not know what to do with this alert, alarm. Now when you have the IT layer on top of OT, it is actually categorizing based on whatever alerts that are coming. It is not manual. Then you can have an SOP. For example, 50 alerts you are getting. You can say, let me have a threshold level of 45 in this. That SOP starts then refining. Then people will start getting less and number of less alerts. Now the IT part, which is analytics on the IT platform, is able to actually look at it. So while there is cyber security, so you need to have access control. You need to do continuous monitoring of what is happening, and you should have privilege. You should not give access right to everyone. There are a lot of ports, either in OT system or peripherals that get connected. Those ports which are not active, or users who are not active, or third-party sources that we give, and those contractors or people move out. We need to have time-based thing, how to hotlist a port, how to hotlist an identity, what access you are giving. If you do this, I think pretty much you are on the, and mostly HPCL is an on-prem company. If you have got hybrid, cloud and other things also, you need access control makes a lot of difference. So I don't think IT-OT integration is a problem. It is actually a boon to the industry.
Yes, and I think you make a great point. It just summarizes, synthesizes, and provides you what to act on. If you can integrate it with security layers being there, then actually it can become a part of your workflows. And the more we get comfortable with it, yes. I think in some sense, those things which you said, hot listing and others will become a part of the standard methodology.
The reason 1 minute I take, I think the slide that you showed earlier also, so you have all your system, peripherals, OT, and this platform is only the middle one. On top of this, you have the analytics. On top of this, you can actually build the AI. On top of this, you get the AI bots or the agentic AIs. All these need not be one comprehensive architecture. It can be modular, scalable architecture that you get in.
Absolutely. Professor Ambedkar, I wanted to come to you and ask you, what is the hottest area of work in the ISC on AI/ML? What is?
So, okay, it's a difficult question. So, see, one of the problem is that the models are becoming very bigger and bigger, right? Like, see, machine learning has a very interesting history. The models that were completely decimated in early 90s, right? Like they have come back in 2005 and 2006, and they have taken over, right? So they're becoming like a black boxes now, right? And so one of the painstakingly what we try to do is that we try to analyze these models as much as possible, theoretically, and say that, what are the reliability that you can get and all those things, right? Like, so this is the most important thing. The other thing is that the memory that is required to solve the problems, right? Like, see, like a human being, we have associative memory. These models, they do not have memory. As the data come in, they keep on rewriting, and that's where there's a lot of research that have been going on. Like, for example, the forecasting, right? Like how long range you can forecast. So that is the bottleneck, right? So to increase the so-called memory, and your models are becoming like a black boxes, and some classical researchers, researchers who work in classical field, they also call it as a black magic, right? So how reliably you can, these things, you can deploy these things with limited risk. See, machine learning, the way we do, the AI, the way we do, is intrinsically probabilistic. Yeah. It's with only certain probability you get, right? Like you cannot get exact solution. You are solving the approximate problems. And then there are issues like distributional shifts and all those things. Like, for example, tomorrow ONGC has some data, and PMHBL also has some data. Can you make a model that combines all these things? We don't know. These are all called the distributional shifts and all those things. So this is the major challenges we are trying to study and combine with the cybersecurity and privacy issues and these kind of issues.
It's fascinating, and in fact there will be a lot of regulations also coming, security regulations,
privacy regulations are all becoming now real, and they want traceability, they want thing, whereas this is inherently a probabilistic technology. So you have, as they grow larger, they will become black boxes. So I think somewhere this will be a very interesting...
explainability, right? Like you want to explain that, how... So we are in that, very... in the middle of this chaos, like your models are becoming, which are unexplainable, and then, how do you, then if you make them simple, they are not as powerful as, what you want to be.
But we we make progress,
Yes. Yeah. No, for the last 5 years, we have made a huge amount of progress. There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
Right. Rajiv, last question, and we are out of time, what would you want, what would be one ask or advice to your clients who are sitting in the room? What should they do or not do to make the best out of new digital AI, IoT environment which is emerging?
So see, based on my experience,
can you just pull the
based on my experience, what I feel, see, when it comes to OT, there are huge data. We receive data in tremendous, like we have high volume data, high velocity data, high verity data. We should not push each and every data into ERP system. We should have always a filter. That filter should be most of the people start using ERP system for their operational activities. To some extent, maybe good. SAP also have a product like plant maintenance, intelligent asset management, and all these things can be leveraged. But we should not start sending, because SAP is a very costly system. It's an in-memory database, which is very expensive. Now, what happens if I keep sending all this, my operational data, which may not be relevant also. Many a time, whatever data we are receiving from the sensor are not having any alarms in it. If there is any alarms, we should filter it out, capture that alarms, and that data only we should send it to ERP systems. Rather than pushing each and every data, it will chop the network, it will block your SAP systems. So my advice as such is that ERP system is for more activities related to decision making, for all the activities which will for the informations related. All the operations, there should be a dedicated system server, and there should be an integration between these two systems. There should be, because most of the customers I see, they don't even leverage the integration suite from SAP. That is very important system. And on top of it, we should always see how we can exploit the systems meant for analytics from SAP. So I see primarily SAP offers 4 different type of platforms: the ERP system, the platform, the analytical systems, and the integration suites. Broadly, if I say. And I feel of course, end of the day, it's all cost. But if that permits, then we should see how we can bifurcate each and go in that.
I think that's very good advice. I can see, and I'll just end with just a statistic from a client I will not name. But one thing which you said, that we fill the SAP system with all kinds of transactional data which don't have a need beyond the transaction. In some cases, I can see one transportation e-movement creating 90 records on SAP, when there should be just one record in the end. Because
recent example I had, in fact, we are solving this problem now. One of the electronics manufacturing company, again in Bangalore, we have been pulled in the last minute when they were having some challenges. And what we saw that the non-SAP systems data, manufacturing data, they are basically manufacturing phones. So each and every workstations, there are a lot of manufacturing data, MES data is being produced. Now such data is being pushed to SAP. I have no sense. I feel that whatever information required from that, we should extract it out, and only those information should be sent to SAP. Rather, rest all other things should be kept aside.
Right. Thank you. And the reason, I'll give one more anecdotal thing which I said I would. In one of the cases which our client came back with a problem, on the SAP master data, they have 80,000 and they're still counting. They're figuring out. They don't need more than 15,000. So they have actually created master data which is 5 times of what is required, and not all of it is used, but it's actually junk misleading you. So one of the reason I wanted to end with this is that when you saw my presentation, there were some things which we were talking about, and I just wanted to make it real for the audience over here, that there are great possibilities. I think we will progress on these ones, but it just requires us to be sensible about what we are asking, not automating bad processes, not storing unnecessary data, not having bad masters.
finally it comes back to the discipline.
I'd like to add one thing. While you are saying like you need not have bad masters and all, main challenge in pipeline and all out here is the OEM data. The protocols that each of the OEM at OT level have got is different. They will not share the data. There needs to be a uniform industry protocol. Whoever are the pipeline operators, everyone need to come together in the protocol that they share, whatever they call is OTG data, that has to be standardized. What data that we need to take, they should not be cost conversely and interoperable between the oil companies or within OMCs or whatever. If that happens, then this problem that you get more and more data and you are writing back into the ERP system, that will not be there. Because the protocols are known to everyone, the handshake will happen at platform level, and interpretation of data, you don't need to have many converters. You need to have connectors. That is all it is required. I think that will solve your problem more than actually taking a lot of data from disparate systems, disparate protocols, and plugging it into ERP system.
And that's what also Professor Ambedkar mentioned, that can we assemble data from various places into the same thing, and that's where the protocol will serve. The last word is with you, Professor.
I just want to actually, so when we developed the LDS system with the Petronet company, this is what exactly we observe, right? Like, you're pushing a lot of, the manufacturers who gives the sensors, the data is not, we are not able to retrieve, and I think Alan and I had a lot of conversations and arguments, and finally we made it work, right? Like, I think industry at large, I think we have to be very careful about the data. I think we have to be meticulous, and also should collaborate with the various companies and have a pool of data on which we can develop the AI models.
Fantastic.
So. When it comes to data, see, the AI, we talk about AI, and AI is all sitting on data only. So it's very important that we should clean the data at every moment. We should have the validated data, the data which should be having information, and then give it to AI. If you keep garbage in, garbage out, that concept always applies, right? If you push all unnecessary data into the system and expect AI should give you a miracle, AI can't. AI will be overloaded. They will also be confused. What exactly the decision has to be taken out of all this.
Right. So finally, it comes down to doing a lot of foundational work, right? And then AI can work for us. Thank you. You've been a wonderful panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for our panel from the audience? Okay, looks like we have one question there.
Do we have time for it?
We'll just take one question. One question. I'll just take the next.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Ayushman from HPCL. I have a question regarding our OMCs, how the players are playing, because we are having a lot of sensitive data. So are we using any open source models, or are we developing hardware to train our own models that are specific to our needs? Because we may not need a lot of generative thing, but models that are basically grasping the patterns and of failures or like these things. How we are doing it in the field, like in different OMCs?
Okay. So HPC is answering to HPC. Okay, good question. So what you call, in HPCL at least, we have got licensed version of AI. It is not open source AI. The moment you go to open AI, whatever learnings are there, those get into the parent, whoever is giving the thing. So most companies are trying to use their own licensed version where the learnings are within the particular domain of the company. That is all. So only problem is, for example, if you are on-prem and the AI says Copilot example of Microsoft or some other thing says that I want to operate from cloud, you need to take data to the cloud. So this is the only challenge. BPCL as an OMC is having most of the data on cloud. So they have got cloud versions of AI. We have got mostly our AI is running on on-prem solution. So these are all, whatever AI is learning is native to the respective company.
All right, with that, we'll end the Q&A session. Give a huge round of applause to our panel. What a brilliant panel it was, and for which I request now Sudhir sir to please come forward and honor our panel. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Music. Can we have a huge round of applause as we go ahead and honor C.V. Malinath sir for coming and joining our panel. And now, honoring Mr. Rajiv Ranjan. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And last but not the least, we'd love to take this honor to honor Professor Ambedkar. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, Anisa, for moderating this session. Indeed, it was one incredible session. Can we have a huge round of applause for the panel, ladies and gentlemen, as we disperse? Thank you. And now, quickly diving in to our next session for this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody who's sitting here, this is also live on YouTube. We would love to share across the link so that you can send it across to your set of folks as well. And now, it's time for us to go ahead and begin the session 4 for this afternoon. Off-grid hybrid inverters. Well, as we continue this journey through innovation, we now move forward to our next session. In the era of raising energy, where we need and sustainability of grid hybrid inverters ensure reliable power by integrating solar, batteries and generators for enhanced energy independence in remote and unstable regions. This session aims to shed light on the key features, benefits and evolving applications. With great pleasure, I'll just take a moment while we clear the stage to go ahead and invite our next spokesperson. Lights off. Brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, the next topic for this hour is going to be off-grid hybrid inverters. And I'd like to go ahead and welcome with great pleasure to our session chair for this session. Please put your hands together as I go ahead and welcome Mr. Manjunatha. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Director of Surya Innotech, to lead this session.
Very good afternoon to all. So thanks for PMHBL to giving an opportunity on talking about the hybrid inverters and off-grid inverters. And today I'm going to explain about the hybrid and off-grid inverter technology, and this particular technology, how exactly it will create an impact in the special application, especially in the petroleum, oil and gas applications, where exactly the design has to be considered, what are the safety precautions has to be considered. So just I'm going what exactly the hybrid inverters, how it will work, what are the applications. Today I'm going to take a brief around about the inverters. Okay. So here, just to give a brief about the company. So I'm from Studer. This particular company, how exactly created for a special applications like oil and gas, high altitude. Just to give a brief up. So this is we created this particular company in 1987. It's from Switzerland. So this particular company, it is owned by employees of Studer. And this particular company is created more than 38 years. We are working in special applications like mountainers we want to power up from 1987 without electricity, how we want to create the, and give the electricity for without any electricity and diesel generators. So it's like independent systems. So like this, our energy, this one is started in the field of power electronics. So next we are dive into the diversity factors which are facing a lot of difficulties in terms of powering up military applications, defense applications, aerospace applications, space applications, petroleum applications. Likewise, we have diversified our company, and now we have completed more than 38 years, and we present in more than 150 countries. And so I'm representing Studer India, and we are we are having our assembly plants, manufacturing units, everything in India as per the standards of Indian guidelines. And this is just brief. And coming to this particular applications, this hybrid inverter can power up all applications. There are two different diversity appliances and applications. Applications is totally a different example. You can have a quick look. See, this not only a power up, and normally what is happening is normal inverters, they will provide a backup in the residential applications or commercial applications. See, some special inverters are there. It can drive more than that. So special applications, just to give a brief, you can go through residential applications, commercial also you can build buildings. If you don't want electricity also you can plan. And high altitude, this is a very difficult applications, because this normal systems will not perform, because high altitude, if you go, the temperature will be very less. Example, if you go, it might be -20, -30, -50 also in some cases. So that is high altitude. And telecom also. See, urban, there is no issue. If it is a rural and remote area, the power is the main key source to drive all electrical and electronics. So telecom and islands. See, islands also, they can power up with this particular hybrid energy sources. In the hybrid, in islands, what happened, we have to depend on the one thing is the diesel generators or else solar. And if solar is limited, what are the alternative energies? It is not only hybrid in the sense, it is just to give an idea, it is a combination of on-grid and off-grid technology. Even though this can be integrated in islands, we can use a water source also. It's a wave energy, idle energy, some other source can integrate, or biomass integrations. So using that particular multiple energy sources, we can drive the requirement through the energy needs. So through these technologies. So DG synchronization, example in islands or some other instances, if there is any shortfall of energy, if there is no electricity, they can automatically trigger the diesel generator, and we can reduce the runtime also. In few applications, we can remove the diesel generator also based on the application's perspective. And DG replacements, in few conditions, we can replace the diesel generators using hybrid technology in terms of their capacities and development of their requirement. And so in the defense sector, this can be used in vehicles, camps, and aircrafts, submarines. These hybrid solutions can be used. Mini grids, micro grids. Mini grids in the sense it's it's in a remote small habitats. It's small homes put together. Micro grids, mini grids can be powered up without electricity. And marine applications, oil and gas. So in oil and gas also it's offshore, or else in the pipeline applications, or petroleum applications in the sense of fuel stations. This can be powered up. And hybrid in the sense you can connect wind, hydro, biomass generator, diesel generator, EV charging. This is called hybrid in the sense it's a multiple energy resources. It's not only a one or two energies. Off-grid, it's completely without electricity. AC coupling is we can integrate the AC power to you are done lot of solar grid-tied systems like megawatt and all. We can connect that system to the hybrid also to optimize the captive investment. So you can use the existing system, and we can drive this particular hybrid inverter and use the same technology. So that is the thing, DC coupling, solar ferry, boat applications. Like this, so many applications are there. Just I will go quick on this. And these are the, in the hybrid inverter, we can integrate many sources like solar, wind, alternators, biomass generators, grid, and diesel generators.
So next I will go about the futures of hybrid inverters. In the main key point to, especially in the special in petroleum application, we have to concern about energy conservation. Because in few remote areas, in like pipeline sector or in like offshore, so there the main thing is the energy conservation. We have to consider the standby power because it has to be less. Or else what happened, the equipment only it will consume around 30 to 40% of energy of solar. So this has to be considered. And next, if you want to implement, you have to take care about the supporting the motors, surge current. So this has to be very, very peculiar because the surge current, phase imbalancing has to be taken care. And so next, programmable contacts, and main thing is the power factor. It should be a power factor has to be adjusted to your motors or telecommunication equipments or chargers. So it should be a unity power factor, or it should be a less 0.5 also. It should be a drive according to the load requirement. So, and then it should be a on-grid and off-grid. In few sites, example, you want to use without electricity, you can use it. And in few sites, you are having excess energy, you can export to the electricity, and then you can get back or set up the electricity bills. So then you can use different types of battery technologies as such, and grid synchronization. And in few cases, if you want to integrate hydropower and wind power, that is possible. Like, and battery technologies in terms of lithium ion and different technologies, I will just explain. And peak shaving, just this I wanted to explain. So in few countries already peak shaving, in India also it is already implementing. Example, I will just take an example in Germany, in Europe. So what is happening is, example, in the morning time, so from 6 a.m. to like 10 a.m., they will be fixed tariff of around in Indian rupees, 60 rupees. But what they will do, after 10 o'clock, the cost is very lesser. Based on the time, they are charging the unit fees. So here in this particular systems, we can program, if there is any example might be in future it will come, might be we are dependent from the electricity boards. From, might be they are thinking to charge this much with this time. We can program this particular inverters, this technology. At that time, you don't want to use. You have to be independent and you have to use some other alternate sources. Like that we can program. So this will be advanced, and zero export facilities. So it should be anti-aliasing. There are some IEC standards that should be made, and SCADAs, especially the SCADAs has to be maintained, and it should be given to customers especially. And this is very critical and confidential. So, and this particular inverters who you have to choose in terms of this particular data has to be it should be a secure data, it should go to the customer platform. And so next is, you have to be consider one thing is, this should be a redundant, because all the petroleum sites, if you go, it should be a very, very sensitive and critical. If there is any failure, so system should not trip. So it should be a redundant. If there is any master-slave concept, one master fails, the slave should take over as a master. So this concept is also there. Already we have implemented so many things. And so this is exactly off-grid, on-grid, means it's like a hybrid. So these are some few applications. And so this is just a few features and few points in oil and gas applications. See, in oil and gas, the main thing is the high surge handling capacity for valves. The valves are like, just to give an idea, it might be 3-phase or single phase, but initial current will be more. And power factor it may vary. So this is the main thing it should handle. So while designing, this has to be taken care. So, and auto power factor control. And this particular devices, few special equipment devices like hybrid inverter, they do have a built-in auto power factor control, so that you can remove your capacitor banks from your existing systems. So, and it should be pure sine wave, 230 volts plus or minus 2 volts. Like, and modular, and when you want to have a setup, tomorrow you want to expand based on the demand or based on the innovation, so it should expand year by year. It should be like that, it should be handled, and it can handle 100% load imbalance. Means if you can go for R phase, Y phase, B phase, it should be imbalanced load. So it should handle any kind of load. And integrates a secure SCADA system and customized design. So, and this particular design will be not a standard. Based on the customer site conditions, it has to be designed. Next is like it's in the pipeline. So powering a critical pipeline infrastructure, we have to consider the same few points, automated street lights, and there are, we have done few like implementation in PMHBL also. So there we have done a lot of automated controls. In the system only we can program like street lights, unmanned systems, like we can switch on the street light, switch off the street light, or we can switch on the AC based on the climatic control, like that lot of features. And the main thing is the surge capacity. It should handle the inrush current at without any giving a changeover delays. So like DG sync and 48 volts output, because a lot of chargers having in the pipeline systems, they do have a 48 volts constant output for telecom and other applications. So this can derive the 48 output, and it is having a lowest self-consumption in the market. So, and this is one more application of petrol pumps. So in the petrol pumps, it should be like few points we need to connect. This has to be a main thing is the seamless transactions, and it should automations and nozzles and dispensing units has to power up. In the dispensing units, the main thing is the surge handling. So that can be taken care, and this advanced MPPT can harvest the peak efficiency in the solar. Example, we are having various technologies of solar PV modules are coming. Nowadays, just to give an idea, in 2026 we are having 600 watt. Tomorrow we don't know 2027 what technology will come. The newer technology, so we have to adopt in 2029 that should be capable of this particular product. Like this, you can implement not only for 1 year, 2 year, it can for a decade, it can be compatible. Like that, these devices are designed. So, and it's a remote monitoring systems, and we can give the remote control systems also, because these are all remote site, critical sites, and one might be SCADA station engineer, they can sit if there is any hazard or is there any event, they can switch off or switch on, or something they can do for safety aspects. And these are all some few about the hybrid inverters, the battery technologies. We are having around 11 generation of battery technologies. This especially hybrid inverter can connect with all technologies, just lead acid, batteries. This I am talking about the battery technologies. Lead acid, gel, VRLA, nickel cadmium, lithium. In lithium you will have various lithium ion, ferrophosphate, graphene, and LTO. So like that you will have fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells, sodium ion fuel cells, supercaps. So this particular hybrid inverters should be compatible with future ready. So like that is one aspect. And this is for buoy systems. We have done many more systems globally for buoy applications, so industry. So this can be it's a completely independent, it will be depend on solar application itself. So this can be done with the 12 volts, 24 volts, 48 volts, 3-phase, single-phase outputs. And this is about the microgrid, and this is actually we have deployed in many defense agencies. This can be carryable and movable power supply with solar. And this is one more last slide. So this is we have done for some defense futures, defense applications. In this defense application, main thing is the rugged and reliability. So because in the defense, it is the main thing is they can take the systems in a different rook and corner, and this is uninterrupted. They require a power supply and independent flexibility. This can be compatible with solar. In few times they will not take solar, so it should be independent. And fast deployment, main thing is the plug and play, because they are having only 1 or 2 minutes or 10 minutes. Within that time, the deployment has to be happened. And encryption monitoring, especially security of the data, that is a matter. And efficiency and scalable solutions they can explain. So this is about the hybrid inverters. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. And one more thing, in the PMHBL, they have taken a very good initiative in terms of the solarization of so the complete plants. So thanks for that also. Thank you so much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, taking this moment out, we'd like to go ahead and honor you, sir, for which I request Anish sir to please come forward into the honors. All right, since he's not here, requesting Sudhir sir to please come forward into the honors. All right, requesting Prasanna sir to please come forward into the honors. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? pump in the music there. Thank you so much, Manjuna sir, for coming forward and doing the honors in presenting. Can we have a huge round of applause as we have Shri Prasanna Kumar going ahead and honoring our presenter. Well, with that, how many of you are hungry? Show of hands, show of hands. Tinku ma'am, next presentation is yours. All right, so now keeping it a little light-hearted to all of you out there. Moving forward to our last session before lunch, I want all of you to please put your hands as I go ahead and present to you the next topic. Now moving forward, as we all recognize, the change is the only constant in today's rapid evolving landscape, and adoption of next generation technology is not just beneficial but essential. The pipeline sector too stands in forefront of this transformation with advancement in automation, digital monitoring, and data intelligence, for which I want all of you to please put your hands together. It's my pleasure to go ahead and welcome our next session chair, Ms. Tinku Nischal, on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for Tinku ma'am coming on stage, Head of Pipeline, ONGC, to lead this session.
So a very good afternoon, everybody. I stand between you and lunch. And we've spoken a lot of big things, actually. We've spoken AI. Sudhir himself is a very, he has lots of vision and a very grandiose personality. So in line with his thoughts, we've had a lot of talks, artificial intelligence, digitalization, etc. I come from operations, where we work on the field, right in the offshore platforms, My team is in the field, getting their hands dirty, taking the pig barrel out, loading it in. So we'll speak of something more physical. I think Rahul had said that this is more of a physical industry. So let's talk about the problems which we face right there. So my session will be on corrosion and the emerging trends in the digital integration space. So what is this? How much of a danger? Because, I think very few of us will be able to visualize. Our operations are around 200 kilometers from Bombay, bang in the middle of the sea. We have 300 plus platforms, either manned or unmanned. And if you stay in the sea coast, you can feel the corrosion and think of the structures which are there. Globally also, if you see, corrosion is a big killer. It's a big threat to the pipeline industry per se, with 40% of the pipeline failures in the world being accountable to corrosion, both internal and external. And another number which I'll be giving you is in the equatorial belt compared to the North Sea. Corrosion is 10 times more in the equatorial belt, obviously due to our weather. In terms of economics, as the graph says, corrosion, the loss due to corrosion, losses due to the loss of material which is there in the lines, as well as the repair, the cost of repair. It's $3.5 trillion, which is near roughly around 3 to 4% of the world's GDP. If you take India into consideration, we have lost 12 lakh crore rupees last year due to corrosion-related issues, which is 4.2% of our GDP. So let's come to ONGC. I think ONGC has the largest network of pipelines. Even for all OMCs included, even IOC I think has less than ours. We have 25,000 plus kilometers of pipelines spread both over onshore as well as offshore. In terms of numbers, it would be 2,000 plus lines, which are both trunk feeder as well as collector lines. Oops, no change, sorry. This is what I was talking about. We have roughly 8,000 kilometers in offshore and around 17,000 plus kilometers in onshore. And obviously, these are the various challenges. Now, I would be specifically speaking on offshore because that's where our bread and butter lies. We have around 60 to 70% of our production is from Bombay High. And obviously, these are the issues because of which the most important is that our assets are aging. And our production is we cannot economically justify having a new asset. So, usi asset ko humko ठीक ठाक करके चलाना पड़ता है, which itself is a very big challenge. Sorry. So what would be the causes? I mean, मैं अपना laptop पे कर रहा हूँ ना, sorry. You know, the pipeline experts, I can see it here, yeah. What would be our challenges? One says we are operating there in the middle of the sea, which I told you. So just try to figure, you have two platforms, both of which are unmanned. So you have to send, during a pigging operation, one person has to be at the pig launching end, one person has to be at the pig receiving end, 4 kilometers. You have to send both of them by boat, by helicopter, whatever. You have to send chemicals. I mean, it's a logistical nightmare. But we have to do, and we do maybe around 200 plus pigging operations we have to do a year, a month, 200 plus operations a month we have to do. And then, of course, the causes. We have microbes in our, because they have bacterial corrosion. Then the lines were designed for certain fluid velocities at its peak. Today, the production is declining. The flow has gone from turbulent flow to stratified flow, which leads to under-deposit corrosion. There is H2S in our lines, and besides, with the increasing water cut, there is general corrosion. So the management framework broadly, which is being followed, of course, there's a lot of scope for digitization in these lines, but what broadly is that we do our pigging operations. Now, it depends upon the size of the pigging, the frequency optimization, then the pigging sample which comes. Now that is again, I mean, it's very difficult for people to visualize. The pigging sample comes at an unmanned platform. आप उसको collect करते हो, आप wait करते हो कब boat आएगा, आप boat पे load करोगे, नावा आएगा, नावा से जाएगा RGL जहाँ हमारा lab located है. I mean, उतने time पे तो हो सकता है वो sample का वही खत्म हो जाता है. So, I mean, but still, ये सब challenges है, but I think ONGC is doing a fantastic job. And then there is the issue of course, you have to dose your chemicals. We have to do regular chemical corrosion inhibitor dosing. We have to do slug dosing, which I would just explain a bit in the next slide. I mean, जो regular dosings होती है, ये तीनों chemicals हमको डालना ही पड़ता है. First is we have to do the surfactant, because जो surface of the line है, उसमें, if you can see, ऐसे oil की molecules बने रहते हैं. तो उसमें उसमें एक biofilm भी बना रहता है, because the bacteria goes there. So bacteria sits there in the form of a biofilm. That biofilm, if you just put a biocide, if I've explained here, the free bacteria molecules will be killed by the biocide. But if you have a biofilm, it is very difficult. The bactericide will not kill. So you have to put the surfactant, then loosen that biofilm, then put the biocide, and after that you have to put a corrosion inhibitor. This is the job we do post-pigging, after every pigging cycle. Plus routinely हम corrosion inhibitor तो डालते ही है. उसके लिए अगर मैं बार-बार यही बोल रहा हूँ कि unmanned platforms में ये सब chemicals routinely available होना चाहिए. And it is not very easy. मतलब onshore is a different ball game altogether. So उसमें now what we have what we have now tried to move, because there are lots of challenges and इतने में ना economics भी नहीं बैठता है. So what we have done is, instead of CS NACE, we are switching to internal coatings. In water injection lines, we had done internal coatings, and since 2013, and none of those lines have leaked till date. So, but usme the challenge was that you have 12-meter spools. You have to join those spools basically. वो जो 12 मीटर की लाइन है वो तो आपका यार्ड में कोट होके आ जाता है तो ऑन अ बार्ज, बट द स्पूल डज नॉट गेट कोट. वो जो जॉइंट तो आप कैसे जॉइनिंग वेल्डिंग का काम तो बार्ज में होता है, तो उसके लिए जब 30 तब उतना टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं था, तो वी हैड यूज्ड, इफ यू कैन सी दैट फिगर डाउन बिलो, फॉर वाटर इंजेक्शन लाइन्स वी हैड यूज्ड स्लीव्स, इंटरनली कोटेड स्लीव्स. बट इंटरनली कोटेड स्लीव से आपकी डायमीटर कम हो जाती थी. वाटर इंजेक्शन लाइन के लिए तो चल जाता था बिकॉज हम पंप कर रहे हैं तो वाटर इंजेक्शन लाइन इज वर्किंग, बट फॉर अ वेल फ्लूइड लाइन इफ द डायमीटर रिड्यूसेस देयर आर मेजर फ्लो एश्योरेंस इश्यूज. So then we did what? 23 mein there was a new technology which was adopted, which was a robotic arm. A robotic arm was used. The figures are there down below. It was a battery operated arm which would go inside. It had cameras mounted on it, and it would internally coat the joints. So this is what we have done from 23, and we've had very good results, touch wood. Coatings में we are in talks with various institutes कि इसको आगे कैसे बढ़ाना है, because coatings में there are a lot. Nanotechnology is the next in thing. तो internally coating तो कर लिए. With the next in thing, we have something called various operations, like we have self-healing coatings. जहाँ अगर फोटो देखोगे ना, अगर line crack हो जाता है, तो then these microgranules, they release the healing agent, and these cracks get automatically healed. That there is one. Then there are various types of others. They are expensive. Let me tell you, nanotechnology is expensive. We are in touch with various institutes, including IIT Bombay, including ARI, to work on these. We have barrier protections. अगर आपका porosity reduce हो जाता है in the coatings, then these particles will automatically release and improve the barriers. Then there is the last one which I want to say, that because having bacteria is a very major problem for us, MIC. So we have silver and zinc nanoparticles wale coatings bhi aate hai, which suppresses SRB growth and reduces MIC risk. But again, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, अभी तक it is not very, very cost effective for us to put. But maybe in the future, through our projects, we should be able to get these in the line. Besides, there are certain, uske alawa, we have done certain desktop analysis studies also. Like we have clamps in our lines, you know. So if our line is designed, say, for 70, 80 kgs, but the clamp is only pressure tested, clamp can only hold up to 30 kgs. जब हम पिगिंग करते हैं तो प्रेशर बढ़ जाता है, so there is a risk of the clamped line leaking. तो इसलिए उसका दूसरा इफेक्ट होता है कि हमारे जो प्रोडक्शन हाउसेस बोलते हैं नहीं हम clamped line में पिगिंग नहीं करेंगे. Pigging नहीं करेंगे तो again that's a cycle, it gets repeated. So then we formulated a matrix. अभी इससे बहुत काम हुआ है. We have formulated a matrix with giving the probability of failure, vintage, clamps and oil production ke base pe we have marked out these scores. Then this is based on API 1160 already has this matrix. So it is based on that, and usse hamara thoda fayda hua hai, because we have been able to, because from zero, maybe 2 years back, today this year till date, we have picked 18 lines which are clamped. Sorry. अच्छा, pipeline replacement. अब lines खराब हो जाती है, आप replace करो. Pipeline replacement is an offshore, is big ticket business. It is $3.5 million per kilometer is the cost. And ONGC at this stage, 7,500 kilometer. We cannot go for replacement of all the lines. One option is कि हम wait करें, line में 10 clamps लगे, we replace it. The other option is कि हम proactively कुछ करें. So what we have done is we have created a risk-based, इसमें भी we have created a risk-based screening matrix, which again is based on API 14E1160. We have taken up membership of PRCI, which is Petroleum Research Institute, which is based in Houston. उनके हिसाब से, and there are various other models. वो हिसाब से based on historical factors, localized corrosion factors, we have worked out a risk-based screening matrix, और उसमें से जो high risk lines है, that is between 181 and 224, we are going forward for replacement of all those lines. The other emerging thing which we are doing is gel pigging, because बहुत सारी जगह पे, I don't know, there is a slide if I can show you. Yeah, because हमारे lines ना सब subsea में connected है, तो ना Sudhir is looking at this time. तो हमारे पास तो ना launcher होगे, but receiver तो कुछ है नहीं, तो subsea lines में we cannot do pigging. What I mean, subsea not really, all these collector lines, the verticals that you see, ये सब lines में हमारे लिए pigging possible नहीं होती है. So what we are thinking, what we have, we are looking at certain technologies like the gel technology, where हम एक gel pump कर देंगे in the line. So if we pump the gel, at least the जो liquid hold up है in the line, वो that will, various options है, we can pump liquid gels, we can pump solid gels, and this technology is being used widely in the Middle East. There बहुत सारे agencies है which I have listed out, जिनके साथ we are in talks. We have given them our data, they are giving us our solutions also, and very soon we should be able to implement this. Then comes the digitization. So, आप अगर ये ग्राफ में देखोगे, ये जो कॉर्नर में है ना, अब देखिए किस तरह से हमारा इतना बड़ा सा नेटवर्क है ना. The entire network today is mapped on GIS. Or is it onshore also gradually now onshore and offshore has got merged in ONGC, and there is one pipeline group. So in onshore also we have that, and जो भी line हम उसमें click करते, we get all data of the line, whether it is a starting point, ending point, design pressure, design temperature, कितने leakages हुए, everything is available. So this is the GI-based visualization that we have already done. और इसमें हमारी ILI data भी है, हमारे जितने pipeline related data है, complete design data, everything is available. And उसके base पे gradually we are also moving into doing risk-based investigations for taking various decisions. और हमारा digitalization में one thing we have done is, और हमारा जो field में जितने sensors है, for all the trunk pipelines, because each trunk pipeline carries maybe 40 to 50,000 barrels of oil. One leak and, I mean, it's disastrous for the company. So jitne field centers hai, usko we have taken on SCADA, and we have created this dashboard, which is the PiVision dashboard, jisme pressure, temperatures, flows are being monitored 24/7 every second. And once the pressures fall below the operational limits, alarms are getting generated, emails are getting generated, and automatically the field people, the action is being taken in the field. And there were people talking about leak detection system. I'm happy to inform that ONGC has developed an in-house leak detection system based on negative pressure wave. Because हमारे इधर leak होता है ना, हमको क्या करना, या तो vessel जाए, vessel नहीं मिले तो helicopter जाए. I mean, वो leak detection भी एक बड़ा महंगा proposition है. So, and 200-200 kilometer के line हमारी subsea में है. So, exactly to know the location is difficult, but ये leak detection system से we are able to pinpoint the leak within 2 kilometers of the actual leakage. So that's it. So with this, I would like to end my session, just saying that we are also trying to move towards data-driven analytics for corrosion, for actually knowing when our lines will leak. It's very difficult because वो pinhole leakages होते हैं. आगे UT ठीक है, पीछे UT ठीक है, corrosion probes में data ठीक है, सब कुछ ठीक है, but वो line फट जाते हैं. But anyway, हम हमारे head digital का भी support ले रहे हैं. So let's hope that's it. Thank you so much.
Can we have a huge round of applause? Any questions for this session? Okay, looks like a question from the last table there.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Rajiv. And good to know that you are bringing the points which are really a pain point in the pipeline industry. And just wanted to do you have any, I don't know much about whether you are using the technology like DAS, distributed acoustic system, or DTSS, distributed temperature and strength.
I'm like the last person to ask on digital. I think you should ask our head digital because when I came, I told you, I'm into operations.
Okay.
So these acronyms are not for me. We use SCADA, yes, I can tell you that. जितना हमारा pressure sensors है, temperature sensors है, flow sensors है, all that data flows into SCADA. We have our SAP systems also, जहाँ हम leakage immediate जैसे leakage होता है, it is reported on SAP. And this entire SAP system also जो हमारा PIMS software जिसका मैंने video दिखाया था, Pipeline Threat Integrity Management System, उसमें we will integrate our SAP data also, so that we get a complete robust solution.
Thank you.
But other than that, I don't know much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Any more questions? Looks like no questions. Thank you so much, Tinku ma'am. Give her a huge round of applause. Please stay here. Would love to honor you. I request Ms. Divyashri to please come forward and do the honors. Can we have a huge round of applause as we go ahead and honor? Well, with that, thank you so much for such an insightful, enriching session that is changing the perspective, shared truly deep in. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Well, with that, I know all of you are a little hungry. I'll just take about 5 more minutes from all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, just taking about 5 more minutes from now, and I request our MD, Shri Sudhir Kumar sir, to please come forward to go ahead and present the mementos to the students who have come here in this event, and everybody from the industry. I want you to please put your hands together the loudest, because this is going to be the future of India, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together. First up, calling on stage, Charan Kumar P from BMSIT. Can we have a huge round of applause for the young gentleman walking up on stage? इसके लिए तालियां रुकने नहीं चाहिए. Come on, everyone. This is going to be the future, shaping India in every single segment. Lickens from BMSIT, request you to please come forward. Can we have a huge round of applause as we have Charan Kumar receiving the memento right there. Congratulations. Please stay back. And now up next, calling on stage, Licken from BMSIT. Can we have a huge round of applause? Priyanshu Das, request you to please come forward as well. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Up next, we have Priyanshu Das from BMSIT. Can we have a huge round of applause? Soumya R. Nair, request you to walk forward. Congratulations. Up next, we have Soumya R. Nair from AIT. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry, Shah. Second last for this afternoon is going to be Soresh R. Nair from BMSC. Can we have a huge round of applause? Last but not the least, Mahik Ranjan. Well, put your hands together for the last one walking up on stage, Mahik Ranjan from New Horizon College. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Requesting all 5 of you to please come forward for a group picture. We'll let you go after that. So just stay back on stage. We'll take one group picture with all 5 of you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in. That's a wrap of the first half of this afternoon. We are going to quickly break for 30 minutes and dot at 2 p.m. We're going to resume so that we will be able to finish it on time. Give it up for this young set of lot that I have on stage, shaping the future of technology in India, ladies and gentlemen. Fueling the future. Can we have a huge round of applause? We are very proud at PMHBL to have all of them here today with us. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa, for doing the honors. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's quickly break for lunch and come back, daughter 2, requesting all of you to kindly adhere to the timings and please be back at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I'll see all of you right back in a bit. Thank you so much. Enjoy the sumptuous lunch.
India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonti terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonti terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security.
Sound check. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've had your lunch, requesting all of you to please bring yourself inside so that we can move on with our next session. I hope all of you enjoyed the sumptuous, delicious lunch that we had. Requesting all of you to please bring yourself inside so that we can begin the event on time.
India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security.
Sound check. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. After a sumptuous lunch, requesting all of you to now be seated for us to go ahead and begin with our next session this afternoon. It's going to be a very interesting session, and I'm sure all of you here are going to absolutely enjoy it. Requesting all of you to please bring yourself inside the hall and now be seated.
India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably, and at scale, from refinery gates to consumers. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics, with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security. India's energy story begins at the source, where ONGC explores and produces. But energy becomes impact only when it moves, safely, reliably. That's where PMHBL becomes crucial. Operating a 362-kilometer Mangalore to Hassan to Bengaluru multi-product petroleum pipeline, designed to move fuels efficiently across Karnataka's growth corridor. With rising throughput and expanding capabilities, PMHBL is helping strengthen last-mile energy availability, including aviation fuel logistics with the first ATF parcel pumped to Devangonthi terminal in Bengaluru in November 2024. As a company within the ONGC HPCL ecosystem, PMHBL strengthens group integration, linking refining and marketing to dependable midstream infrastructure, improving cost efficiency and enhancing energy security.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you had sumptuous lunch. How was the lunch, everyone? Was it good? I only see one thumbs up. What about people that side? Was it good? Well, thank you. So let us go ahead and begin our next session for this afternoon. But I have a small, humble request to all of you. Can all of you put your phone on silent mode or a vibrator mode? Because when the presenters are presenting, they're getting a little distracted. And now, to all our presenters, let's quickly dive into the next segment. Well, now we begin the second half of this remarkable and knowledge-rich conference. It is only fitting where we started with a lot of insights from the team and driving excellence at its core. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the next segment is going to be driving excellence, strategic innovation at PMHBL. For this session, I request please put your hands together as I go ahead and introduce you to our head of technicals. Please put your hands together as I introduce to Miss Sai Sudhamai ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
A very good afternoon to all of you, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and all other professionals. So I do understand post-lunch sessions seem to be a little difficult most of the times, but I promise that our team is going to make it very worthwhile. So we are unveiling something which we believe that it can be scaled, and it will definitely be of use across industry. So it is a privilege to be here today and to introduce the set of presentations that will be delivered by my team in Petronet MHB Limited. So in today's energy landscape, pipeline infrastructure is no longer defined by steel pipes, pumps, and flow rates. It is increasingly shaped by intelligence, automation, sustainability, and resilience. The projects we are about to present reflect this shift from traditional asset-centric operations to digitally enabled, low-carbon, and future-ready systems. Collectively, these presentations focus on one central question: how do we operate pipeline infrastructure that is safer, smarter, greener, and more reliable while supporting India's growing energy needs? First, first, a case study on augmentation of pipeline throughput and pumping systems. So this will be given by our Mr. Uday Pai. So this is demonstrating how targeted engineering interventions and optimized hydraulics can significantly enhance capacity and reliability. These upgrades were executed without compromising on safety or disrupting ongoing operations. Second, an innovative hybrid renewable powered SV station architecture. This is integrating solar energy with battery energy storage system and having full SCADA integration. This solution enables 24/7 autonomous operation with zero dependence on diesel generators or grid power, while enhancing uptime, lowering emissions, and improving overall system reliability. And importantly, this model has been designed for scalability and replication across the pipeline network. So this will be presented by our Mr. Prasanna Kumar. Then the third one is autonomous sectionalizing valve stations, where we are moving towards autonomous operations with minimal human intervention. So this will be presented by our Mr. G. Rajan. Then finally, a structured net zero roadmap, which is outlining a practical data-driven approach to reducing operational emissions through renewable integration. So this one will be presented by our Mr. Uday Pai. So what connects all these initiatives is a common philosophy. Competitiveness today is not just about building infrastructure. It is about operating it intelligently. So using technology to improve safety, reduce costs, enhance sustainability, and strengthen long-term resilience. So my team will walk you through with the technical details, challenges faced, solutions implemented, and the measurable outcomes that we have achieved. So we hope that these experiences will offer practical insights, spark discussion, and contribute meaningfully to the broader conversation or the future of pipeline technology. So with that, I invite my colleagues to take you through the presentation, and I look forward for your questions and insights. Thank you. Mr. Uday Pai ji.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to all. As madam told, it's slightly difficult to listen after the lunch, but I will make it more of a better way. I will be, Alan? Okay. I will be giving a presentation on augmentation of pipeline throughput and pumping system. Alan? Start from background, our design capacity is 5.6 million metric tons, and we are operating at a reduced capacity due to lower initial demand previously. Now the key means, then we have done is we have downgraded the key pumping facilities and then reduce the throughput. And what is the operational strategy while we reduce the throughput is strategic derating to optimize power and operating cost and sustain safe and reliable pipeline operation over several years. Why this reinstatement is required to 5.6 MMTPA where we are operating at 4 or 4.2? That is due to growth in petroleum power demand and utilization by OMCs and commencement of ATF pumping to Devangunti. Actually, from November 2024 onwards, MRPL started taking ATF at Devangunti with a good amount of batch length of about 70 to 20 TKL. This has necessitated to increase the throughput from existing 4.2 to 5.6, whatever it is there. This is the configuration stage we have, because we are having 4-stage pump derated to 2-stage, and impeller is also actually derated to reduce the flow and reduce the pressure also. Then the throughput regime, we are having lower demand when we commission. See, the line is commissioned for 5.6, but during that time the throughput is reduced as some OMCs are not participating, that's why it is reduced. Then we have derated, low throughput is came down. And then energy efficiency, because we don't want to use the entire 4 impellers. We will go for 2 impellers, and which will be giving the required flow and pressure. Then we reduce the impellers also. And then equipment protection for reducing the stress on the pipeline, on the pumps also. Then operational reliability, to get a stable, sustained and good operational reliability, we are reduced. Why the Hassan pumps are not commissioned? See, we have commissioned the system in 2003, but the Hassan pump house is not commissioned, because With the gravity flow only at 460 kl per hour, we are getting the flow till Devangunti. That's why we are not commissioned the Hassan pumps. But when the requirement came for higher demand at Devangunti, then we are now commissioned the Hassan pumps. And at that time, the minimum throughput is at Devangunti, but now the throughput is increased. What we have done actually, we have done the comprehensive upgradation of critical mainline pumps at Mangalore. And means for 2-stage pumps, we have again put it back to the original condition of 4-stage pumps and putting the original impeller of the diameter. Whatever reduced diameter is there, we removed and we have put original impellers. And we have successfully commissioned the pumping facilities at Hassan also. These Hassan pumps were not commissioned for last 23 years. Now we got an opportunity and we commissioned the Hassan pumps also after 23 years. And we have enhanced the pumping reliability and operational efficiency also because the maximum flow rate is achievable in Devangunti Hassan section is about 460, 480. Now we can pump up to 700 kl per hour. And this will extend the asset life also. For this, we have gone for the power enhancement. At Mangalore, we have gone from 1 to 2 MVA. At Neria, we have gone to 3.5 to 4.7 MVA. And then Hassan, we have increased it from 0.15, 150 kVA to 1200 kVA, that's 1.2 MVA. This execution achieved without compromising safety or continuity of the operations. What we have done actually for the Mangalore pump refurbishment is hydraulic upgradation. This is impeller and stage modification we did, replacement of worn-out equipments, and performance testing with the vibration analysis also. Then what we have done for Hassan commissioning is installation, alignment, and commissioning of the pumps and auxiliaries at Hassan, integration with the present system. We have the PLC, we have the SCADA for Hassan also, but integration is very important. We integrated all the things and we have commissioned the pumps, and then the trial runs are taken. Now we are operating dual pumps at Hassan also with a flow of 680 to 700 kl per hour. And how the strategic implementation has been done. There is phased execution to avoid the pipeline shutdowns. We have done the strategic implementations. Refurbishment is prioritized over replacement of optimized capital expenditure. And there is a parallel coordination between Mangalore and Hassan for commissioning of Hassan pumps also. And cross-functional is, this one planning is involved during operation, maintenance and electrical instrumentation, this one, and safety items. How the resource and cost management is done. Optimal utilization of in-house engineering, minimize the wastage resulting in significant cost savings, efficient vendor coordination for minimize idle time, and project delivered with approved budget and within the timeline. What are the key challenges we faced actually? We took about 45 days to complete this job, means 15 days per pump. Means we have 3 mainline pumps at Mangalore. 1 we are keeping in standby, means for maintenance purpose, repair purpose, rectification purpose, and 2 we are running. We don't have any standby when the 1 pump is taken for augmentation. That is the challenge we face. But okay, that is planned sequential outages we have taken. And aging of the pump components. What we have done is we have done the detailed condition assessment with the OEMs, then your refurbishment is done, and then synchronizing with the Hassan pump commissioning also. Means that controlled trials runs and stage throughput ramp up is done at Hassan. And what is the people management and special accomplishment is, we have done the zero LT execution, lost time injury, then unified workforce along Mangalore and Hassan and Neria also, strong interstation collaboration between all the locations, competency enhancement and robust communication framework, and improved system flexibility. These are the key features after our augmentation at all 3 locations, power augmentation and pump augmentation. We have reached to 876 kl per hour from existing 700 kl per hour, increased by 176 kl per hour. We have reached to 5.6 million metric tons from 4.2. This is the design capacity of 5.6, authorized capacity of PNGRB. There is an increase of 1.4 million metric tons, and the power is augmented from 4.6 MVA to 7.9 MVA, that is augmented with 3.2 MVA. And we have taken 45 team days at Mangalore for augmenting 3 pumps, and at Hassan we have taken about 15 team days. Because everything is ready at Hassan, we have sent the pumps to Flowsource factory Baroda, everything is kept ready. Only for the final commissioning we called this pump manufacturer. In this case, the success impact is reduced operational risk and improved long-term asset sustainability through optimized hydraulics. And we have strengthened the pipeline infrastructure, positioning PMHBL to reliably support future growth of the OMCs. With this, sir, I request all OMCs, HPCL, BPCL, IOCL, and all our stakeholders, MRPL also, are endeavoring to fully utilize the upgrade pipeline capacity. Okay, 4.2 is the constraint capacity sometimes. Okay, we have not crossed 4.05, but sometimes in the month of June, May or April, we have gone beyond 520 TKL also, but we are not in a position to pump that. But now we are in a position to pump up to 540 KL per month. We can go up to 5.6 mmTPA. With this, I request all OMCs and MRPL to participate more and more in the pipeline, and optimized utilization of our infrastructure will ensure mutual benefits. That is higher transportation opportunity with the lower energy cost, and also for the stakeholders with improved accessibility also. With this, I am coming to an end of my presentation. Thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you so much.
Taking this moment to go ahead and introduce Mr. Prasanna Kumar, sir, to please come forward and address. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good afternoon to all. Yeah, this presentation regarding suctional valve stations powered by hybrid renewable architecture. Especially you all who are working in pipeline, they know what is the importance of SV stations. See, every 20 kilometers, between 25 kilometers, we have an suctional valve station to isolate the suctions. So these SV stations are mainly not, it's almost no officers are not maintained by these stations. It will be controlled by non-technical persons. So the background and content is these conventional operations affected system uptime and responsiveness, because see, we are depending upon non-technical persons. So we are in case of any untoward incidents or in case of any power shutdowns and all, we have to depend on those persons. So diesel usage is a risk of fire and environmental concerns and high maintenance activities. And manual operation reduces system uptime and responsiveness. And for safety, sustainability and reliability, this PMHBL undertook this initiative to eliminate the fossil fuel-based powers at SV stations and implement intelligent and remotely operated renewable powered infrastructure for our autonomous operations. The objective is, main key objective was this 100% power automated SV stations. We wanted to do it. Then eliminate diesel generator and minimize usage of EB system. Then energy efficiency. Then process optimization. Then renewable energy integration with our system. Then digitalization and automation and emission reduction. These are our main objectives. So PMHBL has established this India's first SV station that is fully powered by the solar photovoltaic technology and lithium phosphate battery energy storage system. The setup is managed through hybrid inverter. In the morning session, we have heard about this hybrid inverters, how we can better utilize in the systems. And this system is, we have integrated with the SCADA and telecom infrastructure to remotely. This deployment is fully replaces the diesel generators, legacy lead-acid batteries, and conventional battery chargers for telecom and cathodic protection system. The facilities around the clock autonomous management to cathodic protection systems, SCADA and telecom functions, delivering a sustainable reduction in carbon emissions and operating expenditures. This integration of multi-output loads is a challenging thing for us, because all SV stations having different voltage levels, this AC voltage and DC voltage, that to different voltage rates, that is 3-phase power supply is required, single-phase power supply is required. In DC also, 48 volts, 24 volts, these are a lot of combinations was required for us. This was a big challenge for us with the same system, how we can integrate with different voltages. So enduring solar generation meets the 24 bar into critical load demand, because you all know these all SV stations are remotely located like villages. So it is very difficult to get 24 bar into 7 EB power supply. So negative voltage of 48 voltage for telecom is one of the challenging for us. So how to get with this with using this system. The integration of hybrid renewable architecture to PMHBL SCADA system to remote monitoring from our main stations. See, our main stations are located at different places like 80 kilometers, 100 kilometers far away. But these unmanned stations are located remotely. So we need to monitor. So how we can integrate with using our existing SCADA system, this was also one of the challenging for us. So how we have made this system is, see, we have a grid system and we have a diesel generators. So we have removed the entire diesel generator set. So we have installed 5 kilowatt solar panel, then along with the hybrid inverters. This diesel, whatever the power we are getting from the grid, it will convert it into whatever the loads required. And whatever the 48 volt, whatever the DC voltage we are getting this solar, that we have converted into 48 volt DC, which is required for us. Then along with that, we have stored this 48 volt in lithium ion phosphate. These are the new technology which is there in India. Most of the things now, it is a new battery related, it is people are using now. So now, what I said, there will be different voltage ranges was there, because for air conditioning we have to feed the power, lighting, fans, water pumps, then actuators. This actuator is a three-phase power, where the surge voltages, once the motor is operated, surge current will be required. So how to mitigate that problem? By using these inverters, and we have made some critical and non-critical loads. Based on the critical loads, we have segregated, and it was programmed in our hybrid inverters. And whenever this power is not there, by using this lithium ion battery stored energy, we have to power these critical loads. See, this is the system what we have, this is the pilot project we have undertaken in our one of the SV station. That I will show you how it is. Then this is the first version we have done. After that we have improved further. See, this is the system what I have shown in the diagram. This is exactly what we have installed in our SV stations. By implementing of this, we have eliminated all these telecom and battery chargers. Then again our telecom chargers, then our power control centers. In addition to that, we have eliminated entire battery banks. See, this is a requirement, more maintenance and regular inspection of our team to our SV stations. These are all we have eliminated. After the first version, we have learned so many things. So we have made one compact panel. In that everything we have installed. Then that control and everything is, now it is a plug and play type. We can remove whenever the power is required, we will shift it to the other locations also. This is the good initiative we have done. See, this is the online monitoring. Wherever the person who is sitting at remote places, he can see what exactly it is happening in the system. See, what if the solar is generating at particular moment, and what is your load requirement, then how much battery is stored, then what is the power it is taking. So person who is sitting at that, he will come to know how the load is distributed and how we are utilizing the load, and how much entire day we have utilized the solar, and what is the power we have utilized from this EV. That entire thing we can monitor it. See, this is one major advantage we got it, the energy saving profile. So in each SV station, we are consuming almost around 60 to 65 units per day. Now, implementing of this system, we have reduced to around 30 to 30 units. So almost 50% of energy we have straight away we have reduced it. And grid consumption was almost around 70. The solar production was 25 unit. So whatever our load requirement, we have met with solar. See, this is the profile we can get it. So what is the load pattern? See, suppose yellow is our solar generation, brown is our load profile, and whatever the blue is there, whatever we are energy consumption. Sometimes if you are excess energy we are generating, that we are feedback to the EB department. Whenever we require, we will consume it from that. So there is a zero energy EB bill for us now. And whatever the loads are there, it is now it is a completely there is no vibrations or in case of many fluctuations in the load. Now it is the load profile is also it is uniform. So which improves our telecom card replacement, failure of cards, failure of actuators, that and all it has eliminated completely. So this is a person who is sitting at our control room. He can monitor on a daily basis. This is a small video how he can monitor the things remotely sitting at our main stations. He can see whatever it is required. You can see for entire power generation for last 1 month, 2 months, whatever is there, then data can be collected. So wherever it is, where the load is increasing more, where why the solar generation is less now, that and all, every minute to minute we can capture the data that it can be stored and it will be available in the system. This is the outcome. So whatever the emission was there in the beginning, it is 19.68 GCH. Now it is implementation of this system, there is a zero emission. Energy consumption was around 24,000 units per annually for one location. This is for one SV station. Now it is hardly around 7,200. It is improvement of 70%. And the source utilization, earlier DG and the grid was utilized. Now it is only, we are using only solar and the base system we are using. Operational efficiency, earlier we are depending on unmanned, this untechnical, non-technical person. Now we have removed that person. We are not utilizing him. See, this is the output we have got. Enhanced safety through DG elimination, the fire fuel storage, spillage risk and all, and demonstrated the proof of concept for fully automated pipeline nodes. Increased uptime and reduced manual errors, remote troubleshooting, positive environmental and sustainability branding impact. So this innovation and uniqueness is hybrid inverters enable multiple voltage outputs, as I told earlier. This is India's first implemented a fully automated SV stations powered by solar with BESS, with integrated with SCADA. And real-time power optimization we can monitor remotely. And thing is, this project. Earlier, as I said, we have done for pilot project for only 2 locations. With the result of good this thing, this last project we have executed in the month of February 2025. Then based on this output, we have extended these facilities to another 8 SV stations. Now with PMHBL, he is having all 10 SV stations with this hybrid architecture. And this India is having almost more than 20,000 kilometer pipeline. So we can utilize this system. And this model is replicated across the entire network, all SV stations with moderate low loads, because we have reduced the loads drastically. It can maintain emissions and maintain improving the safety and reliability. See, this innovative project is one of the top finalists in Rosen Award for Pipeline Innovation in Brazil. And one more, this innovative project is published in PNGRB, the case studies for sustainable this thing. And one more thing I need to share with you. This project is also, this paper is also accepted by this 21st pipeline, International Pipeline Conference in Berlin. Thanks for the presentation here.
Thank you so much. That was Prasanna Sir, Head of Procurement. And now, ladies and gentlemen, taking this moment to go ahead and introduce you to Shri Ranjanji. Sir, can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? He is the head of HSC at our organization.
Good afternoon, all. This is regarding the automation of sectionizing valve stations. So it's a short presentation on the automation. As we all know, PMHBL is operating a cross-country pipeline from Mangalore to Bangalore, and it's a 362-kilometer pipeline across challenging terrains and which requires robust safety and operational infrastructure. And every 25 to 30 kilometers, we have sectionizing valves for isolation during emergencies. And this presentation shares PMHBL's journey towards autonomous SV stations. What are the key features of this autonomous SV stations? First is the battery energy storage system, as Prasanna Kumar sir has just now given a presentation. Second is the perimeter intrusion detection system, which was introduced. Then there is a round-the-clock video surveillance. Reliable telecom infrastructure is available nowadays, and remote SV valve operation is already there. And we have also installed hydrocarbon detectors at all the SV stations, and also fire alarm panel is installed with annexation to the centralized control rooms. What is the current operating philosophy? It is highly human dependent with physical surveillance, and which leads to high operating costs. So there was a need for reduction of this high operating costs also. What are the drivers for this autonomous SV station? First is the operational optimization. As I have already told, there is a need to reduce the recurring operational costs for and also for improving safety and reliability standards. And with the availability of proven intrusion detection system, this surveillance and analytical technologies are also available. Further, there has been enhanced system reliability of telecom and SCADA infrastructure. And there is also availability of these advanced power solutions like BESS, which can be integrated with grid and solar system also. This is the concept overview of the autonomous SV stations: reliability and redundancy, automated monitoring of the station with intelligent automated systems and advanced analytics, centralized control from manned control rooms, and minimal human intervention while maintaining the protection. This is the intrusion detection system and video surveillance system. This intelligent perimeter protection system sensors are deployed all along the SV stations with overlapping detection zones. They have zonal identification infrastructure for precise location identification. Automated alarm system is also provided, and visual verification of this alarm logic can be done with the CCTV system also, so we can verify the alarms which are generated from the perimeter intrusion detection system. And also there is a comprehensive event logging which can be used for further analysis. Next is the video surveillance system. We have deployed a video surveillance system all along the SV stations, which has a full coverage of the SV, and it has also PTZ and fixed cameras, and these cameras are equipped with infrared night vision capability, and it also has intelligent recording facility for motion recording so that the storage can be optimized. What are the power supply architecture for these autonomous SV stations? We get the power from the grid. We have best backup, and solar power is also there, and auto changeover is available, for which we can change over between sources with zero interruption, so that there will be no power interruption. What are the benefits and value realization? There are the operational and safety benefits are continuous autonomous monitoring from the centralized control room, rapid event response can be effective, and enhanced personal safety as manpower is reduced, and operational excellence due to the improved availability and reduced downtime time of the SV stations. And from the management perspective, the value realization is the cost optimization and asset optimization, as we have eliminated the use of DG sets in all these SV stations. So that is a good achievement, and it is also a scalable model across all the SV stations. These are the statistics of the effectiveness and sustainability of the autonomous SV stations that we have enabled at almost 60% of our total SV stations. There is 100% operational uptime, zero safety incidents as of now, and 24/7 visibility from the centralized control rooms. This is the conclusion, and what is the industry relevance? This PMHBL's autonomous SV station is a successful digital transformation case study which can be used across all the pipeline networks, and it provides an optimal balance between operational safety, system reliability, and also cost efficiency. It is a highly scalable model also which can be used across all pipeline networks, and it is also a very sustainable model which has been proven, and this can be adapted across all the pipeline networks in the country. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajanji. Again, I am on the stage for talking on the net zero of PMHBL, Petronet MHBL Limited. Talk of the day is the net zero as of now. I will be covering in a brief actually. See, in our case, this scope on emission is relatively very small because we are using only DG sets and fire water pumps. Scope 2 is huge actually because we are using electricity for Mangalore, Neri and Hassan. And scope 3 is also very minimal because capital goods procurement is very less in our case. With this, if you go, as a part of our vision roadmap, we have developed this net zero plan and the implementation plan also. In this, our association is with the CSIR NERI, a Government of India company enterprise, Nagpur. And this net zero target is aimed by 2034-35, assuming that we will reach a capacity of 5.6 from 2026-27. If it is lower than that, means 4.5, 4.6 or 5 also, we will achieve within 2030, 31, 32 also, like that. And our key drivers of this plan is solar power, BESS, which is explained as of now, and EV mobility. And we are on the path of achieving net zero by 2034-35. See, our emission offsets actually, if you see, from 2025-26, by 2034-35, our emissions will be 27,355 TCO2e, but with our all implementation of net zero assets, we will be offsetting the emission, that is 29,398 TCO2e. With this, we are achieving by 2034-35. As I told earlier in the earlier slide, it is meant for 5.6 million metric tons by 2026-27. If you are achieving less than that, definitely we can achieve this net zero before that actually. What are the avenues required for net zero planning? What we are planning in our case, in PMHBL case, we are shifting to EVs for transition electric vehicles. We are enhancing the green belts beyond the MO&F requirements also. And we are shifting to renewable energy, that is green PPA or solar power plants. We are doing the energy management systems like VRV, DRA and VFD. Already we are having VRV at all the locations. DRA is in place now. VFD we are planning now with DIL. And we are going for solar power installation also, which we are discussing with ONGC or from ourselves from 2026-27. And implementation of BESS is an important part in our scope. And then transition to CNG or biodiesel vehicles for our daily use. Net zero roadmap. This is our roadmap. This will be achieved by phased and technically sound and operationally feasible pathway to achieve the sustainable net zero by 2034-35. And then diversified interventions. We are having diversified portfolio like 20 megawatt solar power, as I told earlier, then BESS systems, then clean mobility by CNG, and then our EVs, then EMS, then green belts and transitional green PPAs. And what is the resilient strategy in this case? Overall, the roadmap establishes credible, verifiable, and resilient decarbonization strategy, positioning the organization as a leader in low carbon infrastructure aligned with India's climate goals. We are aligning with India's climate goals and ESG expectations also. This is the brief presentation I told earlier because paucity of time and a brief on the investment. Thank you very much for giving the time, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sound check. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now to honor the team, I request Ramesh sir to please come forward and do the honors. Ramesh, sir, request you to please come forward and do the honors. Can we have the music coming in the background? Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, driving excellence, strategic innovation at PMHBL, we would like to go ahead and honor. Please put your hands together. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Well, a huge round of applause for the team onto the stage. Are we good? Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next session. New and emerging technologies and processes in pipeline transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I go ahead and welcome the session chair with a huge round of applause. Come on, he has been here on this table since morning. Come on, everyone, please put your hands together as I go ahead and welcome Shri Vashi Viswanath sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, CGM of Pipeline at HPCL, to lead this session.
Good afternoon. Presently, we have discussing two topics in this presentation. One would be on conductive polymer coating on zinc ribbons for enhanced AC mitigation performance. This would be done by my colleague, Mr. Shiv Shankar. He's a mechanical engineer from Anna University with an MTech in industrial coatings from NIT Trichy, and is presently pursuing his PhD. So the first part, I would request Mr. Shiv Shankar to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be presenting a topic on conductive polymer coating on zinc ribbons for enhanced AC mitigation performance. So our buried pipelines often run parallel to the AC transmission line, and this proximity leads to AC induction into the pipeline. And this is not only possesses a safety risk to the personnel, also this will induce corrosion damage on the pipeline. So our industrial regular practice is we'll put a zinc ribbon, and this will drain the AC current to the it will act as a sacrificial anode and shunting the AC current into the ground, thereby reducing the density of the pipeline and then avoid the corrosion damage. And past few years, HPCL, we have faced a lot of issues with this zinc ribbon replacement, like a frequent replacement of zinc ribbon. And we wanted to understand the root cause of the problem, and we wanted to develop some solution for this case. So here I am presenting the problem statement with what is the scientific approach, what we have adopted, and then I will share the experimental results, and then I will share the benefits of the particular improvement. So let us start with the basic fundamentals. Why zinc ribbon why zinc ribbon corrodes more when AC current travels? Normally zinc ribbon corrodes faster. However, the AC currents passes through it. Then the corrosion rate of zinc is much higher. Why? Because there is a polarity changes continuous polarity changes on the zinc ribbon. So because of that, there is an anodic dissolution rate is one side and cathodic recovery. When the AC density, current density is higher, then the anodic dissolution rate is more. Because of that, the zinc corrodes more. This is mainly due to electrochemical instability. So coming to the problem statement. So here we have taken some experimental study with the bare zinc ribbon, and we have tried to identify the relation, like life of the zinc ribbon with reference to the AC current density. So this graph clearly reveals that when the AC voltage is greater than 15 and AC current is more than 100, then the life of zinc ribbon is barely 2 to 5 years. This different because of soil conditions, and even moderate conditions also, the life of the zinc ribbon is nearly 8 to 10 years. And the changing of zinc ribbon is not an easy task because this includes procurement, installation, and also we need to get some permission because our pipeline, we are in the cross-country pipeline. So just for understanding, so for per running meter, if we wanted to maintain for 25 years of pipeline, like we wanted to maintain for service of 25 years, we'll be requiring 13,680 rupees per running meter. Suppose pipeline, we can take a 500 kilometer pipeline, we'll be requiring 5 kilometer zinc ribbon, like let us assume. So in case 5 kilometer, if you want to, if required for one pipeline, then cost is around 6.84 crore. Coming to the solution approach. So wherever we have a corrosion issue, always we'll try to identify the coating. So, but here the main challenge in the developing a coating is normally if you do the coating, it will like protect the corrosion. But the alternate part is it will act as an insulator. But here our main objective is it should be electrically conductive. So there are, we have identified the requirement. The first requirement, whatever the coating, you should have to reduce the corrosion rate, means it will reduce the dissolution, metal dissolution. The second, the coating should be able to withstand the chemical attack like sulfide and chloride in the soil environment. The third is a very important requirement. It should maintain the electrical conductivity of the system. The fourth one is ensure strong adhesion zinc substrate because the bonding is very important. Otherwise, delamination will happen. And this coating should withstand the environmental stresses or UV exposure and differences in the soil contamination. So we have identified that PEDAT is a basic polyethylene dioxythiopene. This PEDAT coating, the PEDAT based polymer coating will serve as a purpose. So this will act as a dual purpose. This will act as a corrosion protection. Also, this will conduct it's electrically conductive. So this PEDAT based coating forms a stable and conductive passivation layer so that it will form the stable layer over the zinc, so the corrosion will be avoided. And the second, this PEDAT will have a good mechanical strength, so the excellent resistance in the chloride and rich environment, and the adhesion also it is very good because it has a good mechanical strength. And this coating encourages the stable passive film over the zinc surface. So this is a methodology we have adopted for developing the coating. The first one is the surface preparation, materials and surface preparation. So we have taken the zinc, bare zinc as well as PEDAT coated zinc. And we have done the electrochemical testing like potentiodynamic polarization method and the electrochemical impedance spectroscopy we have done to check the corrosion, ECAR, ICAR value and RAC like charge transfer value. And then we have done the surface characterization by scanning electron microscope and XRD. Then we have done simulate the AC conditions, like with different AC conditions, and we have estimated the life of the zinc. So this is a simple flow chart for this, how this zinc ribbon, how this zinc ribbon is prepared. Like first the material preparation, then the cleaning has to be done, then polishing, then preparation of solution, and we have done the electro deposition method. And then after coating, we have done all the testing and inspection. So this is the results of bare zinc and coated zinc, pedard coated zinc. So this is a result from potential dynamic polarization method. And this Tafel slope, this is basically called as a Tafel slope, this clearly indicates that the pedard coated sample, it's shifting towards a noble. And you can see this bare zinc, it is shifting towards the negative side. So this itself, it's clearly indicating that this will form a stable layer and it will induce electrochemical stability on the zinc ribbon surface. And then we have done this testing we have done with the 3.5 worst condition, 3.5% weight of NaCl. And then we have done the characterization. The image A indicates the bare zinc ribbon micrographs and the B indicates the pedard coated. So we can see the deposits over the bare zinc, and however the pedard coated sample, we are not having any deposits. And this is a optical profilometry image. So here we can see for the zinc ribbon, we are clearly revealing the severe pitting occurred. However, there are limited. And here, after that, we have calculated the surface roughness also. For bare zinc, we are getting around 4.24 microns. However, for pedard coated sample, we are getting 0.04 microns. So this is a basic comparison table between bare zinc and the pedard coated sample. So as I said earlier, ECAR value is reducing. This indicates that it forms a stable layer, and ICAR value also reducing by 65%, and this indicates that it will have a lower anodic dissolution rate. And the corrosion rate, you can see it is an improvement of 2.95 times, like a 3 times improvement is there. And the protection efficiency is 65.96%, and particularly for RACT value it is triple, like 523 to 1642. So this indicates a stronger barrier and slower charge transfer. And then surface roughness, as I said earlier, 4.832, and pedard coated sample, we are getting around 0.041. So this is a basic results of bare zinc versus and pedard coated sample. The first graph indicates the AC current density versus corrosion rate. So we can see the clear difference. And the second graph indicates the life of the zinc ribbon versus current density. There also we could able to see the clear difference. And here for the comparison, let us take the severe AC conditions, we'll be recovering 13,680 rupees for per running meter, and that will be reduced to 4,860 because the frequent replacement won't be there. And we are getting around 64% of savings. So from this, the key achievement is we have developed a significant corrosion resistance improvement. The second is this enhanced, because of this pedard coating, it enhances the electrochemical stability on the zinc ribbon, and the surface production and superior performance under the higher AC density. So thank you. I'll forward to Vanchi sir for next topic.
In our recent pipeline, Haldia Panagarh, we had encountered a problem that we were initially planning for conventional RCC buildings for our 15 SV stations and 1 IP station. But it so happened that when we started execution, we found that we had a lot of challenges in terms of transportation of the materials, etc. And in 6 of the stations, we had to convert to PEB solution. So we had actually gone for a composite structure wherein we were using a skeleton of PEB with AAC blocks. So we had done a hybrid structure. So what had happened was we were thinking of having smart SV stations here, but then we had a very high quote from the vendors and we had to abandon that plan and we had to go for a conventional SV station. And then as I was telling that, we had a problem in that the roads were typically about only 3 meters wide and we could not get many materials. There was shortage of labor, and then local conditions were not, were very challenging in the sense that availability of labor, then a lot of local disruptions, etc. were there, which forced us to think of alternatives. And what we did was, as I was explaining to you, we went for a hybrid structure where we would have a PEB which was fabricated elsewhere and brought in pieces to the site. So typically, there's an auto-mounted vehicle on which these sections are brought in 4 or 5 lots, and then they are assembled at site with only minimal manpower. And then we used AAC blocks and then deck slabs. So that way we were able to cut down our time. So this gives the photographs of whatever we have done actually. So this way we could see that we could save both, we could save time, though it was slightly expensive as I was showing in the subsequent slide. So what we have done is basically we could assemble this particular skeleton with hardly about 3 or 4 manpower, which is actually very difficult to get in West Bengal because of the conditions, and those people typically don't work for extended hours, etc. So we have actually managed that, single story as well as double story. So 3 of those structures were single story structures and 3 were double storied structures. So what we observed through this action was that we were able to save about 3 months in each of those structures. However, the cost outgo was slightly more, but it was a trade-off. And finally, we decided that we will do it, and we are executing this. At least 2 of those buildings are completed, and we hope to complete the remaining buildings in the next 2 months. That's all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this moment and call Ms. Tinku Madam to please come forward and hand over the memento. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ms. Tinku Nishchal right there? Have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we go ahead in honor. Thank you so much. Lights off. We'll just take a moment to set up the stage for our second panel discussion for this afternoon. Sound check. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second panel discussion this afternoon. Let's keep it interactive. It is going to be lots more that's going to happen on stage, so I want all of you to kindly pay attention. Well, the next topic for panel number 2 this afternoon is going to be operational excellence in pipeline systems, process that optimization and SOP modernization. Now, moving forward, taking this honor to go ahead and introduce you to our moderator himself. I want all of you to please put your hands together the loudest as I introduce Mr. Sandeep Chitora on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, our associate partner from KPMG. And now, with great honor and pleasure, introducing our panelists. Let me go ahead and take this honor to welcome Shri Ramesh sir back on stage. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He's the director at PMHBL, followed by Shri B. Sudarshan, ED for MRPL. Can we have a huge round of applause? Sudarshan sir is coming first time on the stage today. And along with that, last but not the least, taking the honor to go ahead and welcome our Managing Director, Shri Sudhir Kumar. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Yeah, thank you for providing this opportunity, and it's an honor and also privilege to be here to really listen to the panel who is like an extremely experienced in all pipeline operations, and it's carrying out the operational excellence. That's the theme that is something that we are going to discuss about. And with this, a brief introduction, maybe from my side, what I personally do is I'll take care of various operations technology from Industry 4.0 side in order to really provide the OT analytics. Some part of that work is what we are doing for oil and gas space. And with that, with your permission, sir, I'll start probably to have a, first of all, in brief overview, like what operational excellence here we are talking about. It is mainly to keep the integrity of the pipeline, their improved yield, throughput, and production enhancement, and of course, keeping in mind quality and safety. I think that's the prime importance for such operations. To start with, I'll just request with Sudhir sir first. To give you a brief overview, sir, it's been about a year and a half, if I may rightly say so, to have this a challenging position of really driving an excellence into an organization, which is many times seen as in like unknown territory also, like, and with most of the leaders in the world. And with you, I would like to hear from you to what are those key challenges that you had addressed using digitalization, and which you think maybe in future also can be further handled better?
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you for having me on this panel. First of all, I would like to say that there were several challenges when I joined this company. We were a traditional pipeline transportation company, and there were a list of issues that we needed to address because AI/ML was catching up very fast in the industry. And then there were operational issues also, like we have seen in the earlier session, that our capacity constraint was restricting us. The authorized capacity was lower than what we were able to pump. And the third category, if I say, was learning and development of our own internal stakeholders, that is the employees. So going to the first category, technology upgradation was happening everywhere. So we made a list of things that we needed to work on in PMHBL. Some of it you have already seen, or most of it you have already seen during the course of this day. As a recap, I would say capacity augmentation, I would say corporate digitalization program. That has been a major initiative that the company has taken with the support of the board of this company. And we are putting in place what you said, Industry 4.0, 5.0, whatever it is called. We are trying to bring all the IT, OT on a common platform, to have a better grip, a handle on the operations. Throughput is, we are dependent on our customers, OMCs, MRPL, and maybe our secondary customers, which are GOBP, Naira, Shell Aviation, all those people. The thing in our hand was, doing cost control, doing things at the least possible cost. So in that, with that frame in mind, corporate digitalization program was initiated so that we could identify places where, we could reduce our cost as well as streamline our systems. We are a very leanly manned company. So we don't have the luxury of many people in the company, multiple people in each shift. That luxury is not there. So we wanted to leverage maximum amount of technology that we could handle to simplify our operations, to do our operations at the least cost. So to that effect, we have done capacity augmentation, we have CDP, we have also installed certain energy saving processes and equipments like which was discussed, VRV, DRA, state-of-the-art DRA we have installed a few months back. So that will help us in that. Category 2 was, I would leave out category 2 for the moment. The learning and development of our people was very essential. So we put in place a lot of effort to, our people are now have got certificates from IIM Mumbai, they have certification from ISC Bangalore, and also currently also people are studying different courses, National Security Safety Council, Mumbai. So capacity upgradation or capability upgradation of our employees was one of the focus areas that we have worked on in the last 18-20 months. And I'm hopeful that it will carry on in future. So we are trying to catch up with where the world is moving. And in some areas, I think we are the front runners also. So that's how, and for everything we have made SOPs, we are in the process of making. So trying to streamline many things at the least cost and with the least manpower. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And rightly said, so people become the core of any organization, and if the organization is going through a digital transformation, it becomes critical to really enhance their learning and of course embark them on to really learn new tools, new methods, and challenge the status quo to really to get benefited the most of the technology. Bringing this back to MRPL now, sir, to Sudarshan, sir, how do you really define operational excellence in the parlance of, let's say, MRPL for your pipeline system and for refinery operations and so on?
Yeah, we don't have a cross-country pipeline like what they have. We utilize PMHBL services. We have pipelines running from port to refinery, and raw water pipeline running from a nearby river, Satpadi, which is around 40 kilometers. Yes, there are challenges. We have faced a lot of leakages, and since this pipeline run in a public domain, challenges are different than what we face in the pipeline leakages inside the refinery campus. So all those things are being addressed. We have our own SOPs, we have our own checking methodology, we have a cathodic protection system which gets checked on a regular basis, and there is a physical monitoring of the pipeline. There is a set of people who walk along the pipeline to monitor whether everything is in line. So these are the challenges. And we also had challenges with respect to ETP, effluent treatment pipeline, which goes to the sea. So recently we have replaced the 20-year-old pipeline with the new pipeline. So things are in order now.
Yeah, I mean, the slightly different, maybe because the pipeline operation is slightly different than the refinery operation. Maybe bring in that perspective, how does that differentiate and what kind of different KPIs that you really take into account to embark on the, for example, you might be having maybe not the quality or let's say safety aspect of really operating them, but the aspect of yield, throughput or productivity could be even slightly.
That goes into plant operations basically. not on the pipeline operation.
Yes, okay.
We have enough additional tankage facilities also. So we have implemented advanced process control and real-time optimization and things like that for plant operations across all the units.
Across all plants.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I think especially things like advanced process controls and asset performance management actually yield a large benefit into this. Bringing it back to you, Ramesh sir, what are the most pressing operational challenges that you have seen in India's petroleum products pipeline today, especially since you are like a multi-product carrier? So from that perspective, what key operational challenges that you see?
As he said, no, we exist in the outside domain. Most of the ROU, we have no control on our ROUs. And we are in a public place, and safety to me is one of the very prime consideration. As somebody was telling, now we are literally carrying a moving bomb actually. So any mishap, anything happening, it damages the assets, loss of business, reputation, loss of life, and putting it back again is a mammoth task. So safety is a very important consideration in operation. The other aspect, as you said, there are no multi-product lines. We do a batching process, unlike our natural gas line where you inject something and then withdraw at some other place. Actually, that kind of a thing is not there. And the product scheduling, if it is not done properly, and if it is not made available to us, we face some problem of outages of the line, that it will be shut down, and that actually loses, on that we lose the operational efficiency actually, because the assets starts idling actually. So every day and every minute I run the pipeline and we carry to the furthest point. That is where the operational efficiency comes for a cross-country pipeline. So if we are devoid of that, then the efficiency take a hit there.
Yeah, as you said, like because of the multi-product and you do a batch processing of them, what's the role of advanced technologies? For example, nowadays you can actually schedule them properly and then of course limit the wastage that happens because of the changeovers and so on, minimize the changeovers in order to enhance the productivity and so on. So what kind of technological tools or methods that are getting evolved with the emergence of AI and machine learning?
We are yet to see that actually, because our ask has been that only. Mr. Malli is not there. We have been asking him for a scheduling, software. See, we had developed some, scheduling software with, one of the premier IITs. And then that didn't work because the same person giving the inputs to the system was receiving a different, answers or maybe the solutions to it. So that software did not work actually. So we were trying to check a couple of days back because IOCL also had taken something, from a very premier, consultant. And I think they are also not working. So we are all back to Excel now actually. So the entire scheduling is done on Excel, and it is driven like that. Someone was starting out in a startup actually, because we also keep encouraging the startup. Wherever I go, I used to tell people, please let's put some money, call people, and then let's develop something. But the startups are remaining basically on a very, very, basic needs actually. They have not come up to address a complex situation. We had an AI/ML solution, rolled out for our PITS system. It also failed, though the vendor claimed that, it is working and he had taken the money or the contract value. It never functioned actually, and then we had to shelve it. So the ask has been that, yes, I need a scheduling software wherein I put all those variables, and then it should give me, if not a perfect solution, a near about perfect solution which will optimize my pumping cost actually. And choose the right configuration of pumping station and pumps actually. So we are yet to see the day actually.
Yeah, I think that's something is requiring maybe even the first ground things, which is like modernizing SOPs and have initial input to those kind of solution. Correct. And as you said, like, I mean, if you have a input as in correct input, then of course the solution can work. And most of the time, the failures start actually happening here only. Bringing it to you, Sudhir sir, this building of this ecosystem, which is like, as sir was mentioning, for about like how the startup comes in, how your organization get involved into it, and of course with the domain expertise that you have in order to really operate these. How do you really see these ecosystem getting evolved with all the organizations like you, and then build solutions which are actually user friendly and of course drive outcome?
I would like to contribute to what Mr. Abhish was saying about the scheduling software. We also, being a pure pipeline company, we need it more than anyone else. So we did contact one vendor who supplies it globally, and the cost is running in crores. So we couldn't afford it. We hope to work with ISC again on this project. We tried explaining them, but it was a challenge explaining also what is the problem statement. So we will work around this solution, but for the time being, as he said, we are on Excel only. Okay. So, and more so since we don't have control on the input, which might change, but monthly plans are made in Excel and then, taken to daily pumping rates.
Does it also have an element of a change management? For example, because people earlier were used to have that Excel as in solution running. Now, all of a sudden, if new comes in and they are not really familiar of, they are thinking that this solution is not working because it doesn't give me initial optimum solution as earlier the Excel was giving. And then simply they just don't accept.
No, I'll take it that 50% there is pressure that Excel is very old. So you need to be fashionable. You should be like, some AI ML should be there. AI ML is such a problem or a solution that it has to be necessarily inbuilt into everything, otherwise you are not fashionable. You are not up to the mark. You are industry 1.0.
Yeah.
So that is one of the challenge. But coming to your startup question or suggestion, I think our company itself is a startup, so we don't need startups. We are almost 35 to 40 in number, which is like an ideal startup. And that's why we are taking up projects like CDP. We are working on the scheduling thing. What he said about embedding AI ML in PIDs, that is the pipeline intrusion or the leak detection. We have successfully executed, as you were listening to the professor from ISC. That research project has already given us an algorithm, and we are training our own model to make sense of the thousands of alarms we see currently in the system. So hopefully that will scale up and it will work forward. And do let us know if there is a project for startup. We will also do it as a startup.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating to really see and hear about it. It's 30-40 member team really embarking on and of course in terms of the dividend or the payback that you give to the organization back is phenomenal. Coming to you, Sudarshan sir, MRPL, how is MRPL modernizing current SOPs? Because is it a disruptive way that this is the old SOP and this should not be really used in future, and completely new SOP has been created? Or is it an incremental SOP that, okay, because of the digitalization, now this information comes in, this kind of decision making we can do, and hence we need to have an incremental SOP? So what kind of change that you are seeing in the industry, whether it is a disruptive SOP coming in or like while modernizing the SOPs, or is it like
it is modernizing the SOP, in fact.
Yeah.
MRPL has also embarked on, in a big way, on preparing SOPs for all the processes and activities. And operators particularly are trained, and a sort of tests are also conducted, whether they have really understood the SOPs. And SOPs is a continuous process. You cannot say, I have done an SOP and there it ends. Plants keep changing, processes keep changing. So accordingly, SOPs also keep changing. So employees also have well understood the importance of SOPs. It is not just from operation angle, it is also from safety angle. SOPs are very key for the plant operation.
Yeah. Being from the supply side, I mean, what kind of supply side challenges that you have faced, especially for the custody transfer meters? Are you seeing any sort of a role of technology coming in order to really validate that, okay, this is what our meter says, this is what the custody transfer meter is saying?
So far, no. What we have done is we have mass flow meters. We use this typically same kind of make and model mass flow meters inside our boundary limit and outside boundary limit. So there is a very marginal error. So there is very less disputes we have amongst between us and the OMCs and PMHBL. We have not faced any such problems as such.
No, that's good to hear, because recently I've done one of the project wherein like this reconciliation was having an issue, and it's really good to hear because of the technology.
No, we have not faced such challenges
really
in
good results around here. Sudhir sir, to you, like culture becomes the critical part, as you also said that you have invested a lot in learning and development of the entire team over here, right? So under your leadership, what kind of initiatives that you have taken, and also what's the work that is still there, right? That still you aspire to do that, okay, given the chance that you'll take this further 3 steps for the organization?
So first part of the learning and development, I already told you that it has been our constant endeavor to upskill our people. Next is, I would, as a second initiative that we have taken is we run a happy employee program in our company, which is a set of activities which we do on a regular basis. It can be it is generally monthly. So that is also to enhance and motivate, and it's not only giving away things, it's regarding mutual participation, involving the families in certain events and all that. So that is the second one, I would say. And what was the last part of your statement?
I mean, given that, what 3 new initiatives that you would like to take further?
So
which
the
is
remaining
not done
initiatives.
yet, right?
So in whatever remaining tenure I would have here, I would definitely like to make PMHBL the topmost common carrier company in India, as per PNGRB rules, regulations. There are many common carrier on paper. So let's compete with them.
Okay, thank you. And sir, just to bringing that point from Sudarshan sir, what do you see the role of digital platforms, like whether you will go for a platform sort of an approach? Because what we have seen is that from people, process, technology, as you have said, that from building a culture of really innovation and so on the digital side, it becomes data, then platforms, and then of course analytics, right? So what kind of role that you are seeing currently in terms of what that digital platforms can play in order to really continuously improve the SOPs and so on?
See, digital platform is a must actually in these days, because a huge amount of data flows from the system actually. And even if you take the case of, I take the case of PITS just for an example. So it generates almost 4,000 to 5,000 alarms every day. And then right now we have got some filtering system where we filter up to 400 alarms, and then that is again driven down to see what is real, what is to be investigated. So where do all this data resides, and then it gets vanished. In the vanished sense, it goes out of the mind the next day actually. So the platforms are very, instrumental and will be a backbone for this efficient operation, and also diagnostics actually. The data has to flow into this system, and then as you rightly said, there has to be a interpretation and then diagnostics which has to come out of it. So without a platform, it is simply not possible to operate, because the complexities have got increased very high. And now with the scarce manpower which is available there, everywhere actually. If you have to drive it efficiently, the system, you need to rely more on digital platforms. So it is a must, and then it is a requirement of the day actually.
Yeah, and rightly said, like if 4,000 to 5,000 notifications or alerts are coming, it's humanly not possible.
From a
and
single system.
It causes notification fatigue.
We have some 5-6 system like that.
Yeah.
So just imagine.
Because it becomes really unmanageable. And in this parlance, to Sudarshan sir, what role you see that digital twins or IT/OT integration, predictive maintenance is playing currently in order to really bring such real-time analytics, and then of course help human in order to really control these assets better and drive profitability or reliability to the...
Definitely, IT/OT plays a very important role, both in terms of operation excellence and in terms of cyber security also. It cannot be separated. And what was the second part of the question?
So I was saying that bringing in the real-time analytics in order to...
Yes, real-time analytics and real-time optimization is definitely required, and it is implemented in most of the refineries. It is not a new thing. Advanced process control, real-time optimizations are all not new things, and it is already there in most of the refineries, and MRPL is also implemented all these things. Apart from that, we have a separate team to look into AI and ML aspects, and I'm happy to say that MRPL has been continuously winning award on AI ML developments for the last 3 years.
And are you seeing a transition from, let's say, as we call that, which was like a preventive maintenance, which is like, okay, rule-based, right? That, okay, from every 6 months you need to take care of these activities, to condition-based, and then now to predictive or even for prescriptive maintenance. Are you seeing that change?
Yes, definitely. We have implemented such technologies also. AI-based technology we have implemented for one of the compressors, where it gives advanced information when things can go wrong. So for 1 or 2 compressors we had already completed, which we intend to build it across. Preventive maintenance is there, predictive maintenance is there, and this technology-based maintenance is also there.
Yeah, usually these kind of like alerts are coming, say, 2 to 3 months in advance, wherein you can really plan. The maintenance to be done. And these are often not seen by the human, that from the SCADA data or from the DCS systems that you are having, these kind of alerts don't emerge there.
Exactly.
So these are those methods in terms of having the signature identification that, okay, these 5 alerts combined together will lead to a failure. Gives you a lead time to really buy spares for those assets and plan the maintenance. Hence, you convert your breakdown, which is like a sudden failure that is coming, which can cause any sort of an outage, to a planned maintenance, and hence improves the reliability of the system. Now, coming to you, sir, back, because all such solutions requires investment, especially in the parlance of like PSUs. You are constrained with the budgets because they are planned at the initial stage, and especially in your case, once it becomes like a tariff driven, that okay, for the transportation only you get paid. How do you really justify for any sort of unplanned outages or any such system which gives you an alert for predictive maintenance and so on? How you are able to say that, okay, this solution will be definitely helpful, and then take the decision and drive?
I think as far as PMHBL is concerned, that we are moving to that stage, or we will subsequent to implementation of the CDP or the corporate digitalization program. Currently it is rule-based only, and we hope, and that was one of the key purposes, or one of the purposes of doing the CDP. So in the times to come, maybe in the next few months or year, we'll be at that stage of predictive maintenance or going forward to prescriptive maintenance. As far as the budgeting is concerned, as happens in any organization, there is due diligence, there is a concept of ROI, there is a concept of available cash, money, income. So yeah, we are a regulated industry as far as tariff is concerned. And as I was telling in the morning address, that despite that controlled tariff, we have taken up the challenge of even giving a discount on that to our customers based on the throughput that they take. There are a few small conditions which they have to fulfill and then they can avail it. Glad to announce that MRPL could take a discount of over 1 crore rupees in the last quarter. So it is good. And we have never experienced any budgetary constraints for the rightful activities. There is full deliberation in the board and all the required budgets are available for sustaining and increasing the profitability of the company.
And that's indeed, I would say, a real result of operational excellence to really pass on the discount rather than really charge the 100% tariff that is given by the regulation itself. Right. Bringing it to you, Ramesh sir, what could be the ask that you can have from the government in terms of requiring support for improvement in, let's say, some of the regulations, improving the streamlining the pipeline operations, because there are many regulations which now you see in the era of digital, you can do those things differently, right? So from that perspective, what could be the changes that you would like to have from the government side or policy side?
Just to add to what Mr. Sudhir said, the sustenance of these networks are all based on the tariff that we get. If the tariffs are not remunerative, then it is difficult to operate these pipelines actually. Typically what companies like OMCs do is they cross-subsidize this cost. The production margins are somewhere, outweigh this, the margin which is lost in the transportation. So in a way you feel that yes, it's okay to place the product there. But for a company like Petronet, there is nothing like production unit and then they survive only on the tariffs actually. So the tariff can be reasonable in fact. So I would say that the tariff structure whatever has been, so now there has been some change in the tariff structure, but otherwise earlier the tariffs were very, very abysmally low actually, not attracting any kind of investment. Today also if you see many of the lines were basically bidded and no response were there for these lines, common carrier lines. Most of the ATF lines went unbidded and even LPG lines partially bidded because the investment is all capital intensive, and to that extent if you have to really accelerate this process of decarbonization by bringing new pipelines and other things, one way we can do is that probably the government can lower some of the tax structures for this kind of an investments actually. Because the return on investment is really something which companies looks at. And everybody thinks that if someone else is able to lay the line, let him lay, and I will carry my product in that. So that is the situation which is slowly emerging actually, and that has to be corrected. And the ask would be that the tariff should be reasonable and remunerative. Plus you can possibly look at all those taxing regimes which will give a boost in case if it is tweaked to the infrastructure industry, like they are giving to other industries like road and other things, airports. And some of the lines like IGGL in the northeast have come because of the viability gap funding. So wherever it is important for us to meet the social needs, and when the transportation is something which is not avoidable through pipelines, then VGF is some form of incentivization that company can get from the government. So maybe this has to be done in a very holistic way, and then a lot of things company can get from the government, like what I've been advocating to many forums is that give us a corridor at least, a common corridor where it will be a hassle-free operation for us. And first of all, laying the pipeline itself is an issue actually nowadays. So the government has to basically make rules, regulations, or otherwise provide a corridor where the utilities can run parallel to each other, and then there is a highway which is of those pipelines, which can facilitate easier completion of project, maintenance, and then also not to bother about all those pilferages and encroachments and things like that, which basically impact the safety of the system. So these are some of the asks that probably I would place it before the government.
Yeah, sure, of course. Like, and I would say now, the very interesting concept emerging as in pipeline highways, as you are saying that, build the infrastructure or the corridors like that, you have the complete control, or all utilities are having a complete control on those assets, rather than struggling every time for ROUs and then really maintaining them. Because this is also a safety concern for the human being. Will this, I'll just maybe come back to each one of you, maybe just one key statement or key message that you would like to give to our audience, in order, those who are actually looking for embarking on journey of digitalization, operational excellence. So starting from you, Sudarshan.
Yeah. You have no choice other than embarking on embracing new technologies. Whether it is AI, ML, whatever it is, you cannot escape. And I strongly advocate that you should make use of the technology. Whether you like it or not, please make use of it. It can bring value to your work. That's all I wanted to.
Yeah, so it's now, it's not a choice, but it is something like, what we should really do is that it will benefit and hence with that interest or inherent interest, we should learn all these technology and make use of them. Thank you.
Yeah, I was not given an opportunity for that government task, but I will add on to.
Yeah, please, sure.
I'll add on to Mr. Ramesh's ask, the third or the fourth point, that wherever a common carrier pipeline like ours is there, government may consider banning any road transport or railway wagon transport in the vicinity of 100 kilometers of that pipeline, so that common carrier pipelines have 100% capacity utilization. Because competition is not apple and apple, it is apple and maybe watermelon. So it is very difficult to compete against big, huge OMCs having cross-subsidization, as what Rameshji brought out. So maybe that is one of the asks I would say, but that was not your question. Coming back to AI/ML, I would only like to caution that AI/ML has become a buzzword. It has become more fashionable. If you say that this is a AI embedded fan, then people will buy it. But normal fan, people say, "Arey, bahut purana hai." So if you are in the process or evaluating any of your processes, systems, platforms, or trying to catch on to this AI/ML bandwagon, be careful, because not everything is suitable for incorporating AI/ML. So if you choose wherever AI/ML will give you the maximum value in terms of returns, or in terms of manpower ease, or in terms of process simplification, do only those. Doing AI/ML across may not help. So that's my message.
Yeah, and rightly said so, and it's also having a cost element. So choosing the right technology, because most of the problem can also be handled using rule-based engines, or maybe just by the statistical controls and so on. No point bringing in AI/ML directly over there, because it anyway involves the cost, right? And then again, maintenance of those and so on. So it's become imperative or important to really think through that why we are actually using AI/ML over here. Rightly said so, sir.
I'll just sum it up in 3 words, basically. Be cautious, act, and accelerate. Okay. Be
Nice.
cautious is in the sense that, see, the AML has become a buzzword now. Everybody wants to get associated with the AML. Everybody who sells their product says that we are AI and ML. So there are a lot of companies outside wanting to sell products to you or services to you without any, end results being demonstrated actually. We have a couple of times we have fallen in trap where we did something and then we did not get the result. So we lost our money. And other is that you need to act, as you rightly said and Mr. Sudhir said, you need to act where there is a requirement for AML absolutely. Then once you identify that particular action area, that this is the domain in which I want to implement it for operational efficiency and also the return, then you need to accelerate those processes actually. So these are, three words that I would say: be cautious, act, and accelerate.
Yeah, summarizing very nicely, sir, and in order to really say, having a caution that what you should do, then of course really taking the action, that becomes a hard job to really come on.
But I have a question for you, Sandeep.
Yes, sir, please.
What is your message on the theme to the industry? As being Industry 4.0 expert, you are given only 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure, of course. What I mean, first of all, by Industry 4.0, it's a fourth industrial revolution that we are seeing currently globally. And once we talk about industrial revolution, it essentially means the enhancement of productivity of the entire globe by at least 10x. And that's what we have seen in first industrial, second, third, and fourth industrial revolution, right? Unless until there is an output or there is an increased productivity of the entire globe happening, I don't see any of such technology jargons that we talk about has any mean there, right? Unless until it really proves to increase the productivity, yield, throughput, and of course the human life is what the real outcome of such technological endeavor would be. Thank you so much. Thanks for providing this wisdom and being such a nice panel members. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for giving us this opportunity, and I hope everyone would have got benefited from this. Thank you.
Well, what an interesting and insightful panel, ladies and gentlemen. Give this panel a huge round of applause, requesting the panel and the moderator to please stay back on stage, and requesting PS Murthy sir to please come forward and honor our panelists on stage. Give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. An incredible day right here at PMHBL Technology Conference 2026, fueling the future. Requesting all of you to please put for one photo left. Sudarshan sir, request you to please bring yourself back on stage so that we can have one photograph with you. Can we have a huge round of applause for a brilliant panel right there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we turn our attention to the crucial area of pipeline safety. And hence our next session is going to be on advancement in leak detection systems. We'll just give a minute to our people on stage to clear the stage lights off. right, I promise to let all of you go on a tea break after this session, but let's quickly dive into the next session where we are going to be talking about advancement in leak detection systems. Ladies and gentlemen, leak detection has become one of the most vital components of modern pipeline operations, where technology is evolving rapidly to provide faster, smarter, and more accurate identification. These advancements not only protect critical assets but also play a key role in environment protection. So now for this, I take this pleasure to go ahead and welcome on stage. Please put your hands together for the session chair, Shri M.S.R.K. Bose. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Associate Director, Emerson, to please come forward and take it forward. That is your slide. Change it.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at PMHBL Technology Conference 2026. Thank you, PMHBL management team, for this opportunity to present the critical topic at the intersection of safety, operations, and risk, which is leak detection systems. As when we see the topic advancement in leak detection systems, there are several advancements in leak detection systems in the recent days. But due to time constraint, we will restrict ourselves to one topic, which is advancement or empowering the pipeline companies to install the safe and secure leak detection systems. So, I think pipeline industry, I am seeing like last 30, 40 years, we are evolving into stable systems at the control room, and one such system is leak detection. In addition to SCADA and all OT systems, now we have more matured or stable leak detection systems in our control rooms. But now, all the pipeline companies, they are driving from, okay, we have the leak detection system. Previously, like when we started in India around in 90s somewhere, when we start pipeline commissioning installations, at that time having the leak detection system which gives alarm was of the importance. But now with the primary goal for industry is, it is not the question of having the leak detection system at the control room, but having a proven or what is the performance of the leak detection system you have at the control room. That is important. Since morning today, we heard about at least 3 people or 3 organizations having different kind of leak detection systems. ONGC has one system, IISc brought with one more system, and one more organization also presented one leak detection system. Now with this recent AI/ML or easiness in the technology, every day we are seeing one leak detection system. Someone will come to us, as Ramesh sir also mentioned, yes, so many people will come to you and say that, hey, just I have one leak detection system, I want to sell it to you. But coming out of that one, it's having, as a pipeline operator, we should know what is the performance or provenness of the leak detection system which we have in our control room, and very customized for our control room operations, for our pipeline operations, not something theoretically proven at labs. It's after all, it's a kind of solving the mathematical equations. It may give results when you are putting out on your laptop and working on the offline environment at someone's factory level, someone's software company level. It is very easy to prove that this is the best leak detection system. But when that is installed at control room, your pipeline, how sensitive is that system for your operations? So that is important. Now I am going to talk on that one. So the main motivation is definitely, as we all know, large cross-country pipelines will come with safety plus environmental risks. And the leak detection is expected to be proven performance, not something to tick mark that safety operations or environmental conditions. So any leak detection system should have operator confidence, and it should meet regulator and stakeholder trust. That is important. And also it should align with API RP 1175 compliance, which explains how a leak detection system program should be there. And when I'm talking about leak detection, you forget about leak detection systems. Now that is old story leak detection system. Now the new story is leak detection program, a continuous leak detection program. When you have the system in the control room and every day you need to interact with the system and get the insights, and it's a kind of continuous program. And am I now telling about another new leak detection system here? No, I'm not talking about any new leak detection system here. Just I am talking a tool which will sit on top of the leak detection system, and it will give you more ROIs on your leak detection system, which is generally what is the difference between what I'm saying now and leak detection system. Generally, leak detection systems are giving for leak alarms in your control room, and it will handle reactively. When a system gives the leak alarm, operators will react to that alarm while processing that alarm, and also it has a kind of technical requirement meeting. But what I'm saying now is how to measure or improve detection performance, and how you can quantitatively identify sensitivity, timing, and accuracy metrics. So, and where this tool sits, you already have SCADA systems, historical pipeline data, and top of that, most of the pipelines in India already have the leak detection systems, which is some technology, multiple technologies are there in the leak detection systems, either volume balance, statistical, RTTMs, whatever is there, already leak detection systems are there. And pipeline companies need one more tool sitting on top of that leak detection system, and which will measure the performance of that leak detection system and gives you complete picture on how the leak detection system is working in conjunction with your operations. And what it will do for you, performance measurement metrics, it will measure all the system performances and operational and regulatory benefits to generate the reports automatically, and a simulation of leaks at different tools and different scenarios. And this simulation should be based on your pipeline historical data, not on the theoretical data, not on the someone's factory generated data. It should be on your historical data. So the tool should use that, this analytical tool should use your historical data in your control room. And defensible baseline establishment, prepare your control room operators for any unexpected situations, how to handle different kind of leaks, how to respond to different situations. The main advantages of LDPA will be, it can give you analyze the real-time data as well as your historical data and give you the insights about performance. And also it will help you to meet regulatory and performance metrics. And when you install the leak detection system at control room, in the initial days, that is based on the pipeline conditions of that time or design basis, based on your design documents. But over a period of time, when you are operating the pipeline, you will have sensitivity degradation, instrument drift, and your operations will change. And those things may cause false alarms. Like maybe when we design the pipeline for 5.6 and we are operating at 4, yes, but your leak detection system is designed for 5.6 and now you need to understand the performance at 4. So those kind of operational challenges also need to be handled. And traditional evaluation limitations. When you purchase a leak detection system, you may test it with very offline theoretical design data, but that may not work for your real-time operations. Where this LDPA technical model sits in the architecture, it will integrate with your monitoring systems, it will integrate with SCADA systems and any other leak detection software systems. It should be integrated so that it is not a complete new system. It is just an add-on feature, add-on analytics to your existing systems. And it should work for your offline data as well as real-time data. Why I am saying offline data for the past 3 months, 4 months, how your pipeline was operated. So based on that, you need to tune your system for next 3-4 months. So you should have capability to do the analytics based on your offline historical data and work on the real-time situations as well. And also hybrid computational architecture, it's a kind of technical things I don't want to do on that one. And reporting and compliance support. When you are submitting reports to OASD or different regulatories, you should have ready to use more elaborative report, not just one situation. And benchmarking, you should have one analytical tool which benchmark your leak detection system performance. And you need to map your performance with confidence level. Hey, just my 95% at 95% confidence level, 95% confidence level, 75% confidence level. What is the confidence level of an alarm issued in the control room? So you will see thousands of alarms in a day, but you cannot act on each and every alarm, every false alarm. So you should have some confidence level stamping, 95% confidence stamping, 75% confidence stamping. It should map into your performance curve, so it will help you to efficiently handle the alarms. And also you should have operational insights and improvements. All these benchmarking metrics will be handled by your analytics tool. And how to manage the false alarms. When you have the real-time system in the control room, when it is giving thousands of alarms or hundreds of alarms in a day, it's a kind of frustrating job for operators. So you need a tool, an analytical tool, which will analyze all the alarms or all the operations and support the operators to take the right decision. So this LDPA tool will help on that one. And this analytical tool should help pipeline companies throughout the life cycle, in the design phase, to choose the right leak detection system for you, and during the commissioning, how to evaluate and how to test the performance, and during the operations, how to tune the system for changing operational needs and capacities, and finally, throughout the life cycle, compliance and risk assessment. And this tool should be based on data-driven integrity management, based on the data from your control room, and it should adapt to the energy transition like hydrogen pipelines, carbon dioxide pipelines, any new energy sources are there. This tool should help you to assess your pipeline capabilities against new products. And it should seamlessly integrate with your OT and commercial systems. Conclusions and key takeaways. Pipeline control rooms need an evidence-based leak detection and compliance and life cycle support, operational and environmental benefits, and a future-ready leak detection. So a tool, anything, maybe I'm not saying here to promote any one tool, but it's a kind of generic, very simple statistical tool. It could be anything, but it should cover all elements, very specific, customized to your control room needs, your pipeline operations. Thank you, and I am open for any questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, after such an important discussion, I'd like to go ahead and welcome Chandan sir to please come forward and felicitate. Can we have a huge round of applause as we have Mr. Chandan Das, CFO of our organization. Music, please. Can we have a huge round of applause? And now, thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, quickly giving all of you a breather for 10 minutes. Go out, grab yourself a cup of coffee and chai and bring the cup inside along with you and settle down here so that we do not push it a little more and delay it. Just go grab a cup of coffee and tea and bring yourself inside. We will begin the session in exactly 10 minutes from now. That is at 4:30 this afternoon. Please go ahead and bring yourself inside in 10 minutes. Thank you. check. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request all of you to kindly take your seat as we are all set to go ahead and begin with our next session. Requesting all of you to kindly take your seat. Well, how many of you had tea here? Can I see show of hands? Oh, I see that. How many of you had coffee? The coffee gang. 1, 2, very less. Looks like a lot of tea lovers here. So let us go ahead and begin with the same energy. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting off with our next session, major changes during the recent revision of OIST, for which I want all of you, with the loudest round of applause. When I say the loudest, I want it to be the loudest of the day. Please put your hands together as I go ahead and welcome, and it's an honor to go ahead and welcome Shri Chandrasekhar sir on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the Director of Pipelines OIST, to take over.
Thank you. First of all, I like to thank PMHBL management for giving us the opportunity to share our viewpoint. And I especially thank Mr. Udayji because he was constantly in touch with us. And this is a nice conference. All the technological upgradations and trends has been discussed. So basically I am from Oil Industry Safety Directorate. Most of you must have heard of this. Our primary job is to ensure safety in our industry, be it oil and gas, wherever it is. So that is our job. And this OISD is basically by the industry and for the industry. So basically we all are from one parent organization, from all OMCs mainly. And we join there and we form a team and carry out audits. Apart from that, our one of the major job is to revise the standards. And during revision of standards, we take the help of industry only. And these are based on the nominated FC members. We call it functional committee. And that is a very prestigious job. And I have seen many of sirs who are sitting in front row, their name in that OISD standard revisions. It is in the front page of the any standard that you can see who are the members. So that is a very nice place to have your name in that. And the revisions of these standards are taken place as per the regulatory requirement. Any new technology that has been emerged and that has been used by the industry, as we have seen many of the technologies that has been used by industry are already in the OISD standards. But some of them may have evolved over a period of time. And that is where we need to change our standards. And this is also governed by some of the recent incidents, maybe last 4 or 5 years incidents, and the learnings from those incidents that we also try to incorporate so that these things will not repeat again and again. So I will straight away go to that. These are the key standards on pipeline infrastructure. OISD 139 is for offshore and deep water pipelines. That is mainly used by ONGC and some of our offshore facilities in our SPM and other things. That is actually covering over there. And OISD 141 is most of us are using, that is the liquid hydrocarbon transportation. Second part of this OISD 141, we have included the jetty pipelines recently. And the third one is 214, which is related to LPG, the same cross-country pipeline. And 226 is for gas. And the last one, 233, is non-piggable onshore pipelines. ONGC ma'am was morning explaining that they have a lot of pipelines which are non-piggable and they are onshore, but they cannot pig it, and that is where the problem is. So it covers that area. All the codes have been revised to 2024 for the cross-country pipeline. And offshore and deep water pipelines, this is under revision. And the last one is this one, this non-piggable pipeline is under, it has been revised in 2025, recently, very recently. So what are the major changes that has been incorporated? I will just show you those things. So this is the actually what are the key points of scope that we have changed in OISD 141. The major thing that we have changed here, you can see that the requirements related to safety and fire protection system operation and maintenance, pipeline integrity management, defect detection, assessment and mitigation. These were not prescribed in our earlier 141. So this is a new clause that these are to be done, and it shall be obligatory on the part of owner or operator to implement or comply these requirements within 1 year for pipeline already in operation. So these are the minimum requirements because these are related to safety and operations. So these are the minimum requirements that you must comply, and within 1 year of commissioning of pipelines which are under construction. So lot many pipelines are under construction. In those pipelines, we need to carry out these things within 1 year after commissioning. So what we actually want from OISD is the gap analysis to be carried out for all the sections, and suitable approval or actions, whatever you feel that yes, this is the shortcomings, we can have to carry out all these things. So those things need to be complied with this 1 year time frame. But as a point of discussion, that we are not enforcing those things, we are only asking you to at least have a lookout how to mitigate those challenges, how to carry out those rectifications or whatever addition or revision in your facilities you require. And these are the actually clause number 5, which specifies design, and I purposefully choose this topic because most of you are very comfortable with operation and maintenance issues, but the design aspects are taken care by some consultant. So as a OISD, we expect that you should also engage OISD, your consultant during this design stage itself, so that you can take care of the design deficiencies at the very beginning. Because it is a Herculean task once it is implemented and once it is done, to change something at the ground level, because we all are engaged in pipeline operations. We know how difficult it is. Even for taking care of one leakage or one pilferage attempt, it is a Herculean task to deal with the farmers, to local villagers, to local administration, everybody. And nowadays WhatsApp and uska jamana hai, so everything is within a flash of time, everything is in the hands of many people, including the newspaper agencies, and everybody has got the access, and that creates a lot of difficulties for us. So that is our requirement, that minimum wall thickness has been replaced by 5.5 mm. Earlier it was 5.5. Now we have categorically written that it should be minimum 6.35, which is transferred to 0.25 inch. And for LPG and natural gas, it should be 6.4. And the design factors that has to be considered for arriving at wall thickness is 7 to 0.6, and these are basically for LPG and gas pipeline. The design factor for 141, which is a liquid pipeline, which Petronet MHBPL is under which category. So there we have changed, uniformly it was 0.72, there was no bifurcation, but now we have placed 0.6 design factor. In a layman terms, the thickness will increase. So that is what we are looking for. So we are trying to educate all of you that you should at least engage yourself in the design stage itself with the consultant, so that if consultant is making anything wrong or something overlooked by them, you should at least be prepared and mentally ready to ask them and change those things. The other thing that has been included is that nominal pipe size of 4 inch and length of 10 km, it has to be piggable. So it is a mandate by the functional committee that piggable pipeline is the safest way to transport any petroleum product, be it liquid or gas. So that is why it has made piggable. These are the common things that environmental impact assessment, risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis, and HAZOP, these are to be conducted. And one more important thing that has come for a natural gas pipeline, I think if in future you are going to deal with this thing also, so that is why I have included this one, is that monitoring of moisture, H2S and CO2 and oxygen at gas dispatch terminals, which is greater than supplying 1 SCMD. So it is for a large terminal, so that you need to take care. And moisture beyond 15 ppm by weight should not be allowed in LPG pipeline. So LPG pipeline, you should take care that there should not be any ingress of moisture, because due to moisture only there was a very severe accident in one of our LPG pipeline operated by one of the OMC. So that was a very nasty accident, and we don't want to repeat those things, because basically what it made, LPG is a very volatile product, and once it is out of the piping system, it forms an ice, and it is very, very challenging to mitigate all those leaking pipeline, and to manage those things is a very big ask. So that is why we are more stringent on LPG pipeline, so there should not be any moisture. And for liquid pipeline, above ground tank, you may be operating many tanks for storage of products. You are taking from single point mooring system to your centralized tank farm, and those tank farms have inlet valves. So those valves should be double block and bleed valve or double isolation valve. These are minimum requirement, and for positive isolation there is also a second valve that is also mandated over OSD 141, and that is inside the dike you have the tank body valve, and just outside the dike you need to put another valve, so that both the valves can be accessible to the operator, and they can take a very informed decision if anything happens to the tank. And in the surge line to tank, first tank body valve followed by NRV and then another API 6D. This is also requirement of the surge line tank. And all cables inside tank dike shall be fire retardant, and cables shall be suitably protected from mechanical damage. This is very important and critical, because during your any emergency situation, your cables should function properly. It should not happen that your cables go out once your tank started leaking, or product or crude is coming inside your dike area. So your anything catches fire also, those fires should not damage our cables, so that at least we can close the valves on time. And there is a significant change with respect to the sectionalizing valves. Many things that we have heard, that operation of the sectionalizing valves have been made remote and everything, but we should also know at how far and at appropriate distance that needs to put the sectionalizing valves. So for liquid pipeline, the distance between two consecutive sectional valves should not be more than 50 km. And for LPG pipeline, earlier it was only two sections was there, 32 and 50. Now it has brought down from 32, and for location class 1 and 2, it is 12 km only. So you all know the location class 1, 2, 3, 4, that any densely populated area and where hospitals and schools are there, they falls under location class 1 and 2 as per the guidelines. And then 3 and 4 is sparsely populated area. So the villages which is less than 10 habitats in a rectangle portion of 1600 millimeter versus the kilometer that you are asking. So that is location class 1 and 2. The distance between two sectionalizing valves should be 12 km. And for natural gas pipeline, it is 32 km, 24 km, 16 and 8 with respect to location class 1, 2, 3 and 4. That is also very important because nowadays we are commissioning more and more natural gas pipelines because India is shifting its requirement from liquid pipeline to natural gas pipeline. So that is also a very important criteria. And the last thing that I was just trying to say is that there is one clause that has mandated nowadays that in the water body, both sides the valve should be provided because we are also conscious about environmental disaster because once leakage happened inside the river and if we don't have any sectionalizing valve, so we cannot close the liquid petroleum product going into the river and causing a lot of damages to the environment as well as population, everybody. So it is upstream or downstream, both the sides, it should be not more than 6 kilometers, valve should be provided. So that is also important. And for liquid pipeline, provision for remote operation of valve shall be available. That already you have gone from that section to you have already made it remote operated. So most of the companies are doing it, but some companies are still working on manual valves. So for them it is mandatory now. From now on, you cannot say that our valves are not made like that. So you have to change your system. And HCD shall be provided for any unmanned sectionalizing valve. For LPG pipeline, class 3 and 4 locations shall have remote operation capability. So class 3 and 4 is more critical. So that is where the remote operation capability should be there. And for natural gas pipeline, for SV in class 4 and alternate SV in class 3 should be of remote operation capability. And station limit valves shall LPG and liquid and should NG, you all must know by the time that what is the meaning of shall and what is the meaning of should in OISD standards. Shall means it is mandatory and should means it is a recommendation from the OISD that you can put it as a good engineering practice. So for station limit valves for LPG and liquid, we have mandated that it should be with remote shut-off provision from control room. But for natural gas, since the consequences are not that big when gas is coming out from the pipeline, so it is a recommendation and it is not mandated as a shall category. All joints between the mainline pipe and the station limit valves and valves used in mainline shall be butt welded. This we have found many shortcomings in many places. Because earlier it was not clearly written, but from now on, wherever you are putting up any valves, it is coming out from the main line. The first valve should be welded. That is mandated, and the full body should be also welded. It should not have any flange joints. That is the most important thing. And all branch connections from main line shall be provided with a weld-in isolation valve. So that is also written in all the new revision of the code standards. And this is one of the most critical thing that after one incident happened in one of the gas pipeline, it was observed that lot of muck was in front of the pig. So pig got stuck, and when they opened the barrel door, there was nothing coming out. Once they started slightly removing the debris, then the pig started moving and it hit 2 persons and they died at the spot. So it is a very, very risky and challenging thing. So from that incident, we have taken a recommendation that both the barrels, major barrel and the minor barrels, should have valves and the vent and a pressure gauge. So that is the vent, drain and pressure indicators shall be provided on both minor and major barrels. This is very, very critical, and this has to be implemented in all the new pipelines. And if already you have an existing pipeline, so you try to follow these guidelines at your own opportune time and try to comply these things because it is for your own safety. And pig signalers with local indication and signal in control room on the pipeline and minor barrel. There also some of the OMCs are not following, some of the gas operators are also not following. So we are trying to convince them that this is a requirement from the standard, so we should follow it in toto. Because there are cases when we can have a discussion among our auditors and auditee, and we can have a reduced the points. But when somebody is actually asking that this is written in the standards and it is written since this time, and your pipeline has been commissioned after that, then there will be a bigger challenge that if you are not complying with those things, then there will be some issue which may not be a very healthy one. So that is why I urge you and I request you that you should follow all these guidelines in toto, at least in future pipelines, and wherever possible in presently operated pipelines also. And test lead points, because this is very critical with respect to the pipeline integrity, that test lead points should have interdistance of 1 kilometer in inhabited areas. Why it has been stressed upon inhabited areas? Because if there is a leakage, the consequences will be severe. So that is why we want to implement this thing 1 kilometer when there is an inhabited area, and when it is a sparsely populated area or it is uninhabited, so there we go up to 1.5 kilometer. So this is for the safety and integrity of the main line. Construction, I will go through quickly now. That liquid and class 1 and 2 of LPG NG pipelines should be tested at 1.25 times of the design pressure for greater than or equal to 24 hours. Some company may go for more than 24 hours, but mandatory requirement is 24 hours. And for class 3 and 4, so it is 1.5 times. And geometric pigging, this is also an important thing, that pigging dent size is less than 2% for pipes dia 12 inch. So above anything 2%, so you should try to rectify at the construction stage itself. And minimum cover, you all know, 1 meter for the buried pipeline. Liquid pipeline, sump tank, paved floor, 300 mm curve well, this is also mandated in our thing. And one more important thing that I want to stress upon here is the OWS system. Lot of places we are finding that consultant is designing based on some other terminologies, contaminated rainwater system or CRWS or something like that. So they are actually going from this side to that side. But my point is that whatever is written in our pipeline standard, we should try to follow and in toto, so that at least our things and systems should be in order. So OWS is a mandatory requirement from now on in the standards. And SCADA, you all know, greater than 50 kilometer or line fill of 5,000 KL, SCADA should be there. It is already mandated everywhere, so I will not go. And one important thing, that master station and backup master stations shall be geographically separate locations. So if you have a facility over at Bangalore, you should also have a facility at Bangalore, so that anyone got something disastrous consequences, so from other locations you can at least control your pipelines. And leak detection system is already, you have already done, and pipeline intrusion detection system is mandatory for all liquid pipelines, and PIDS is recommendatory for LPG and NG pipelines. And CCTV is mandatory, so I will not go. And a monolithic insulating joint shall be provided with surge diverter. I hope you have all implemented this thing, because this is a compliance nowadays. Yeah. So storage tanks, and there should be alarms, safety instrumentation for pumps, storage vessels for LPG locations. And ESD system should be implemented, pipeline ESD for liquid pipelines, and suitable interface with pipeline operator and source consumer. This is also an important area I want to highlight, because you are taking product from refinery and you are giving it to some OMC. The signal should be both ways, and you should have the access of their safety system, and your safety system should also be migrated to their system and portal. So that is very important, and nowadays it is mandated in the standards. So interdistance shall be as per 118, and if it is not meeting, then we need to have a board approval that is mandated in 118. So you should be very careful that interdistance of all the facilities should be as per our standards. Boundary wall 3 meter high, that you all know, I will not reiterate. And emergency exit with proper gates and minimum 600 mm coating extension from underground to above ground. Standard operating procedure, these I will skip. And fire water system, medium velocity water sprinkler system for pumping and compressor station of LPG and NG. And minimum 2 number of monitors to cover pump area. This is another gray area that we are often encountered in many places. That minimum 2 HVLR coverage is not there. So there are certain issues that you need to check, and during your monthly mock drills, you should eliminate all these small issues. And flame detectors and heat detectors in the pump shed and gas turbine compressor shed. And smoke detectors in building rooms, including SV stations. Hydrocarbon detectors that you all know, so I am not going. And intelligent pigging frequency has been reduced, that you should closely track, because this is the most important thing for as far as integrity of the main line is concerned. So it has been brought down from 10 years to 8 years and 5 years, depending on the service of the pipeline. And also the baseline inspection has to be mandated in 1 to 3 years. Within 3 years you have to comply it. So this you should know. And RLA should be, the remaining life assessment should be carried out once the pipeline has crossed 25 years of life. And that is also there. So thank you very much for your patience hearing. I hope that OISD will, with the help of industry, will make the industry a very strong place to work, and there is no loss of human life. Thank you.
All right, we'll request P. Nandakar sir to please come forward and join us on stage to go ahead and honor. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? On stage we have P. N. Nandakar sir from ONGC to honor. Can we have a huge round of applause as we go ahead and honor Shri Chandrasekhar sir, the director of OISD. Thank you so much for coming and gracing our event. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just giving my team about 30 seconds to set up the stage for a very interesting panel discussions that's going to come. This is going to be discussing about the next generation HSE. So get ready. We're going to begin in about 30 seconds from now. Lights off. Sound check. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, now we shift our focus to a theme that stands at the heart of sustainable and responsible operations across industries. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we go ahead and welcome our next panel that is going to be discussing on the next generation HSE. Please put your hands together the loudest as I go ahead and welcome our session chair, Shri Ramesh Ramaswamy sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Director of PMHBL, and along with that, I'd like to go ahead and welcome our esteemed panelists to please join us on stage. Put your hands together as I welcome Chandrasekhar sir on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, Director of Pipelines OISD, and moving forward, welcoming Shri P.S. Murthy sir to please join us. Can we have a huge round of applause, ED Mumbai, and moving forward, last but not the least, calling on stage Shri P. Ramachandra Murthy sir, MRCL Engineering, Safety and Consultants. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Good evening, everybody. And this is how do we take the HSE to the next level. And you know, these stalwarts are sitting here. Most of them have spent more than decades of experience in oil and gas asset, particularly in HSE. And we thought it would be appropriate to collect their thoughts regarding how do we leverage AI/ML, and how do you digital initiatives can be rolled out in HSE to bring in a best practice and also see that the assets are safeguarded and utilized optimally. Just a question to all the members is that I just want to collect your thoughts. That since the pipeline industry has been quite old, particularly oil and product lines, gas is a very, recent phenomena. How do you see the integrity of and safety of the aging assets can be secured? And what do you recommend that would be the solution for bringing it at par with the, the lines which have been recently commissioned or constructed? Yeah, I will start with Mr. Datta.
Hello. Sir, actually what happened that lot many pipelines, be it Indian Oil or even HPCL and BPCL, they were constructed way back with the old design standards. So with time, the requirement has been changed, but it is very challenging for them. Just to give you an example that there were a time when open cut methodology was preferred. And because HDD was very expensive and we could not afford, or rather the technology provider was very less. So what happened, we have made our pipelines through open cut method, and now the river course has changed and the river has started flowing very heavily nowadays, because you have often seen that flash flood and everything is happening very frequently, especially in the northern region and maybe the northern belt where many pipelines are operating since long, and also in the eastern region. So that is the challenge, sir, and to maintain that integrity, we need to carry out either HDD or microtunneling as the design requirement fulfills. So we have changed those things. That is one part. Second part is that, sir, because of corrosion, the thickness has got reduced in many places because we got the feedback from the ILI. Once we have carried out the ILI. So during ILI, we got all this feedback that this pipeline need enhancement of thickness. So we put a lot of sleeves over there, and we also replace a certain section of pipeline. If it is a continuous corrosion or there is a chance that that pipeline may not survive for the next 5 years or 6 years. So we plan for replacement of the entire section, maybe 12 meter or 14 meter or 16 meter entire stretch of pipe. And for other things, I will request other panelists to join.
Thank you, Dattaji.
Yeah, thank you, Ramesh. Aging doesn't mean it's unsafe. I think the first thing, because most of us are operating many lines. It only means that, the conditions in which we have laid the lines have changed. Either there is a population around, or the thickness has come down, or some monitoring. Maybe we need to focus on monitoring, and it is being done. As Dattaji said, many sections After ILI, we are replacing them. So it's not that the line condition is 30 years or 40 years that has happened. The line is unsafe. Maybe the monitoring frequency and each pipeline operator, they have found a way in monitoring this and keeping things under control. And integrity of the line is I think if there's any single responsibility of pipeline operator, first comes, of course, the delivering the product from where you take and give. So the second most important thing is maintaining the integrity of the system. I think safety comes as a corollary for that. It's not safety is not separate in pipelines. In fact, when we talk of various modes of transportation, we say the safest mode of transportation is pipelines. And we are talking of safety in pipelines now. So there are two aspects. One is the process safety and occupational safety. Process safety being within the parameters and operating envelope, within the operating envelope. There are enough operating technologies already in place, SCADA and others, which keep the system within operation. We don't have events like the system, runaway systems like in refineries and all. So I think that part is very well taken care of. Occupational safety is a separate matter altogether. We have more just challenges in projects. I'm just going beyond the question of the next generation, but as far as aging assets are concerned, I think the focus will only go up on what we need to monitor, where we need to monitor, how frequently we need to get the data, and this is where we can use the latest techniques, IoT devices, and I heard the PMHBL has automated the entire CP system. That is for maintaining the system, but the data actually comes about from ILI. So if we have a method of analyzing how frequently the thickness or how much time, rate of corrosion, then we can, I think we can predict some success and be more watchful in those areas. I think I'll go to the next.
Yeah, there's a nice, this one you rightly said that aging doesn't mean that it is beyond, live on the way of life. Yeah, Mr. Murthy.
Welcome, everybody, thank you. What I feel is that we should go for some scientific advancement regarding galvanic coupling. Galvanic coupling is one of the techniques we neglect in our day-to-day life in petroleum industry. When we couple the new pipeline with a old pipeline, that's a galvanic coupling, and it definitely causes some type of corrosion activity, which will be unpredictable. The reason being, in our chemical engineering books or other books, we might have heard about Butler-Volmer equation. That equation mainly talks about the corrosion in the pipelines and the potential, and until and unless we know the character of the potential, how the potential from one wall to other wall. The pipeline is a cylindrical pipeline. Our Laplace equation del square phi is going to be 0 in many researches till now they have taken place, and as it was told in the afternoon session, also in the morning session, some researcher, he has told about the corrosion and what was that zinc ribbon, and we use the what you call sacrificial anode, and also del square phi is equal to 0. The regular shapes like circular shapes and rectangular shapes, research we use in our pipelines and whatever structures we use in engineering to simplify our systems. Rather, what I feel that we should go for some research basing on the irregular shapes, because when the product goes in the pipeline and it is going to cause some kind of thickness variation, and that shape may not be 100% circular inside it, it will have some undulations within it. That is the cause of the safety. In the HSSC point of view, what I feel like, any little undulation in my pattern of flow, that is going to cause havoc for me like hammers also. What hammers? Maybe everybody knowing about it. And also, it causes corrosion, and how to stop that corrosion, and how to know the thickness. We have many systems. But in SMPV rules 2016, as far as gas flow is concerned, and we have PNGRB guidelines and sufficient guidelines from OSD. We have sufficient guidelines from Petroleum Rules 2002. And if we develop a system where each and every aspect is seen minutely rather than in the holistic view, then we will have a better HSSC system where encouraging the NMPIs, near misses and potential incidents, even in case of a small incident like somebody has seen a vibration in a pipeline, somebody has seen a noise in the pipeline, and there should be an NMPI, and that should be linked to the digital system where the actions on the NMPA cannot be ignored, and they should be attended from the corporate level, from the topmost level to the bottommost person. That gives the better way of controlling the HSSC. Let it be a corrosion problem. Let it be, I have seen in the morning session that ONGC was explaining about NPW. That is also an excellent system. We can have a thermal imaging system. Thermal imaging system is also nowadays getting popularity, maybe slow in getting the results. NPW is very fast in getting the results. But thermal imaging system we can go for, and drones we can go for, where we cannot go access the pipeline. And one of the clauses for OSD, rather, Petroleum Rules 2002 or SMPV Rules 2016 or PESO guidelines, PNGRB guidelines, it says that approachability is one of the most important aspect as far as HSSC is concerned. If your equipment itself is not able to, I am unable to approach. For example, the water is kept here. When I am unable to approach it and drink it, it is for no use for me. Similarly, any system, I am a PNGRB lead auditor also. I have audited many locations, HPC, IOC and many locations, and also safety auditor under IS 14489. I have seen many places that we should go a further step, that approachability, implementation of statutory regulations, implementation of PNGRB regulations, in addition to that, going beyond, like what I told, Butler-Ulmer equation, and solving this. We have a system till now. Our mathematics or science could not solve one question, that del square pi is equal to a function of pi. We are unable to solve.
Very nicely put, Mr. Murthy. In fact, yes, you have touched on the basic aspect of trying to be, very analytical, up to the, the fact that the devil is in the detail. Actually, thank you. Mr. Datta, how do you see the role of AML, in improving the HSE for these assets? And then the connected question is that you see most of these service providers are people who are not fully involved with the AML. And so how do you feel that the culture of that organization or those workers who are giving you support will have a role to play, and how do you want to negate that impact of that actually?
So for the first part that you are asking for how AI/ML can help or modern technology can help. So one example I can give you that when the tank's emenda is required, it is mandated in OSD standard that it has to be completed within 10 years of the operation. But in the footnote also it is written that if you are carrying out certain inspection So the inspection range they have given, ultrasonic and some Magna Flask or whatever technology you are adopting, but it has to be in situ condition, robotic type of machines that you are using. So if you are using those things, then you can assess the exact condition of the bottom. So what is the thickness available, whether the sludge generation is very high. So based on those details, we are actually taking the 10 years maintenance span from 10 to 15 years. Up to 15 years we can use that data, and within the 15 years we have to plan for the M&I. That is a lot of savings, sir. This is a technological advancement. Earlier we could not even thought of. We have to decommission the tank, then degassing it, then enter somebody, and then physically scan the bottom portion and check what the sludge available, so take out the sludge. So all these things are a lot of money, sir. And also you are not getting the service of the tank. So these are a lot of expenditure that you are incurring. Instead of that, if you are going for a technology-based, this robotic kind of a Magna Flask or ultrasonic thickness measurement tools, and that will go directly inside the product, and it will scan the entire bottom. It will scan how much of sludge has been generated. So this is one part. Other part is that, sir, you can make the life of a worker, especially in most of the cases, sir, you have seen that contractual worker is the first victim of any job, because nowadays across all the industry, contractual workers are very high in number, be it in every OMC or in gas or oil, whatever industry is there. So how to safeguard those persons, because we can provide some AI tools to them. Maybe we are monitoring from some centralized location. We can fit some camera over their helmet, and if they are entering in a confined space, there all the situations they can really see from a centralized location, and from there they can have a view whether that is dangerous or they can stop them from work. And
that's a good live example that you have given.
Yeah.
How it has improved the situation.
For the second part, sir, that what you are asking, sir, we actually are trying to indicate over here that working group recommendation is already there, in which it is clearly written that we need to enhance the safety of the contractual people. And that contractual people means the contractor itself, the safety performance of the contractor, how much safety adequacy that person is taking for their own workers, and what is his track record. So based on that, that safety index has been created, and in many OMC has already started that including those contractor safety index into their contracting system.
Yeah.
So that is how it can be.
Yeah, that's a good point. In fact, I think in refinery they are using this index.
Yes,
I think
sir.
in pipelines also we should use it. And Mr. Murthy, what is your?
Yeah. See, what is it that we want? First thing is process optimization. You talked how the challenges, what you're facing. We know what power is consumed and what is the optimum without losing energy. Bringing your energy costs down through process optimization. It means there's a continuous method of measuring. We have system SCADA in place, but something that can oversee and give you the most optimum. That means in terms of power reduction, savings and all, you can use AML continuously there. But other than that, what do we have? We look at integrity of the pipeline. Corrosion monitoring system, what you have implemented continuously, if you can handle the rectifier units to maintain the potential at the you actually prevent any further deterioration of the line, whatever is the condition. So this is one area where we can use AML and at least keep the system in continuous operation, which humanly may not be possible all the time. The third one is about pipeline condition, thickness and all. The thickness part we can only know through ILI, and we have to do some analytics, which areas, and it's a lot of work. It may be one-time effort because the data is also, it's not continuous data. So where on the thickness part, so we'll never know exactly what is happening where. We only know that at particular points of time, this is the area and this is gone and what could be the reasons. So can we use AI there? Maybe as a one-time effort or something, I'm not sure about AI, but some analytics can be done on such data. The continuous data generation is happening only in the CP system, nothing else is getting generated. Otherwise in your operating parameters. So these two can be monitored, but the fourth part is about people walking on the line, where integrity can be lost by somebody tampering with the pipeline. And this is one area PIDS is implemented, but you express that it's not successful in the sense that we think that by bringing a system it will work, but we have to handhold it, make it learn, make the system learn. And so a lot of handholding is required. We need to analyze data, keep giving the data to the system and ask it to learn from it and then filter
Machine
it.
learning.
So it's machine learning. It takes time and it takes a lot of effort. I don't think we'll have a quick solution for that. So we have to make it work, I think, PIDS part. Other than this, the 4 systems, we talk of IoT devices where essentially we are talking of pressure and again it will support our leak detection system. There's one aspect when we talk of not exactly AI is that how do we handle various situations? Like you are aware of PMHBL pipeline. When we laid Hassan Chellapalli pipeline, we never we never kept standards as a base for what to provide. We always thought if a leak happens here in an LPG line, how do I evacuate? Is there a method to pump? I can shut down, but what will happen to the product? Is there some way to do it? So we found unique solutions to that. So I want to share at one point here is that I was called for one panel discussion in PNGRB, and the question put to me was that, do we need regulations? How regulations and standards have helped in improving safety? So I was telling them the problems come first, and industry handles it. For it to become a standard, it will get into the standard, it will take years. So industry is ahead of us. Every problem we have to solve, otherwise I can't handle. So let us not think that standard brings safety. Standard makes it uniform across. Experiences make it uniform. I think I'll end there.
Yeah, I think that's a nice thought that the practices go into the standard, not the other way around. So that's a nice collection of thought actually. Mr. Moti, you got anything on the AML aspects of the HSE?
Yeah. Regarding AMIL, to understand it, it is better first we should understand what is hazard in HSSE. And hazard identification is one of the major important backbones for the oil industry. And once we identify the hazard, then we can understand the threats with it, with the hazard, and the threat which is going to cause the top event, like loss of containment or loss of life or injury. In that case, ultimately our total AMIL should focus on the concept. First let us develop the concept. The concept is like this: there should not be no injury and no loss of containment. That means once we have a concept and a top event, then we can develop the barriers, and the barriers can be once identified the hazards. For hazard identification, I thought over, maybe an advanced thought from my side. I apologize if somebody feels it is little bit advanced thought maybe. My thought is that once hazard identification, what a human being can identify hazard. When we come from house to office also, going from office to house also, we will meet across many hazards. And even in oil industry also, 8 hours or 10 hours, 12 hours we work, we meet many hazards. And we can remember some hazards, we forget some hazards, and some hazards we feel that they are not relevant for us. And the hazard identification and hazard listing, once we develop a system with AIML, that my hazards are listed. Some 3,000 hazards, 10,000 hazards, why not? It's not that only 10 hazards are found. hydrocarbon is a hazard for me. This machinery is a hazard for me. Compressor is a hazard for me. Why not? The chair on which you are sitting is also a hazard for me. We should have a concept of a 360-degree evaluation of the system, and we should develop the system of identifying the hazards where we can take the help of the AIML.
Yeah, that's good actually, that no, you have touched on that AML usage for the hazard identification.
Hazard
Yeah,
identification.
just a quick thought, I just wanted to ask the members. So now see, a lot of efforts and capital investment is there for fighting this, kind of incidents or maybe some kind of an accident which takes place in cross-country pipeline or oil installations. So what is your quick thought on, setting up a shared emergency center in the lines of this national disaster, relief teams, specifically for fighting this hydrocarbon and exigencies actually. What's your thought on that actually?
Sir, actually in that line already work is going on. Earlier it was mandated that ERC, that Emergency Response Center, will be created by one major OMC which is co-located with other OMCs. So if Indian Oil is a predominant player over Jaipur, so they will create some ERC. And if HPCL is predominant in Vizag, so they will create one ERC for the associated OMCs over there. Now that concept has been replaced. Now AFFF concept has been approved by ministry, that enhanced fire fighting facilities. So that is now EFFF concept has come, enhanced firefighting facility, in which we will share all the facilities that is created by one particular company, which is a bigger one over there, and they will share with others. So that is actually a cost-saving initiative, because everybody need not to keep all these facilities over there. And already they have certain basic facilities, but additional facilities if something disastrous happened and they are unable to manage those things. So it is an advancement of the mutual aid, because in mutual aid whatever you have you can help. But in addition to that you have to keep some HVLRs, high volume, long range.
It's a mandated
monitors.
equipments and
yes, sir.
consumables.
So that consumables you have to keep. So that is how we are actually sharing the responsibility of taking care of other small players over there.
Yeah.
And wherever one dominant player is there, he is taking the expenses also.
Yeah, Mr. Murthy, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was in this committee appointed by ministry for ERCs, Emergency Response Centers. And the whole concept which was there of creating 5-6 ERCs has been dispensed with. Now wherever 3 locations are there, 2 lakh KL is the threshold. Combined storage of more than 2 lakh KL. One of the major fellow operators, as Datta Saab said, will be setting up the facilities. See, everybody has got their own firefighting facilities, but these are you want to kill the fire and with a very high velocity things, foam monitors. Mobile facilities are getting created now by industry, and if individually one company has got more than 2 lakh KL storage, they themselves will provide for themselves.
Okay.
So these are additional things. I think this will get implemented. Report has been submitted some time back. It's approved. In similar lines, PNGRB also came with a concept paper. After discussing with us, they had some discussions and they also came. So this is going to be reality, enhanced, and that will be extended. It's only for POL, not for LPG, and it will be applicable. Pipelines, of course, will be benefited from it, because it covers terminals as well as pipelines.
Oh, that's nice to hear actually. Mr. Murthy, your views on this? Can you be a little brief actually? Yeah.
Enhanced safety, sir, firefighting.
It is a common, emergency response,
Emergency response. Yeah. Emergency response, we have ERDMP, guidelines from
Okay.
PNGRB.
Thank you. That's a nice, contribution from your end actually. The HSE is a very vast subject.
Very well.
And there is no end to it for the safety actually. So the collective, wisdom of the panel, they have expressed, the need for continual improvement of HSC and then blending it with the modern technology like AML. So I thank all the panel members for their valuable thoughts and feedback.
Thank you so much for such an insightful panel. Now just taking a moment to go ahead and honor our panelist and the moderator on stage, I request Malinath sir to please do the honors. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we have Malinath sir coming forward and honoring our moderator and the panelist. Well, the next session is going to be absolutely interesting. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence and more. So get ready. Please put your hands together as we are honoring Chandrasekhar sir. Can we have a huge round of applause? Taking the moment to go ahead and honor Shri P.S. Murthy sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And now, last but not the least, taking this moment to go ahead and honor Ramachandra sir. Can we have a huge round of applause? And now it's time for us to go ahead and honor our brilliant moderator. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Ramesh Ramaswamy sir, Director of PMHBL. Thank you so much. And now, requesting all of you to please pose for one photograph. Diving into our next session. Thank you so much. And now, without any further ado, let us go ahead and talk about our next session. As AI emerges with IT and OT, pipeline systems shift from isolated machineries to intelligent connected infrastructure, for which, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the topic when AI coverages with IT and OT. Taking this moment to go ahead and welcome on stage to set the next context, I request Mr. Sundravelu to please join us. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, from Global Technology and Innovator Leader.
Good evening, everyone. Yes. Good evening, everyone. I thank PMHBL for inviting me and giving this opportunity to share my thoughts here. First of all, it is very heartening to see the amount of innovation and the technology transformation happening within the public sector units in India. It's in fact an eye-opener for me. I come from a global technology and innovations. Given the shortage of time we have here, I would like to keep my speech as short as possible. Today, I'm going to share what we hear from our global peers in the oil and gas industry, specifically on pipeline transport and transformations, what AI means for them, what is the current trend, and as a global system integrator, what we hear from all of them, right? So when we speak to our global leaders in this area, there is one thing that everyone says, right? That they want to take the journey towards AI-enabled operational excellence. Right? The challenge that it comes is, when we want to really make it implemented on the ground, there are a lot of things that comes as impediments for that. So when we speak about leveraging AI for the advancements in oil and gas and pipeline industry, we very often speak about IT and OT, right? But in the past, we all know that even the IT and OT, they did not come together. They were working as a silo. The IT was doing more things on the IT side. There was a separate advancement there, wherein the OT is going at a different speed. There are legacy systems like SCADA, RTUs, etc., which was built probably 20 years back. So we don't want that to happen in the context of AI also. So AI is, if the AI has to be successful, the only way that it can happen is we bring together AI in convergence with IT and OT. To make this happen, there are three key priorities. One is we have to start thinking about our operations in the pipeline transportation with AI-first approach. We have to start thinking about, instead of having people, how can I make AI to enable the people to do that work better, whether it is surveying the pipeline paths or detecting the leakages or inspecting the corrosion and all that stuff, right? And the distribution of AI should be shared with the application performance. So we cannot look at these two things as a separate things. So we have to bring together the application performance and the distribution intelligence. And this entire stack cannot work with a very old network and the systems technology. So we have to make sure that the networks is ready for real-time analytics and insights, as well as it is resilient to give that at a very high uptime things. So the major impediments for the big enterprises that we speak to is, I think today Sudeep spoke about it, Ramesh spoke about it as well. Most of our systems are more than 20 years old, right? Even the new pipelines that is being laid, some of the technologies are still with SCADA RTUs, rather than moving towards the IIoT kind of a platforms from day one. So the old technology, our legacy systems integration is one big challenge. The second one is, I think that has came out very well. There are a lot of failed attempts with AI in the past, in last 10 years, 12 years. So that always have that baggage of, okay, I already invested money, I did not get enough returns from AI. That is because, as we heard in the panel, we should always pick the use cases that will give us the right returns, right? The AI is not fit for all the requirements, and it is not a magic wand to change everything overnight. And the other thing is, I think this is not happening in India much, but we have seen this across the world. A lot of customers in last 10, 15 years moved to the cloud, and then they find that it is not matching the regulatory requirements, the data is too much, they are spending a lot of money, integration and all those things, and those customers have started bringing them back again to the on-premise, right? So that repartition makes this entire process very difficult. The other challenges are, as we spoke about application performance, and there are delays. If your system itself is slow and it is not able to give the real-time insights, then you are never going to get the maximum value from your AI, especially with the prediction, right? If the delay is 20 minutes, then you are losing the entire value of the prediction itself. And last but not least, all that security, resilience, and compliance with the regulatory requirements. Those are the big impediments for that. So the proposed model that has been accepted worldwide is we have to bring the agentic AI, or AI, ML, now generative AI and agentic AI. But the thing is, you bring together the IT and OT with the agentic AI system that can perceive, monitor, adapt, and then act on that, right? So don't keep that as a separate solution. Don't ever do those AI experiments as a standalone project, then that is never going to work. So we have to look at from the pipeline operations, from the HSC that we spoke about, from the cyber security, how AI is going to deliver value in conjunction with IT/OT is what we have to look at. So some of the examples that we have is, I think we already saw that, the real-time anomaly detection, whether it is on the leakage detection or inline inspection, and then do that predictive analytics and asset performance management. We heard about it a lot. And leverage generative AI, right? Every kid in the house now, they do the homework with a generative AI. So why don't we leverage those technologies for enabling our workforce, help them to give the insights at the tip of their hands, whatever the tools that they use today, can we now bring in the generative AI? And again, agentic AI for the detect, analyze, recommend, and act, right? Ramesh sir gave a three-phased approach of cautious, act, and accelerate. But when you are approaching the agentic AI, you do that with detect, analyze, recommend, and then act on that, measure that before you scale that. That is very, very important for the success of AI. So I think this we already seen the typical use cases is predictive leakage detection, integrity forecasting on when something can go wrong, whether it is corrosion or the scheduling, pipeline failure, etc. And then the last one is the alarm detection and contextualization. We heard about thousands of alarms coming per day, so it's humanly not possible. How can we bring them together? And even without informing the human beings, how the agents can plan the actions for that and execute it without any human intervention at all, right? So one reason for a lot of failures is we still don't have a maturity in AI where we can completely let it off their hands. So the human in the loop is very important. Till the time we get that full confidence, we train the systems to make it much more accurate. And then the anomaly detections is it probability end of the day. So we have to look at multi-factor anomaly detection and validation so that the actions are much more tenable. And then make sure that the agents works within the operational boundaries where it is critical. There should be a human in the loop again, and we have to define that in our SOPs, right? So this is, I know, a little technical, but this is how we see that as a system integrator, how we can bring together the multiple different technology stacks, right from all your edge devices, whether it is drones, cameras, or any of the IoT devices, SCADA, etc., and then bring it to the full stack of IT, starting from your network, edge devices, from the infrastructure all the way to orchestration, security, and database and AI framework. That you feed it to the central data center or cloud based on the regulations and security that we need for the different use cases, leveraging whether it is the data lake, whether it is large language models to deliver that end-to-end. But most of all, this is technology. Technology, I believe, is not a challenge today. We are very good at that. The thing is, how can we adopt this? How can we identify the right value realization with AI? So let's do the value realization first. Let's measure that, and then we will deploy that in this technology stack. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Well, let's go ahead and hand over this session's memento. I request Mr. Sachin Jaiswal to please come forward and join us to do the honors. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sachin Jaiswal, Company Secretary of PMHBL. Music, please. All right, now diving into the next session for this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, the next frontiers of ILI. I want all of you to please put your hands together as I go ahead and take this honor to welcome Mr. Prateek Chauhan on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, from Linscan, with an extensive expertise in inline inspection and deep understanding of real-world pipeline challenges. He has been at the forefront and more. So with that, handing over to Mr. Prateek.
Hi, good evening all. I'm Prateek Chauhan. I'm representing Linscan, and I'm very thankful to PMHBL team to give us the opportunity to come here and represent and attend this wonderful, you can say, workshop, come technology session. So the topic for today is the next frontier of ILI, overcoming challenges in complex pipelines. Yeah, for this presentation, I'll be covering all these topics, the past, present, and the future of inline system technologies, then complex pipeline system and its challenges, advanced ILI technologies, real-world examples showcasing solution for challenging pipeline system, and QA. So the past, present, and future of inline inspection system. The very first smart pig was introduced in the year 1964. That was based on the MFL technology. So 70s were the time wherein the high-resolution MFL tool was developed. 80s were the era when UTWM, that is ultrasonic wall measurement, the ultrasonic wall thickness measurement tool was developed based on the UT technologies. 90s was the era wherein UTCD was developed for crack detection based on the UT technology, and circumferential MFL tool was discovered. From 2000 onwards till now, the technologies have been emerged, lots of improvement have been done on the sensors part to give more accurate and precise data detection system, data defects basically in the pipeline. So coming to from basic mechanical tools to the intelligent data-driven analytics, diagnostic inline inspection has evolved into the backbone of the modern pipeline integrity system. Before 1964, there were only the mechanical pigs used for just cleaning and clearing the passage. And we are now transforming from, you can say, from reactive detection to predictive intelligence, enabling self-aware pipelines and digital systems. So the future is like wherein there will be a replicas or the digital replicas of the pipeline, wherein the operator can just sit and simulate, and based on the different tests, he can know whether we want to go for any ILI inspection or not. So it will be a much more reactive analysis. Now the complex pipeline system and its challenges. So though we all agreed and we know that pipelines are the hidden highways of the modern world. Pipelines are high-value assets, and any undetected flaw can lead to, you can say, millions of downtime, and even worst case, a catastrophe. And transporting vital resources like oil, water, and gas across continent and ocean, it's a very important task. So these networks grow larger, more complex over the times. If we see the loading lines, so the problems with the loading lines is that sometimes we do not have their previous inspection history, their low pressure involved in this operation, which requires alternate method to run the ILI tool. Also, sometimes there is a lot of wax debris deposit in the pipelines, which means that you have to have problem or the complex you can say, operational issues. And these loading lines sometimes doesn't have, you can say, the launching and the receiving facilities. It's only have the one facility wherein you have to do the by-die operation, making it more complex. The second problem with the bend radius and the wall thickness. With the large bend radius, there is a possibility of tool stuck, and also it's a challenge for the sensors to detect the proper location of the defects. Same goes with the wall thickness. say if you have a high wall thickness, the MFL sensor won't detect the perfect data. And if you, let's say, increase the weight of the magnet, so it will make the tool heavier. Again, it's a challenge that you will be having a problem launching and receiving those pegs. And with the high magnetic drag and friction, it will be a challenge for propulsion of that tool. So overcome this wall thickness, we can do the UT-based tool, we can run the ILI on the UT-based tool, but again there is a limitation that UT tools can only be run in the liquid medium. Okay, sometimes we do have the bore restriction. So in bore restriction, what happens is the tool passage is the very first, you can say, challenge, and retrieval of stuck-up pig, again a challenge. And with the bore restriction, there is not a, you can say, continuous pressure, which means if you are running MFL tool, you won't be getting the, you can say, precise data. And talking on the offshore platform, so there's again the environment, a harsh environment challenge. You can say space limitation, SIMOPS operations going on, which means there is a risk involved. And there is a very, you can say, limited space to do the operations, making it more complex than the onshore operations. So Linscan is the 25-year-old company with a presence in more than 80 countries, and we have these technologies, or we use these technologies. Very first is UTCD for crack detection, UTWM for wall thickness measurement, EMAT, then MFL, circumferential MFL or the TFI, combo inspection, smart caliper, and the tool accessories. So this is one of the operations where we, without you can say the launching facility, we install the temporary launching facility, and we run the tool from jetty to SPM, and it was the bi-directional operations, and those lines were initially thought to be unpiggable, but we run the tools and we successfully conducted this operation in the year 2019. There were 3 lines of different lengths, and it was for the overseas red dog in UAE region. So this is the ultra compact ILI tool with the standard tools like based on the MFL in UT. There is also a requirement of ultra compact tool because of the low, you can say, small diameter pipelines, because of the complex geometries. So the client need the tools which can easily pass through those bends, those small diameters, and can get the detect the defects or anomalies in those pipelines. So for this, we have developed the ultra compact tool for the small diameter pipelines. So EMAT is another technology based on the UT. Since you know that UT has the, you can say, limitation, it cannot be run in the gaseous phase, it needs the liquid couplant. But on the other hand, EMAT can be run on the gaseous, you can say, medium also, and it has got a good probability of detection of the defects, identifications of the defects, and the sizing of the defects. Also, it can also help you in getting know about the stress, cracking, corrosion. Also, it can tell you about your coating health, and also will let you know about where there is you can say there is a removal of the coating in the particular section of the pipeline. So it's our premium technology we have used. Now the combo inspection tool. Earlier what happens is that for any general pipeline pigging operation, we are doing 4 to 5 run, one for the cleaning, one for the gauge, one for the caliper, one for the MFL or the UT. But nowadays with a single you can say minimum runs, we can do the operation. Very first run will be for the gauging, then for the cleaning, and in one tool we can add MFL, TFI, even the UTCD, making the less number of operation, meaning you are saving the time, you are saving the money, and you are minimizing the risk associated with running the ILI in the complex geometries or complex environment. This is the smart caliper AI tool which we have recently developed. So let's say the general caliper tools, it takes days to generate the report, but for this it takes only 9 hours for generation of report. And in-field data quality assessment and report generation, it is automated search for the girth weld defects, geometry features, any installation such as band optics, and we can generate the 3D model also with this. And spatial add-on sensors can be installed into it to know if there is any illegal tapping onto it. So now the real-world challenge is showcasing solution for challenging pipeline inspection. So very first is this dual diameter pipeline of 48 inches. This is we run for the operation in Singapore, wherein it's a dual diameter pipeline, and the challenges associated with this was the pipeline was laid in year 1981. We do not have the pipeline inspection history. There was the operational constraint that the pressure was in the range of 1 to 5 bar, and the velocity was 0.5 meter per second, and we have to run the tool from jetty, and at one end there is a dead end. So we have to do the bidirectional operation in this, and the medium was crude oil. So we did the cleaning, gauging, then we run the bidirectional caliper, and then we done the bidirectional UT tool, and we successfully completed this project in year 2024. Another one is for the ADNOC, which I have already discussed, for 3 pipelines, wherein we run the highlight tool from jetty to SPM. So we have also done few multi-diameter pipeline inspection. So we did one project wherein there was a dual diameter pipeline, 22 inch, 24 inch, and it was a cross-country pipeline, 370 kilometers long pipeline, and it was from USA to Canada. So we, with 3 independent inline inspection tool, we run at the same times, MFL geometry, UTWM, and UTCD all together, and we have successfully completed that project. We have also done another dual diameter pipeline project in Iraq, and we will be doing this 2430 dual diameter pipeline highlight run in the next month for one of the major clients in India. 1 minute. So again, we have done continuous run the operation for more than 1,000 hours in Peru, and we have done one project of highlight run in a pipeline from Malaysia to Myanmar, where the pipeline velocity was 8 meters per second. So we did put speed control unit into it, and then we dropped down the velocity from 8 to 3, and then we have run the MFL tool. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for this session? All right, now with that I request Mr. Ranjanji to please come forward and hand over a memento. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Well, right after this session, the next session is going to be absolutely thrilling, and you guys are going to love it. I promise you that. It is going to be something very, very different that we have been seeing today. Can we have a huge round of applause while we have the memento being handed over there? Well, this is going to be a demonstration of a VR-based PIG recipient and the launch activity. I want all of you to get ready to go ahead and get your hands on VR, as virtual reality has emerged as a powerful tool for enhancing operational training, improving safety, and enabling hands-on learning without the operational risk, for which I request Mr. Vijay K to please join us on stage from R2M. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Petronet, PMHBL, for this opportunity. So, sure, I am in this VR industry for past 8+ years, and this is a small demo which we had done, how VR can change the perspective of VR, basically. Like, VR been assumed as a entertainment device earlier. And now they had slowly got into this safety and all these simulations. Now how it can technically leverage, people can leverage VR devices. So So this is for oil and gas industries, basically. So how we can leverage this VR technology. So basically, everything is like high risk and more costly equipments. And then again, limited resources, like for the traveling and everything, for the training purposes. So I'll just run through the slides faster, and then we'll just move on to the demo. So we had done a demo in the process of pigging for Petronet. Let's start. Sir. No, no. Yeah. So basically, we just created an environment of Petronet, basically, and a small scenario we had created, how we can launch a pig using virtual reality. So,
product drain and make sure they're
so we go step by step. So it gives you a whole simulation of this directly, like step by step. Ankesh, start. So we just followed
open the
all
launcher door latch. Open the launcher door. Push the pig inside using the launcher lever up to the inner globe valve.
So this is like loading the pig. So this is the launcher which they had used, right?
Retract the pig launcher. Apply grease to the O-ring. Lock the tray left lock. Lock the tray right lock. Close the launcher door. Lock the door. Close the drain valve. Open the vent valve on the launcher barrel slightly. Open the kicker bypass line slowly. As we rotate the valve, you will hear voice for the product filling or gushing into the launcher barrel.
Ankesh, hold on. Hold on. So as you can see how the product is inside the pipeline, that you will not be able to see normally, right? So this is actual simulation of your product inside the pipelines. And now you get to see what each valves are supposed to do and how people can access each valves.
Check the pressure gauge for the pressure level increasing gradually. Check the launcher door seating is proper. Close the vent valve on the launcher barrel when oil flow is noticed in the see-through glass on the vent line. Open the mainline equalizer valve. Now the pressure will increase and will be equalized in both sides of the system. Open the main valve 1305. Open the main kicker valve partially. Close main flow isolation valve. Open the main kicker valve completely.
Now you will get to see the pig moves, right? So once the pig indicator goes on, then it means the launching sequence is completed, right? Yes. So this is one of the minimal things that we did right now.
Open the main flow isolation valve completely once the pig signaler is observed.
Thank you, Ankesh. So yes, why do you want to use VR, and what is it going to do for you? So it's all here. So as I saw, everyone was talking about big numbers. So risk is higher, and then the cost is higher. So basically, you can leverage this for all these training sessions and for any other XYZ simulations. So I heard someone saying about offshore facilities as well. And then again, earlier they were talking about risk involved in pig getting stuck, right? So those things cannot be replicated in real-time scenarios anyways. So this is a tool for you to replicate all those scenarios, and then again you can train your people in such a way. And then you can also assess how they are performing, whether they are doing it properly or not. So all these things can be leveraged from VR. And that's about it.
Well, I'm sure all of you loved how you can use the virtual reality to its most, for which I request Mr. Abhishek Mishra to please come forward and honor the team here. Can we have a huge round of applause for the team R2M, ladies and gentlemen? And now we are all set to go ahead for our last session for this evening, which is just not going to take more time. Come on, put your hands together. Pump in the music there. Come on, I want you to go with the beat. My DJ is playing nice music. Alan in the console there. Thank you so much. Well, moving on to the last topic for this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about advanced analytics, AI for petroleum pipelines. Well, with this powerful backdrop, let us quickly go ahead and welcome the next session chair. Please put your hands together the loudest as I welcome Miss Aditi on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, from Shaw and Goswami to lead this session.
Good evening, everyone. Looks like a long day for you all. All right, I promise I'll not take much of your time and try to be as precise as possible. Am I up? Yes. Thank you, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be speaking here. So today I'm going to present the work we did for PMHBL, which is Advanced Analytics for Petroleum Pipelines. Yeah. So these pipelines, it's about energy transfer across this massive 362 kilometers in a safe, reliable, and an intelligent manner. First, let me try and explain the infrastructure that's there. We've got this SCADA system which records the pressure, flow, temperature across all the stations that we have. On top of it sits the LDS detection, which is a leak detection system. And then we've got this PIDS network, which is a fiber optic acoustic controllers for intrusion monitoring. So what we did was we've used the SCADA and the PIDS network, the raw data essentially, to detect what is normal behavior and what is an anomalous behavior in this pipeline. Now, both of these are very efficient monitoring tools, SCADA and PIDS. They've got threshold alarms, a discrete anomaly detection. PIDS is an extremely precise level signal output mechanism that we've got. So now with this, what we've got is we've got a lot of monitoring. So we've got a lot of data, but then somehow we need this data to speak to us to make this pipeline more intelligent. So what are these challenges that we are looking at? I'll try to explain these because that's the crux and that's going to tell us why what we did was important. Now, alarm fatigue and behavioral modeling. Say suppose this for the PIDS, we've got optical fibers and it passes through two areas. One where there is normally heavy traffic and one area where that's kind of isolated. So now if we are defining normal for this area which has got heavy traffic, and if we are trying to define normal for this area which is isolated, both my normals will not be in sync, right? But then if we are going with statistical measurements, my normals would be the same for both no matter what. So it needs to evolve, it needs to understand the behavior. Manual correlation. So say I give you an example. Say suppose you are driving on a road that's filled with snow. No problems, right? But now if you're driving on that same road with a speed of 140 kilometers an hour, that's a problem, right? So that's where my feature interaction comes into play. And when we have features of that level, it becomes difficult for a manual person to go ahead and correlate that. So that's what we are looking at, manual correlation. Now, what do we understand by alarm fatigue? Now, the thing is, because my heavily populated area is different from an isolated area, my statistical thresholds will start flagging normal behavior as anomalous behavior, and that's what we call as alarm fatigue. What is data volume? So for PIDS, we've got data that is logged every 300 milliseconds. The distance is 0.68 to 1.5 meters. So the data volume that I'm talking about is around 115 GB of data in just a day and a half operation. So that's the kind of data volume I'm talking about. You put any manual person or any statistical correlation over here, it's going to have its own challenges. So what we did is we tried to use all the data that the SCADA system and the PIDS was logging to make it an intelligent system, right? So this is what we did. We first took the data, we tried to learn what is its normal behavior, we baseline the pattern, and then we detect what is the deviation from that. So a deviation essentially would be different from, again, a place where there is heavy traffic movement, heavy trucks moving, and a place where there is like literally remote areas. So this is what we did. We picked up a section from Mangalore to Neria. We looked at the pressure parameters in that, and using the past data that the SCADA system had stored over these years, we tried to figure out what my normal scenario is and what is my transient state. Now in the transient state there could be two types of deviations. One where there are known operational changes, and second one is where there is some kind of intrusion. So it's definitely not my normal state. So we tried to have a model that tries to understand what my normal looks like and what my not so normal, and in that what my operational changes would look like and what my intrusions would look like. So that's what we tried to do with this Mangalore to Neria section. How do I play this? Yeah. So this is the model that has actually been deployed and is sitting as we speak and monitoring. Now, this is the entire streak. We have taken a small streak to show you. And it had flagged actually two red lines. Those were actual operational changes that had happened. And so now you see, if we had just used some thresholding, it would have also flagged these green parts between two reds as anomaly. But then since it knows that, what is once all my features correlate with each other, how my operation changes would look like, so hence it has just flagged those two. So this is the a model that is already residing. So with PIDS, now I told you about the immense amount of data that we are looking at, which is 115 GB for just a day and a half operation. So what we had to do is we first had to do data compression, because this behavioral analysis can only be done if I am able to store my historical data and learn from that. Now, how do I store such a huge amount of data? So that was one challenge that we faced. We did some intelligent change detection and data compression, and we are able to pinpoint to the nearest 0.5 meters as to where the pilferages occurs. We have successfully done this POC on one of the controllers out of these 7 controllers. So after all the work that we have done, so what are the changes? We could ensure that it learns through behavior. Early anomaly detection, it's like we are not waiting for the thresholds to be breached, which are statistically there. So, and there is another shortcoming with the threshold is that it has to stay in that condition for a long time. So it's like we are looking at it once the pilferage has essentially happened. But when we move from that to behavioral pressure learning, what happens is while it is going to happen, that is when it starts flagging the anomalies, right? And we have drastically reduced the number of false alarms that were getting created. So we've got faster visibility, reduced fatigue, and improved auditability. This is the roadmap as we go forward. So we've full corridor behavioral model that's done. The POC has been done for one of these 7 controllers. It needs to be now done for all the 7 controllers. Then we do the future correlation, and we then make the pipeline fully intelligent. So this is the value that we are talking about. Faster anomaly visibility. As I said, we do not have to wait for the threshold to be breached. we will be able to understand if something is going to happen. Operator confidence, of course, because we have drastically reduced a lot of false alarms that's there. So when the model now says that I flag this anomaly with, say, 80% confidence or 90% confidence, that means the operator would know that, yes, I'll have to go there and do some manual inspection, which is essentially reduced verification, improved auditability, and it lays the groundwork for your digital foundation. Thank you. I'd like to take any questions you might have.
All right, so with that informative session, I request Mr. Ravindra Tapas to please come forward and honor Ms. Aditi. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And now up next, we're going to be talking about the key takeaways from the event. So I want all of you to get ready and brace yourself. Can we have a huge round of applause? Well, we have witnessed an incredible day of learning, innovation, and forward thinking with perspectives and emerging technologies and much more. Ladies and gentlemen, I may now request Mr. Sarang Sharma, Associate Director, KPMG, to please come forward and share the takeaways from today's conference.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you, Samaira, for the introduction. Today's event was a very successful event because of your active participation. And I am here to provide the key action points, or should I say, summarize the whole day event in 5 to 10 minutes, sir. Yeah. So thank you so much. So actually, if I may set the context that India's energy sector is at a very interesting point where globally, due to geopolitical scenario or due to pressure of moving towards green energy, the trends are saying that the demand of oil and gas will go down globally. But contrary to those global trends, in India, oil and gas sector consumption will increase in near future. And as Ramesh sir said in his plenary address that the petroleum products demand will increase in next 20 years. So indirectly, sir, if I may have permission, I can say that our jobs are safe for next 20 years till we reach 100 years of independence by 2047. So yes, now to cater this ever-growing petroleum product demand, there is a need for a robust pipeline infrastructure, and we need to expand that pipeline infrastructure. Therefore, this event becomes a very important event in pipeline sector. And I would like to just summarize that what were the key thematic areas which were discussed today. Let me just start by starting with the AI-led transformation, which is one of the major key thematic areas which came out in pipeline sector. Be it predictive maintenance, be it smart leak detection system, be it IT-OT integration, and when AI and agentic AI converges into IT-OT integration, how AI can transform the pipeline sector and improve the pipeline business. Second key thematic area is digitalization, which we saw earlier also, that how PMHBL has initiated their corporate digitalization initiatives, where there are management of change request tracking, and there are leave systems and other different digital tools through which we can achieve operational excellence in terms of administrative processes. Third one is operational excellence in terms of using standard SOPs and how modernization of SOPs can be done so that you achieve operational excellence in pipeline operations, either through SOP modernization or through deploying emerging technologies in pipeline, so that your OPEX gets reduced and you get more output in terms of commercial business. And the fourth thematic area is integrity and reliability, which is one of the major key aspects of pipeline, because in our country, most of our pipelines are aging. How should we ensure that the pipelines which are there are robust and can carry the petroleum products safely, because these are what earlier was also discussed. These pipelines are like underground bombs if they are not reliable enough to carry these petroleum product pipelines. Therefore, the technologies that we have seen in terms of leak detection system or pipeline integrity management system, or should I say pigging also, because intelligent pigging is one of the areas which prevent these kind of incidents. So integrity and reliability is one of the most key aspects of running the pipeline operations. The fifth one is evolving regulation and standards. The regulation and standards are in place by the Government of India only to ensure that these pipelines are run successfully, safely, and so that we can cater this ever-growing energy demand to our citizens of the country. So what we saw from the officials of OISD, that what are the standards that we need to check, what are the new standards that are coming up, and what needs to be done by the pipeline companies so that the pipeline operations are complied with our regulations. And the sixth and the most key important point is HSE innovation. How HSE can be ensured in terms of people, environment, as well as safety of the operations, through which the pipeline companies can achieve a high HSE performance and can prevent major incidents which can happen in near future, be it in terms of predictive maintenance or be in terms of leak detection. So these are the key thematic areas that we saw, around which we had major discussions for today's event. So as we move forward, the responsibility lies with us that to what we got some knowledge sharing here, to convert it into an action-oriented event rather than making it just a knowledge sharing event. So I want all of you guys to go with just one action item, that what we can do in your respective areas through collaboration with technology service providers or the OMCs or the academia, through which you can address your challenges. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing the key takeaways of the event. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go ahead and embark on a journey. As we've come to an end of the day, we would love to go ahead and close this event with a closing remark. Can we have a huge round of applause? As I have Sai Sudhamaya ma'am, can we have a huge round of applause? A lot of hard work has been gone in from the team, so they deserve a huge round of applause.
So good evening, distinguished guests, respected speakers, industry leaders, and colleagues from across the oil and gas and technology ecosystem. As we draw the curtains on the PMHBL Technology Conference 2026, it gives me immense pride to reflect on the depth and diversity of insights shared today. From the visionary thoughts in our inaugural sessions to the rich discussions on AI, digitalization, pipeline safety, operational excellence, VR demonstrations, cybersecurity, leak detection, and analytics, the day has truly showcased how innovation is shaping our sector. Each session, panel, and demonstration contributed meaningfully to our collective understanding of the future of pipeline technology. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the plenary speakers, session chairs, panel moderators, technical experts, industry leaders, and academic contributors who invested their time and expertise to enrich today's dialogue. Your perspectives, spanning emerging technologies, integrated operations, management systems, and the digital future have provided direction and inspiration for everyone present. A sincere thanks to our participating organizations, startups, technology partners, and research institutions for bringing forward ideas that push the boundaries of what is possible in our industry. I would also like to place on record our sincere appreciation to the hotel management and their entire team for their warm hospitality and service throughout the event. Our heartfelt thanks are equally due to all our service providers and partners whose dedicated efforts behind the scenes ensured smooth and successful conduct of this conference. A special word of appreciation to the PMHBL teams, technical, operations, procurement, HSE, and digital for your dedication and the impressive showcase of strategic initiatives underway at PMHBL. And of course, to all participants, your enthusiasm, engagement, and curiosity have been the true driving force behind the success of this conference. As we look ahead, one message stands out. The future of pipelines is not just about moving energy, but about moving towards intelligence, resilience, and sustainability. Together, through collaboration and innovation, we are shaping an infrastructure ecosystem that is future-ready and future-resilient. With that, I formally conclude the PMHBL Technology Conference 2026. I now invite all of you to join us for high tea and networking. Please use the opportunity to connect, exchange ideas, and explore future collaborations. Thank you all once again. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. Well, before we conclude, we request all of you to please join us for a group photograph. We request all of you to please join us for a group photograph, and then we will conclude with that. Requesting everybody, our participants, our partners, and everybody who's here for the event, requesting all of you to please join for one group photograph, and then we will call it a day. Requesting Nandankar sir to please come forward and sit down on the chair. Rest all of you, let's quickly click a picture if you don't want to get stuck in Hebbal traffic. Come on, please join in, please join in, please join in. I request Ajit sir to please come forward and join in as well and sit down on the chair. Team standing here, the army in black. We will take over here. Please join in, please join in, please join in, please join in, please join in. Please join in. Let's do this. The shorter, cuter ones in the front, the taller, hotter ones in the back. So let's have the shorter ones in the front. With the bag, please join for a photograph and then you can leave. So please join in, please join in, please join in. Very nice. lady behind you. Can you ask her to come front? Yeah, just like that. The ladies, both the ladies, can you please come front? Come front, come front. Come on. Okay. The one standing at the back, I'm sending you one chair. You can stand on the chair so that I can see you. Okay, let's all smile together at the count of one. First we will pose for this camera and then that camera, alright? Smile everyone. It is the Technology Conference 2026. Alright, now I want all of you to show a thumbs up and say yay, alright? Okay. 1, 2, 3! Thank you so much. With that, we call it a day. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much for coming and being a part of our official conference of PMHBL Technology Conference 2026. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the high tea and rest of the evening. Thank you. And a huge shout out to Sudha ma'am and Praveen sir for pulling off this event and the entire team there. And of course, the team of KPMG. Say thanks to Vidhi on my behalf. Sunshine. Can we have PMH team on the stage, please? That's it? Okay. Now, for me to... Divya, come here. And gentlemen, just slightly move there. Squeeze in together, squeeze in together. All right. Everyone smile. If you guys like petrol, say petrol. That'll bring you a smile. Let's go. Are we good? And to the ones who are still in the hall, can we have a huge round of applause for the PMH team there? A lot of hard work has gone in, months together. And just to tell all of you, few of them have not gone home from last night. They stayed here to make the event happen. A huge kudos to all of you. And for pulling out the entire event. Thank you so much, Sudha ma'am, Praveen sir, Alan for taking care of the console today, and everybody else. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the evening.